All right, y'all. How y'all doing today? Oh, shit. All right, y'all. How y'all doing today? It's your boy July. We're hanging with July and Wilk. We got a special podcast for y'all today. My dog Wilk, he gonna be joining in a few, but this how we're gonna do it. We're gonna talk about Scottie Pippen comments that he made. I don't know if y'all heard, but Scottie Pippen, my favorite player of all time, favorite basketball player of all time. He made some interesting comments. His about his book is gonna come out in November. We want to talk about the greatest players before they turn the greatest NBA players before they turn the age of 23. We're gonna be talking about that. Uh, Also, we're gonna be talking about the NBA playoffs. Of course, I gotta talk about that. And then my dog Mike, he made a very interesting comment. Magic Johnson is not a top 50 player, so we're gonna get into that why he think that. But I'm gonna go ahead and start bringing everybody on the show. First, let me start off with my big dog. Let's see. Are you still trying to get on? Hold on. Let me. What's up? CA Sports Talk. What's up? Can you hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm gonna be in. I'm gonna be popping in and out, man, while I'm at the house.
Okay, we live right now. I'm just bringing by on the show. What's up, Mike? What's up, Mike?
What's up?
What's up? And got my dog Mike. Got my dog Justin from Justin Time Sports. I was supposed. Oh yeah. Hey, Wilk. I know it took me about a month. I don't know how long it took me. I think it took me about a month. Hey, but y'all make sure to get this book by my dog Wilk, Childlike Fate. It took me about a month to read it, but it's a real good book. Y'all make sure y'all go get that. My next mission, Wilk, is to get something from your son clothing line. That's the next thing I'm gonna do. But first, I had to read this book. It's a very great book. If y'all don't have it, y'all make sure y'all go get it. My dog CA Sports. Hold on, CA Sports Talk. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see if I know how to do this. We just waiting on waiting on John Rich. Who else? And Antonio B. Daniels. Justin. Before we get into these topics, bro. Before we get into these topics, go ahead and introduce yourself for everybody who don't know you, and tell them a little about yourself.
My name is Justin Jackson. As you see, my name on the thing is at JTime Sports. That's my Twitter, IG, breaking news, updates, stuff like that. I have a podcast, Justin Time Sports, Apple Podcasts, and Spotify. Every Friday, it comes out around 3. Yeah, I'm always on Twitter, usually IG when big stuff happens. But yeah, breaking news, follow that, turn your post notifications on. You'll know before everybody else does.
Oh yeah, I sure, because every time I wake up in the morning, I see about 10 tweets from Justin. I seen something about a award with my dog Carmelo, a finalist to receive some type of award. I seen that on your tweet. I'm gonna have to look into that. Mike, go ahead and introduce you, Mike, for everybody who don't know you.
Oh yeah, what's going on with y'all? Mike, military sailor in the Navy, IT in the Navy. Been in about 8 years. Living in Hawaii right now, just chilling, living life. Appreciate you for having me. Appreciate everybody for having me, and ready for a good show.
Oh yeah, and of course we got my Anthony B. Daniels. He asked me a couple of weeks ago if I could put him on the list to come on the podcast. Of course, I had to get him on. Anthony, go ahead and introduce yourself.
What's going on? Yours truly, Anthony B. Daniels, aka Moose Harris, live from Lafayette, Louisiana, originally from there, B-Town, New Iberia. Somewhat of an OG in this. Love the opportunity to broadcast stuff. So I'm doing double duty today, man. I'm actually in the midst of a poetry competition I've been doing all week out here too. So if I duck off for like 5 minutes somewhere in the next few, that's because I'm going to spit these bars to these people so they can cut me a check, and I'll get back to y'all in a second. You know what I mean?
All right, all right. Well, hey, we're gonna jump right into we're gonna talk with talk about Scottie Pippen comments. Scottie Pippen said he cringed at being called Jordan's sidekick. I was a real leader. Um I'm gonna start off with you on this one first, Mike, because I noticed you put in a group that without Pippen, there would be no Jordan. And I went back, I had to go back and watch Jordan Hall of Fame speech. Actually, the first person he thanked was Scottie Pippen. He said, the first you don't only see me, you see Scottie Pippen, all 6 championships I won. So he actually, in his Hall of Fame speech, he actually gave Scottie Pippen the props that he deserved. But I want to talk to you about what you meant about without Scottie there would be no Jordan. Like explain to me what you meant by that.
Oh yeah, for sure. A lot of times, sorry if you can't see me, but a lot of times we get so confused off the points and stuff. And we think that's the best player on the team. You can judge a player by when the two people separate. You got two great players and they separate. What happens? What happened to Jordan when he separated from Pippen?
You
What,
mean you
one to
mean
nine?
you mean Jordan first 3 years in the league? His
You
first
mean,
3 years in the
you mean
league.
after that?
After that,
Yeah,
when he was with the Wizards.
yeah. When he separated, when he had Pippen and when he separated from Pippen, what happened?
I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and let you respond to that, Justin.
No, I'm gonna let him finish his point first.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah. Okay. So you got one guy that's 1-9 in the playoffs, and you got another guy who was robbed and should have been in the NBA Finals with that robbery we saw against 99 2000 season versus the Lakers, being up double digits with 4 minutes left.
Okay,
And
okay.
that's okay. And then like I said, and then you got the guy who does the dirty work on the team. So you got Scottie, you got the guy who's guarding the toughest players. You got the guy that's grinding every night. Jordan, obviously, we know Jordan's a great player, but it just baffles me when we always consider him the greatest of all time. When we got all these great players like Scottie, because even when Jordan retired, what happened? The Bulls wasn't too off. Like what they lost or won one or more, one game less or one game more. I don't remember, but it wasn't too far off. So yeah,
Somebody put y'all mic on. Somebody put y'all mic on mute.
I just got a hard time believing that a guy who wins 6 rings with somebody that never couldn't get there to the big dance when that person left, that he just was the reason that everything happened. I just have a hard time believing that. If anybody can help me out.
All right, somebody put their mic on mute. All right, there we go.
I personally think Kareem's the GOAT. I don't understand why people consider Michael Jordan the GOAT when he doesn't lead in anything. Like what does Michael Jordan lead in, like in all time? What does he lead in?
Facts.
I
Okay.
don't understand. Yeah.
I'm a respond to that. First of all, I got as of last championship, I got LeBron as the GOAT. As
There's a lot
as
of
a
marketing and hype that's involved in that assessment.
as in last championship, I got LeBron as the GOAT. As in Jordan going 1-9, in his first 3 seasons. I mean, he was young. He was just getting into the league. They lost against Milwaukee, which Milwaukee was a very good team. They lost against the Celtics, which before the 96 Bulls, the Celtics was labeled as the greatest team ever. So as of him being 1-9, that is factual, but you got to look at that's when he first came into the league. Now, when Pippen came, when he actually got his first playoff series win, Pippen during that season was coming off the bench. He came off the bench. He was averaging 7 points. So I don't know if you could actually say that he 1-9 without Pippen, because Pippen was still on the bench when he actually won his first playoff series. And that year, his Jordan first year, he was 35 points per game. He was like 6 rebounds per game. He was 5 assists per game. All NBA first team, all defensive first team, steals leader, MVP of the league. Now,
He had to retire twice though. He wasn't even
no,
the mentally toughest player on the team.
that was before he retired. That was his 4th year in the season.
Right.
That was his
But
4th year in the season when Pippen came. Now I'm not talking about winning championships yet. I'm just saying that's what Jordan did while Pippen was coming off the bench. So you could say that the Bulls wouldn't have won 6 championships without Pippen. That's not far fetched. You could say that, but you can't say that there would be no Michael Jordan without Scottie Pippen, because Jordan was clearly headed to be a great player, top 15, top 10 player without Scottie Pippen. He was headed that. Now, if you want to say he wants to get 6 championship rings without Pippen, that's fine. But you gotta also remember Jordan first finals, when he finally got to the finals, he led the team in points with 32 points per game, and he led the team in assists with 11 assists per game. So
but what I
but
don't mean to cut you off, brother, but okay, I know I'm going off to something else, but okay, for example, Magic Johnson, he got 2 Finals MVPs. He didn't lead the team in points. So when does it become the team leading the team in points, meaning that you're the most valuable player?
hold on. I didn't just say points. I said his first finals. I said Jordan first finals. He led the team in points and he led the team in assists. 32 points per game, 11 assists per game. And if you look, I know they got a meme out there with Jordan with Pippen finals run where Jordan got almost double the amount of points, but Pippen got everything else. But if you look at the numbers, Jordan does have double the amount of points. Everything else besides rebounds is pretty close. So if you could give me a player that's going to give me a lot of points and a little bit of everything else, I would take that. But the only thing is, like I said, Scottie Pippen, he my favorite player of all time. When I first started watching basketball, Jordan was retired. Scottie Pippen was the man in Chicago. My daddy was a big Chicago fan. But how I look at it, Jordan would have been Jordan without Scottie Pippen. He might not have those 6 rings, but he definitely would have been Jordan. I'm gonna give it to
He
you.
would have been Jordan off the brand. I don't mean I'm not gonna talk to him and let the other guys talk. He would have been Jordan because of his brand.
How do you build a brand? How do you build a brand? How do you build a brand?
Of winning.
No. An individual player don't build a brand off of winning. An individual player build a brand off of his success. Jordan was building a brand when the Bulls was losing. Jordan was already building his brand when the Bulls was losing.
But I mean, because they saw the potential in Jordan, though. It wasn't that if he had to continue to been a loser, he wouldn't have been getting those deals. I mean, but like I said, I'm gonna let somebody else.
Go ahead, Justin. Go ahead, Justin.
As the only person who probably didn't see this live, I'm coming in from a back page perspective. As far as the GOAT thing, I have Jordan third. It's neither here nor there. But
I don't see it live either, bro. So it's all good.
Yeah, so I have him third. That's neither here nor there. But in regards to this conversation, I don't think that Jordan is universally considered the GOAT, but the GOAT to most people if he doesn't have Pippen. Now I agree.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Now I agree. Mike would have been amazing. He would have scored 30 points a night. He would have probably won 2 or 3 championships with another good player in the 90s. I agree with you. But to get 6 of them, especially the way they did have 2 of the best defenders on the wings ever. They did everything that was a combo. Mike said it, like you said, Mike said it himself in his Hall of Fame speech. You can't speak Michael Jordan without speaking Scottie Pippen, because they needed both of them simultaneously to get done what they need to get done.
Yeah, and I open my whole argument by saying, if you want to say Jordan wouldn't have won 6 without Pippen, that's fine. I actually agree with that. But just to say Jordan would have been Jordan, that's different.
I mean, Jordan said himself he would have been Jordan without Scottie Pippen.
He would have got a couple, because Hakeem got 2 in the 90s, and his second best player was Kenny Smith. Like,
on one of those runs, his second player was Clyde Drexler on the.
You're right. But he got one on Kenny Smith. Like,
yeah.
I feel like Jordan would have got 1 or 2, 3. Like,
go ahead, jump into this, John Rich. I want to hear from you. Oh shit! Hold on. Oh, my bad.
Oh no, that's me. I had my mic mute. My bad.
Okay.
So y'all debating on who's the actual GOAT, and y'all kind of jumped in late here.
Oh, so this how it started. Scottie Pippen said he cringed at being called the sidekick. That he was the real leader. He said that's going to be in his book. That's gonna be in his
Yeah.
book come November. But to me, I mean, I don't know if you want to call Scottie Pippen a sidekick. I mean, I wouldn't personally call him a sidekick, because I think he was just important to that Bulls team as Jordan was. I think he was just important. But to say that he was a real leader, that kind of threw me off a little bit, because we seen what happened where Phil Jackson drew up a play for Tony Kukoc, and he was all upset about it. And the thing that made it worse, the play actually worked, and the Bulls
Yeah,
ended up
yeah,
winning.
yeah,
The Bulls ended up winning, and basically sent that game to a game 5, or whether if the play wouldn't have worked, the Knicks would have went up 3-1 instead of the series being tied 2-2.
yeah,
So Scottie Pippen had his chance to prove that he was the leader. But if you go back, Bill Cartwright, old time, he won 3 championships with the Bulls. He said he went up to Scottie Pippen. He's like, bro, I'm disappointed in you, bro. Like,
yeah,
like you, that's not a leader move. Like, I'm really disappointed in you.
yeah.
So that's the only part that kind of threw me off when he said I was a real leader. So I just wanted to get your thoughts about that.
So I mean, Pip my favorite player of all time, first and foremost. So I tend to give Pip a lot of leeway on some of the crazy stuff he be saying, because he done said a lot of crazy stuff over the years. Definitely without Pip, it's no 2-3 peats. Of course, as good as Mike is, he definitely would have got some rings without Pippen. I'm not going to even question that. He eventually would have got something. I don't see 6 happening without Pip, but he definitely would have got something. As far as him saying he was the real leader, I think when Jordan was there, he might have been the real locker room leader at the time when Jordan was there, because everybody know Jordan was an asshole. You know what I'm saying? Look, hey, I'm trying to win. I'm trying to do it my way. You either get with it or get going, and a lot of people don't respond to that. You know what I'm saying? It's the same way Kobe was. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people just don't respond to that type of leadership. And the Bulls might have had that. You know, they might have had those players that ain't what we really trying to rock with. So Pippen might have been the locker room leader while Jordan was there. Then going back to the situation you brought up when he got the play drawn up for Kukoc instead of him, you know, I'm not gonna lie, I might feel some type of way about that too if I was Pippen. You know, I done kind of been in Jordan's shadow these last couple of years. You know, I've been doing this behind the scenes. Then finally, when it's my turn to maybe I could come from behind the scenes and be that dude, you give it to somebody else. I could kind of feel.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I'm
feel
still.
what you,
I ain't gonna refuse to not go in the game. Damn, I'm gonna be on the flow, but I'm definitely gonna have to let Phil know how I feel about that after. Like, hey, Phil, look, you know, everybody know I'm I'm the man on this team. When Jordan was here, Jordan was the man. I played my role. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Jordan not here. Let me be that dude now. But you know that. So I mean, I think that situation definitely kind of dampen how people view Pippen as an actual leader. So I mean, you know, it's something that happened. It's definitely a stain on his resume. You know, and I mean that's something he might explain in the book on where he was coming from when all that happened. You know what I'm saying?
well,
Uh,
what I think about it, because Steve Kerr said that because they would have games where Scottie Pippen was scoring single digits, but he was
Mhm.
still the best player on the floor. That a
Yeah,
bunch of people on the Bulls said it. I heard Steve Kerr said it. I heard Phil Jackson said, and that I think in that particular situation, he had the right to feel that way. He did, but at the same time, during the game though. Like, don't
yeah,
go
yeah, yeah, yeah,
talk to Phil after the game. Like,
yeah,
I ain't as much times I seen the Bulls play, and I watched a lot of games. Like, I ain't never seen Jordan act like that on the court. Like, we say Jordan an asshole. We say Jordan an asshole, but you seen his asshole side like in practice, outside the
yeah,
court, but actually on the court. Like, I seen him encouraging teammates, like on
facts,
the actual court. I didn't see that asshole side of him on the court.
facts.
And that's just what I think. I think Jordan and Pippen was the leader of that team. No question about it. No
Yeah,
question about it. But
yeah,
I just thought that Pippen shouldn't have said that, I was the leader. Like, no, y'all both was the leader. Like,
Yeah, it's definitely worded terribly. It's definitely worded terribly. I mean, because you got different type of leaders. You got leaders by example. You got locker room leaders. You got leaders on the court like a Chris Paul. You know, he ain't the best player on the team. Don't even know if he. I mean, I don't know if he's a locker room leader. You got a lot of reports. Chris Paul is an asshole too.
yeah, but on the court,
he unquestionably the leader on the court, though. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's definitely more than one way to skin a cat. So yeah, saying he was the real leader, you know what I'm saying, definitely was a terrible way for him to word that, you know. Especially when you got a coach like Phil on the sideline. Now, Phil was the real leader. You know what I mean? you know, he making all that run, but yeah, I mean, it was a bad way for him to word that.
Hey, I just want to introduce y'all to my my dog from CA Sports Talk. He from he be on that other U3 Sports Talk. I just want to introduce y'all to y'all. Very knowledgeable cat. I want to introduce y'all to y'all because I wanted to respond to his earlier comment. I think you said, what does Jordan lead in? Why do people consider him the GOAT? This what I think. This what I think, to be honest. I think Jordan is just that he accomplished so much, and he accomplished so much than Kareem, because Kareem played what, 19-20 seasons.
Yeah.
Kareem played Jordan played 15 seasons, and that's including the Wizards years.
Jordan Wizards years. That's including the half a year he played.
Yeah,
and that's including the broke foot year.
Jordan averaged 30 points. That's including the Wizards years. You know what I'm saying? Like, right. Like Jordan won six titles in 15 years. When him and Scottie Pippen got together, when he got his Robin, they won 6 titles in 10 years. Like Kareem, when Kareem got his titles, Kareem had the talent. You know, he had the talent. Kareem won MVP one year without making the playoffs. Like, like I think Kareem a great player. I got Kareem third. For the record, I got LeBron first. I got Jordan second. I got Kareem third. For the record, yeah, I think Kareem was a great player. But when it comes to the difference between him and Jordan, Kareem needed that point guard, you know, to get him to score the ball. Kareem had an unstoppable move. He did have an unstoppable move, but he never averaged 37 points per game like Jordan did. Jordan averaged 37 points per game and shot 48% from the field. Like, I just give the edge to Jordan over Kareem. But like I was saying, I got LeBron first, and we'll talk about why I got him first on another podcast. I got Jordan second. I got Kareem third. What's up, Will?
What do you do, baby? What do you do?
Hey, you want to talk about the subject we were just talking about? Scottie Pippen quotes he had made.
Yeah, it kind of remind me of kind of like how I'm like the GOAT as far as in sports debaters, as far as debating, and then you got guys like you know Mike, Justin, Jeremy, and Kenny. You know they come through saying that they the real leaders and stuff, man. You know, we just kind of gotta look at that stuff, man, and kind of take it for what it is and just keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? Scottie, an all-time great. But let's pump the brakes on him being that guy in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? Let's pump the brakes on that.
Yeah.
But if you look at history though, bro, and this is what I wanted to kind of address. I was joking with that stuff, man. But if you go through all these championship teams, not just the Bulls, you know, you look at the Lakers championship teams, Boston Celtics, all of that stuff, man. Any team, second best player can say, hey man, they wouldn't have won without me. Well, you're the second best player, of course not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like it just don't happen. You know what I mean? Like you removed KD and Clay got hurt. Toronto won the championship. You know what I'm saying? Like you can say that, you can go down the list, man. So for to just say, I won't say Scottie is wrong for saying that you know, Jordan wouldn't have won 6 without him or whatever the case may be or whatever the comment was. I mean, that's common sense, man. You're the second best player on the team for a reason. You remove the second best player from most of these championship teams, man, they probably don't win the championship either.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Will. Hey, this topic I made just for you. This next topic I want to talk about, because when I looked into it, I like, because when you will always say it to me, but it never clicked on me. You'll say Jimmy Butler. He's a guy that's gonna give you 20 points. He's gonna give you 7 assists. He's gonna give you 6 rebounds, and he's gonna guard your best player. And you said it so many times, but it never rung to me. I thought of Scottie Pippen when you said that. when you said that he averaged 27 and 6 and guard your best player. So, and I thought about it. Okay, Jimmy Butler took his team to the championship, but he ran into that bug saw against the Lakers.
Right.
Took Scottie Pippen almost. Well, he that one season he had with the Bulls when it was just him, the man. He went to Game 7 in the second round, but that was his season to go to the championship. So, would you compare Jimmy Butler to Scottie Pippen? Like Scottie Pippen would be Jimmy Butler in this era, and Jimmy Butler would be Scottie Pippen in that era. Would you say that?
It's close, but I think Scottie Pippen was more of a point forward than Jimmy Butler is. Like Scottie Pippen actually, Jimmy Butler has gotten better with that like over the years, man. But Scottie Pippen could have legit been a point guard. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
I
mean, he was basically the point guard on that team, basically.
yeah. And he kind of ran point guard in Portland too, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Whenever Stoudemire came out the game, he ran the point.
Yeah, I was just about to say Stoudemire.
But yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty cool comparison, man. Because they both gonna compete defensively, and they gonna give you what they give you offensively, man. I always said that Jimmy Butler gonna give you 20. Don't expect him to exceed that all the time. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna give you that 20 though. He might go for the occasional 40, but at the end of the year, that boy number's gonna be 20 points. 6 rebounds, 5, 6 assists, and that's what it is. Like, that's Jimmy Butler. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's a cool comparison. I would have liked to see Jimmy Butler play with second fiddle to like a I think he would have fit nicely like with a Kawhi more than a Paul George would have, because he got that dog mentality. You know what I'm saying? He ain't scared. He gonna rise to the occasion all of the time. You know what I'm saying? But no, I think there's a pretty unique unique probably not the right word, but I think there's a pretty fair comparison with them two.
All right, what's your thoughts on that, Mike?
I'm listening to it. I'm gonna go ahead and agree with it somewhat, because like Jimmy, like how y'all was saying, with Pippen can not score as many points but still be the most effective player on the court. I've seen Jimmy Butler do that on most occasions. Like he can have that 20-25 point night, but he can also have that 6-point night with 16 assists and still be the most effective player on the court. So as of right now, I can't think of anybody else. I would say Kawhi, but I think Kawhi is twice the player that Scottie Pippen is. But that's another day for another topic. But yeah. So
twice the player. All right. What's your thoughts on that, Justin?
In the general sense of the comparison, it makes sense in terms of they're two-way players. Neither one you would love as your primary offensive option. Either one you would love to have on your team because they guard the other team's best player, and like Wilk said, magically end up with 20 points a game somehow, some way. But yeah, Scottie was more of a point forward. He was the initiator in the triangle a lot of the time, so that Mike do a lot of the scoring. Jimmy is more of a finisher to me than an initiator. So I would separate a little bit in that. But in the grand scheme of it, in terms of just a pure comparison, it makes sense for Jimmy to go to Scottie. Not really on the same player level, if that makes sense. Like Scottie is one of the better players in the 90s. I really wouldn't consider Jimmy Butler that high a player currently. But other than that, I don't know if that's just the league getting better. But other than that, it's a pretty fair comparison.
Yeah, I think it's because the league getting better. I think the league is, as far as talent wise, the most talent the league has ever had. That's just my opinion. What you think? What you think? CA3 Sports?
I think it's a pretty good comparison. I just think for their respective eras, I think Scottie Pippen was way better when comparing to the to the rest of people in the league. But I think when it comes to what they offer to the table, it's a really good comparison. I think Scottie Pippen was a little better on defense and was a better initiator. And I think Scottie is number one option. Maybe probably is a bit better scorer. But I think it's a very fair comparison. I like when it comes to just impact on the floor. Like Scottie Pippen doesn't have to be the leading scorer to be the most impactful player on the floor. The same with Jimmy Butler. So I think it's a very fair comparison.
Hey,
what's up, Will?
I feel all that. I'm gonna just say, I don't know if I agree with Scottie. Scottie the better defender. I'm gonna say that.
Yeah,
Scottie also had the
yeah,
benefit of hand checking. Scottie didn't guard.
that's true.
Scottie didn't have to guard as many skilled players as Jimmy Butler. You feel what I'm saying?
That's
But I
facts.
do agree Scottie the better defender. But I do think players
Yeah.
today are harder to defend because you can't hand check and players are more skilled.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Anthony B. Daniels, I'm gonna let you get into this one. What you did you hear what was going on? Oh, my man be frozen. All right, John Rich, I'm gonna go to you next, John Rich.
I mean, bouncing back on what I said, man, Pip, my favorite player all time. I mean, I definitely got Pip as being the better player. It's a fairly decent comparison to have to each other, especially for lack of comparisons to somebody like Pip. You know what I'm saying? It's really not a lot of people you can really compare to Pippen throughout history. The ones that you can compare to, they do something significantly better than Pippen did. You know what I'm saying? If you want to compare him to Grant Hill was a significantly better scorer than Pippen was. You know what I'm saying? But now Pippen was a better defender, better facilitator, but they were both that all-around player. But Pippen could score like Grant Hill could.
Yeah.
A lot of people want to compare him to Bron because of the point forward thing. Bron, like, nah, you know what I'm saying? So it's as far as lack of comparison, because there's not a lot of point forwards out there. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of who you got to give it to because he has the defensive side too. But yeah, I think Pippen is a better defender. I think he had a wider range on who he could defend. Scoring, they both the same. Honestly, in my opinion, I would be eager to see what Pippen would be like scoring the ball in today's NBA with not that great of a jump shot. Whereas Jimmy don't have a good outside shot, but he kind of nice from mid range. You know what I'm saying? So I'd kind of be eager to see the comparison on those. But as Justin said, I feel Butler is more of a finisher than a facilitator that Pitt was. If you want to talk about their speed, sprint, all that, you know, it's all kind of similar. So I mean, it's a nice comparison. I definitely got Pip because the fact that they're known as defenders and Pip is the better defender, I'm gonna give that edge to Pip on that one. I do think Jimmy can be a more explosive scorer at times than Pippen. You know, was saying, you know, Jimmy gonna give you your 20 throughout the season, and that's what it's gonna be. I feel like Pitt was kind of that same way. Pitt was gonna get you that 16 to 20, and that's what it was gonna be. But it was gonna constantly be within that realm. Whereas Jimmy has some nights where he might not show up, but then he might come back for a little 30-point on you, little 35. You know what I'm saying? And you're looking at it like, damn, Jimmy, why you can't do this all the time, bro? You know what I'm saying? In the finals last year, he had that 40-point game. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn, where the hell did Jimmy be all the time, man? You know what I'm saying? And I actually think Jimmy is a better shooter than Pip too. The last 2 years he just fell off. I don't know what happened. But
Yeah, I agree with that.
right. So I actually think he's actually a better shooter. But if you want to put the whole scope of skill set, talent, especially accomplishment all together, I still got Pip.
All right, CA Sports. Let me hear your thoughts about that.
Yeah, I already talked about it.
My bad. Well, look, we're gonna go ahead and get into this. We're gonna talk about the NBA playoffs a little bit. Talk about the 2 games last night. Justin, I want to start with you first. We're gonna talk about the late game. I seen this stat last night that Paul George, 10 times in his playoff career, he shot under 25%.
Oh my gosh.
That's third worst in NBA history. That's third worst in NBA history.
Oh.
Like, explain to me what's going on with the Clippers last night, because I keep losing money on them. I be thinking, man, maybe they're gonna shake back. Kawhi gonna have a big game. Paul George, Reggie Jackson. I keep thinking they're gonna come in and win, but I keep losing money on them. So explain to me what's going on with the Clippers.
Yeah. First off, in regards to that stat, Jesus Christ, Paul George, Lord Jesus. Amazingly, the person that has the most is Bob Cousy with 13, and Bob Cousy somehow won like 8 championships with the Celtics. That's neither here nor there. I don't know how that's possible.
Hey,
But
trash in the 50s.
It's Bob Cousy with 13. It's like he's got like 9 rings, but that's neither here nor there. In regards to the precipitous fall off from Paul George, All-Star to Paul George, I don't know why you're on the court. I honestly have no rational explanation. Like the only thing I can say is that it's in his head at this point, because you can't go from as high as he plays. He was third in MVP race in OKC. He's a consistent All-Star level player, and he gets to the playoffs and he can't throw a brick in the ocean, standing in a boat in the ocean. I don't know how. It doesn't make sense. I completely don't understand it. In regards to why they keep losing basketball games, Tyronn Lue is a hell of an adjuster. His opening chess moves usually suck. And so
Yep.
he threw out Pat Bev for 21 minutes, and Rondo got a DNP.
I don't know why Terrence Mann didn't play either, but
yeah, Terrence Mann was just sitting there next to him, had the best seat in the house. DeMarcus Cousins, that was nice for those 5 minutes, I guess. I don't like I don't get the opening move, and you burning Kawhi into the ground because Paul George can't throw a brick in the ocean. Pat Bev, every time he shoot, I chuckle. Nick Batum, me, congratulations. Like I don't understand what his opening move is. And is somebody gonna guard Donovan Mitchell, or try to guard Donovan Mitchell, or stop going under screens on Donovan Mitchell? One of the above works for me. I don't understand what Tyree got going on with his life, but hey, I guess I'll figure it out or go home and one.
All right, Anthony B. Daniels, explain to me what's going on with the Clippers, man.
Okay.
They still.
he looked
All
frozen.
right, CA Sports, I'm gonna come to you, man. What's going on with the Clippers?
I mean, the problem with the Clippers is that it's just Tyronn Lue. He makes stupid adjustments. Like why? I don't understand why Rondo's not playing. Why is he not playing? Like explain that to me. You just started playing Luke Kennard. That's good. I don't know why you weren't playing him from the start. I don't know why you went away from Terrence Mann. He was a big reason why you guys came back in that Maverick series. And I don't know why you keep playing Zubac so many. Why are you starting Zubac, bro? You guys are really 0-5 when he plays over 18 minutes. Why are you playing Zubac? Sit him down. I mean, they just make dumb decisions. I mean, and Paul George, he's just very inconsistent. I mean, he showed up yesterday when he started attacking the rim, which he should be doing all the time. I don't know why he just decided to do that yesterday. I think we could have got a little bit more from Kawhi yesterday. I think they probably could have won, but it's not good. Losing to the Utah without even their starting point guard. Like that's not a good thing. You guys are down 0-2 again. You guys are put in a hole. I don't think it's gonna be hard to get out of that hole, especially when you guys don't really have a true home court. Because ain't nobody coming to your Staples Centers games. So it's just it's gonna be hard to get at that hole, especially if Mike Conley can come back and be effective later on in the series.
All right, we'll jump into this. What's going on with the Clippers?
Man, PG-13 sad, bro. I don't really know like how else to put it. Like y'all already dropped the little crazy stat line. How many games they bought him shot under 25%. That's crazy. But a lot of it is Ty Lue as well with his adjustments, or lack thereof, with his rotations, or lack thereof. It's a lot of stuff going on over there. But I think the two biggest people to blame right now, man, is Paul George and his Tyronn Lue, man. I just seen they lost Ibaka for the rest of the postseason too.
Yeah.
think his back or something like that. So that's a big blow. But I don't know, man. I don't really see what they can do to fix it. It really just looks like Paul George don't look comfortable, man. It look like his confidence. I don't know what it is. Man. I don't know if he's still worried about that leg or, you know what I mean? Like it could be a mental gap or something. You know, I really don't know what it is, but he does not look comfortable at all, man. And Paul George can't. I mean, Kawhi Leonard. This a different monster than when he was in Toronto and the cards and the chips kind of fell the right way, man. I don't think he can carry this team in the West. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he can just kind of power them through. And then it was kind of cutting in and out, man. But somebody made a point that Tyronn Lue not playing Rondo. See, the problem is when Kawhi Leonard was in Toronto, you still had guys like Kyle Lowry, who was really like the leader of that team. Kawhi Leonard was the best player, but Kyle Lowry was that leader. And by you not putting Rondo on the floor with this dude, you know what I'm saying? You're losing leadership. You know what I mean? He's not a vocal guy. Kawhi Leonard not a vocal guy. So you need a guy like Rondo in to kind of jerk the slack out of guys like Reggie Jackson who gonna pull it too much. He never met a shot he didn't like. If the ball touched Reggie's hand, Reggie putting that thing up. I promise you that. Like Reggie gonna shoot that thing for real. And then you got Paul George. You need a leader on the floor, man, that's gonna encourage him, kind of stroke his ego a little bit and like, hey, come on, man, like you got this. You know what I'm saying? And that's not Kawhi Leonard, man. That's why I really believe that's why we saw Paul George play the way he played at OKC. Because regardless of what anybody want to say, I say Russell Westbrook is a great teammate. I think Russell Westbrook was encouraging that man, Brian, and letting him be himself. And you need a guy like Rondo in there who's gonna do the same thing. Because it's guys that played with the Celtics, like Big Baby Glenn Davis. He said that's one of the main differences he saw between like a Rondo and a Chris Paul. That Rondo, if you missing shots, he's still gonna encourage you and give you the ball and like, come on, man, you got this. Paul George needs somebody like that out there, man. It's a confidence issue, and they got to get over that, bro, if they want to make a run. But if they lose game 3, they out of there, dog.
Raps.
I 100% agree with you when you say Paul George need that person to give him confidence. Because when Kawhi Leonard was injured this year, I don't know if you remember this, John Rich, but remember we played the Clippers at the end of the season, Clippers versus Portland, and Kawhi was out. And Paul George was that man, and like the team was going to him. After the game, DeMarcus Cousins came out and he said, "Man, I don't know why people disrespecting Paul George during the game. You seen Pat Bev hyping him up. Like that's when Kawhi was out. So you had everybody surrounding him, and he had a hell of a game that game. He actually brought the Clippers back, and they end up beating us that game. And that's probably the best I've seen Paul George play all season. And the reason why I bring that up because what Wilt just said, he needs his teammates, not just the leader. I think he needs his teammates, to pump his head up and to give him that confidence. Because right now he just not playing with confidence right now. So I 100% agree with you, Wilt. I'm gonna come to you next, Mike. What you think?
I think everybody pretty much touched on it. You got the Lou Williams situation, like y'all said, but Rondo makes no sense. Rondo's not on the court. Because he's the floor general. Because Kawhi, I mean, he tries to handle the rock, and other people try to handle the rock, but that's not what he does. Terrence Mann, to me, he could be like the replacement for Lou Williams. I see him as being a great, six man if they can make a deeper run in the playoffs. Paul George situation, he's just not mentally tough. I remember when he was with the Thunder with Utah. And he had that game when they had like 4 or 5 points.
It was 5. It was 5.
It was 5. Yeah, because Westbrook had like 45. I'm like, man,
that was game 6, right? I think that was game 6.
Game 6. Yep, game 6. And I tagged him on Instagram. I'm like, dude, I'm no longer a fan. You're mentally weak. You're mentally weak. Like he's soft, and like he literally responded back to me talking cash. So so I bring that up. Only reason I bring that up just to say Paul George worried about too much what other people think. It's easy to get in his head. You saw Joe Ingles in that series get in his head.
Ooh.
Like Joe Ingles. You let Joe Ingles get in your head.
The tactical.
So that's why I just think
baller, man.
I think they can still get back in this series because Kawhi Leonard, he's the type of player that game 1 and game 2, he's gonna give his teammates a chance. people don't give him credit for this, but he wants to give his teammates a chance to get in the flow of the game. But now they're down 0-2, just like Dallas. He's going to say, screw it. I need to drop 45. I need to drop 40. So I still got the Clippers winning this series. It's going to be tough. It's probably going to be 7 games. But Tyronn Lue got to get it together. He got to get Rondo in there. They're doing too much of watching people. You know, one person attacking 4 people on the wing. It's too much. It's not no ball movement. It's not no, everybody doing their job. So if Paul George can't give it to us on the offensive side, he also got to toughen it down on the defensive side. But you know what? I want Mitchell. I'm gonna lock Mitchell down. I don't care what happened in the past. I'm gonna clamp him down. I'm gonna lock him down. I'm gonna give him a tough 22 points, tough 20 points, and it's gonna be a tough series. But we'll see what happens.
Hey, Wilk, on the last the podcast was on with Sean. Shout out to Sean. He just saluted us in the chat. But the reason I bring this up, because remember Sean told us, he like, man, I think Utah the best team in the NBA, and they're gonna win the championship. How Utah playing right now, he might not be too far from that. So
they don't even have Mike Conley right now. Like, put that in perspective. Like, just
unless Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving decide to take sabbaticals, that's not.
But Mingo,
Utah ain't winning the championship.
They might win the West.
I don't care. Utah ain't winning the championship.
I think they're the most. I think they're the most complete. I wouldn't say they're going to win the championship. I think they're the most complete team left, though.
I give it that.
We might have to comment. We might have to calm it down with Utah because they gave up 3-1 lead last year. So we got to chill for a second.
They didn't have Bogdanovich though. They didn't have Bogdanovich though. Let's put that in context. Just saying.
Hey, but Reginald Mingo from the sports group, our Facebook sports group, CA Sports. We got a Facebook sports group. Got almost 3,000 people up in it. Yeah, it's we deep. But Reggie said PG supposed to be a superstar. He shouldn't need none of that. He shouldn't need all them conference boosters. I mean, I don't think PG a superstar. He a star, all-star.
He hasn't been a superstar.
That man not a superstar, bro.
No.
Even still, bro. Like,
he was on his way to being a superstar.
I think he's saying he should be a superstar, but I mean,
I can't say should.
I wouldn't say should. Sure.
I don't know.
I don't know. They got no should.
He should be, but he's just underperforming. He had the Heat team in trouble back in the day with the Pacers, so he should be a superstar. He was looking like a superstar back then.
That man snapped his leg in half since then, though.
Hey, John Rich, you gave me your thoughts on the on that series, John Rich.
Nah, but I mean, everybody already kind of touched on it, man. It's the same issues Clippers had last year. They thought they fixed it by getting Rondo because it was not having a point guard. So okay, well, let's go get Rondo. He'll do that. But then y'all not putting him in. So it's like, all right. So what the point of that was, you know what I'm saying? They made Doc Rivers the scapegoat, and it was, it wasn't Doc Rivers. Because the Mavs just took y'all down to the wire again. If KP wouldn't have left his game in the regular season, y'all would have been bounced first round. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's just, I think it's the curse of the Clippers. Like, y'all are the Clippers. You know what I'm saying? It just kind of is what it is. Y'all gonna have talent. Y'all gonna be good, but y'all just not going to do what people expect y'all to do. You know what I'm like? At this point, it got to be what it is. You know what I'm saying? Even going back to Chris Paul and them, like, y'all had the talent. Y'all shouldn't have been losing to teams y'all were losing to. But it's just that's just the Clippers away. I don't know.
Justin, you wanted to respond to that?
I did. First of all, Kristaps Porzingis left his game on draft night. Second of all, I just want to know why Doc Rivers has not adjusted for the Clip. Oh, he's not there no more. Because Paul George told us on All the Smoke that Doc Rivers had this man running around like Ray Allen, and that's why he was hitting the side of backboards. Last year, Doc Rivers hadn't been coaching the Clippers this year. And Paul George shooting 3 for 17. I want to know whose fault that is. Is it Lou's fault? Is it Chauncey Billups? Is it Jerry West? Maybe I just want to know whose fault that is. Because
I don't understand Paul George, man. Because if you saw last night, he actually played pretty well last night when he started attacking the basket. Why? You started attacking the basket more. You're a 6'8". You're 6'8" to attack the basket, man.
No, he about 9'16" at times.
I'm truly convinced the NBA players don't realize how tall they are. Like, it's got to be a thing. Like, dude, you're 6'8". Like, go dunk. Like, I can't.
Like, another motherfucker 6'8" guard them too.
Yeah, but like, you 0 for 5 from 3. Go dunk it. Like, go do something. Don't shoot another one.
Mike, I want to start with you on this next series. Mike, we want to talk about the first game last night. Before the series started, I said before the series started, I said the Nets in 7. But after watching the first 2 games in Brooklyn, and watching last game last night, hoping Milwaukee could win another one so they could push it to 7, but it's not looking that way. What you think on the Brooklyn and Milwaukee series?
I think that one's over as well. Nets in 5. You know, just to be able to easily smack a team by 40 points constantly. You know, Bucks. They put up a good fight, but you know they won by 3, and they just have to do too much just to win 3 more games. I just don't see it happen. Like even if it's in 6 games, it's gone. Like you got your Durantula, you got Kyrie. I'm not sure. I've been paying attention to James Harden coming back this series, or what's
he probably won't come back.
He won't come back.
This series going.
But I just think the Nets still just got too much, and you know, Antetokounmpo, like what I just posted in the group, he's showing you that he ain't got no bag. Like if he ain't, you know, running down the court full speed and you put a wall up there, he's showing us the same Antetokounmpo every playoff. He can't get teammates involved. He can't get past that wall. He can't make the shot that you need him to make. And you know Durantula is going to make that jumper. You know Kyrie is going to make that jumper. You know even Blake Griffin now is going to make that jumper. You know Harris is going to make that jumper. So it's just too much. It's just too much. So yeah, I got the Nets.
I don't know why I thought of Tobias Harris whenever you said Harris. I just thought of Tobias Harris.
Hey man, we can talk about the best power forward later, baby.
All right, CA Sports, what you think about that series?
I originally picked the Bucks to win in 7 games, but they're not going to win the series anymore. Like them 3 games just showed me that. I just thought the Bucks would take advantage of the mismatches they had. They had mismatches all across the board, but they're not taking advantage of them. Like Giannis, you know, Giannis. Yeah, Giannis. He got really no bag, but. Every time that dude has a ball, he literally has space. He can shoot a 15-footer that he'll be open every time. But he thinks he has to go 100 miles per hour at the rim, or he got to take his little one dribble at the top of the key and take a 3. Like you got to change it up, bro. And Chris Middleton, yeah, he played well yesterday, but he had to play exceptional yesterday. I expected him to come out and play better, the first 2 games. That's why I picked him to win. I thought, I also thought, Drew Holiday played a lot better, but they haven't played better, and they didn't. And even though they won Game 3, it didn't really show me much more. Chris Middleton did his thing, but Giannis, of course he did his thing. That's what he's supposed to do. But no one else showed up besides Chris Middleton and Giannis. So that doesn't really. And KD, if KD didn't start off so cold, they would have easily won that game. So I don't see them winning any more than 1 more game. Based off those 3 games I just saw, I don't see them winning more. I don't see this series going more than 6 games.
All right, John Rich, what you think about that series?
So that series been over ever since James Harden got traded there, even though he didn't playing. You know what I'm saying? That team is too good to beat. You know what I'm saying? That's like the Heatles on steroids. You know what I'm saying? That's like a healthy Heatles. Like if Dwayne Wade would have never started getting hurt as much as he did, like that's them. But they all can shoot at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Heatles had different skills. No, they all just could shoot. Like, hey, Harden having a bad day. All right, Kyrie, you go get 30. Look, Kyrie, you having a bad day. KD, you go get 30. Like they all it's crazy. Then you got Joe Harris, who just I don't know if I ever seen him miss before. You know what I'm saying? But
it was crazy to see him miss yesterday. Like I've never seen that man miss.
It's like, damn, Joe Harris missed a shot. What the hell? You know what I'm saying? That's That's just a hard team to beat. And I think so they have physical mismatches. And then we just talked about the mismatches earlier with them, but I don't think they have a skill set mismatch with them. I think with the way the Bucks play offensively, where they put shooters around Giannis, it's cool because it doesn't exploit the skill set mismatches of Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? Which the biggest mismatch would be Giannis with his size and athleticism with anybody that's on there. You know, KD is not no all-world defender by any means. Blake Griffin is not an all-world defender by any means. And so it's like he would be the mismatch, but you got shooters around him. So, I mean, Brooklyn can kind of lollygag.
And they keep playing him at the top of the key. I don't get that.
Well, so that's all I really want to touch on. I know y'all saying Giannis don't have a bag. You're right. He don't have a lot of moves. He doesn't have a consistent jumper or even above average jumper. And I think that at this point, it's a coaching flaw to keep putting him in that position to where that can be taken advantage of. You know what I'm saying? At his size, how better do you think his jump shot will actually get? When he holds the ball, his hand wraps around the ball. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's a person walking this earth that can teach him how to change his mechanics to make him a better jump shooter. It kind of is what it is at this point. So stop putting him in them positions to people can force him to become a jump shooter. You know, I was talking to a dude earlier today. He actually said, well, you know, Bron became a consistent shooter and people can't do that. Well, Bron's hand don't wrap around the ball. You know what I'm saying? Like Bron had a body type where he can still learn. They got people Bron's size. You know what I'm saying? Who can shoot the ball? He can learn how to become a better shooter. But I think with just the way Giannis built, he's probably near his ceiling on how well he'll ever be a mid-range shooter. Especially with the way they use him now, most of his shots are going to come off the dribble. It's not going to come from a catch and shoot. You know what I'm saying? If he was that type of player, we've seen those. I mean, he got a few on his team. He got Brook Lopez, big dude, catch and shoot shooter. He ain't gonna come off the bounce and shoot. It's a different type of mechanic that goes into that type of jump shot. So Giannis coaches need to stop putting him in them positions to do that. And I actually think that started with Jason Kidd when he put him at the point guard. When Jason Kidd made him a point guard for that time, he was there. People was like, "Oh hell, we're gonna treat him like the old Rondo. We're gonna treat him like that." hey, my brother, you just got to shoot that. You know what I'm saying? Now, I mean, he's still gonna get his. He's a freak athlete, elite talent. I mean, so physically, he's still gonna get his, but it's gonna come to the detriment of the scheme of the offense because it's going to have to come in certain spots, and he's not gonna be able to take advantage of any type of defense that he's seen. Where, you know, when you talk about the elite playoff performers, the KDs, the Browns, the Mikes, the Kobe's, no matter what defense you throw at them, they have a skill set, a talent that can take advantage of that. And I think that the lack of Giannis' jump shot with the way they use him is not going to be able to happen. Whereas it was the same thing with Ben Simmons. You know what I'm saying? Hey, he got a new coach this year. His coach ain't doing that to him. He's going to like, hey, my brother, people start backing up off you coming up off that ball. We're going to put the ball, you get your ass down there by the block. You know what I'm saying? It's, I mean, so, you know, and luckily he's doing that at a younger age. He can learn how to play on that block a little better more. So, you know, he'll be a better playoff player down the road. You know, that's something he's got to learn. So, I mean, yeah, at this point, they definitely have to change the approach when it comes to playoff time on how they're using Giannis, man, because he way too good of a player to have a playoff weakness that stands out that much.
All right, Justin, I'm gonna come to you next. What you think about that series?
So my original pick was Bucks in 6. And I'm going to be the first to say that it was more heart over head. I was very open. Because when the Nets came together out of my pettiness, I was like, they're not going to win the championship. And I realized that my best hope at this was the Bucks to pull it off after LeBron lost. So, you know, kind of figured why not throw that Bucks in 6 out there. And then if you check my timeline, I tweeted middle of third quarter game 2. You go ahead and start the bus. This series is over. What the Bucks showed me that they have a chance in Game 3. They showed me they had a chance. They just need Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving to play the worst they played in about 5 years, and they got a good shot. In regards to Giannis shooting, I think he needs to pick a struggle on his jump shot because he's shooting it way too high and he's jumping way too high at the same time to be that tall. He's shooting like he 5'11" and not 6'11". Like he's shooting that thing to the ceiling. You should not know that early. Like the ball goes so high, it leaves the camera screen. He starts running to the goal because he know he missed. And then the ball hits the ground. Like it takes way too long for that ball to come down. He needs to pick a struggle. So either jump high or shoot high. Because your homeboy on the team, what's his name? The center.
Lopez.
Bro, he don't jump. His shot got a good arc, but he don't leave the floor. So you don't know whether it's going in or not. At least he can't tell as soon as he let it go. Oh, that's bad. Like, you know, like pick a struggle.
You always know when Giannis gonna miss it. Like you can just tell he released it too high.
No, Giannis shoot that thing. It's got to be hitting Kareem Banner up there. It has to be.
hey. So do y'all think that? Because this is what I say. I say Ben Simmons is a mid-range jumper from being a top 5 player, and Giannis is a mid-range jumper from being the best player. Do y'all agree with that?
I think Giannis needs to pick the Zion path. Either learn how to shoot a Zion, which is I don't care who's down there. I'm gonna try and dunk it. Like it just doesn't matter to me. As a Pelicans fan, I've watched every Zion game this year, but like 2. It got to a certain point where they put the whole team in the paint. He looked at them and was like, "All right," and tried to like you got to do something, bro. Either get a jumper or go dunk. Like, but doing that terrible dribble crossover that he looked like he watched N1 videos in Greece and tried to learn how to dribble. That's not my boy.
Hey. But my guy Sean from U3 Sports said guys with large hands can shoot. He said see Kawhi Leonard.
I mean, I will say this about Giannis though. When Giannis first came in the league, he had a solid foundation. I think he could have built on. But when he put bulk on, he destroyed his mechanics, and that's why they look like they are right now.
I think he got too big.
I think he probably got too big. I think that might have been what happened. But it looked fine early on. I feel like if he kept his early on shooting mechanics, he could have became at least a serviceable shooter. He could have became.
Yeah, in response to the big hand thing, Kawhi picked the struggle. His shot flat as hell. He jumps like you know what I'm saying. Like y'all just trying to shoot like he 5'11". Like you not Marcus Howard, bro. Go like pick a struggle.
Well, but hey, so to touch on that, like I said, I was having this conversation earlier with a dude that trained like a lot of dudes down in the New Orleans area. And I was actually asking him, what do you see about Giannis' shot that can be fixed? And he was the one that actually pointed out. He was like, man, that dude just not built to be a shooter. Like his body type, no one with that body type has ever been a shooter. Like you can't go through the history of the NBA, anybody shaped like him that can shoot. Kawhi has big hands. His arms are nowhere near as long. His base is not as long. His shoulders is solid for a dude his size. It's not Giannis' shoulders. That's kind of like asking Dwight Howard to have a pull-up jumper with the size shoulders he has. You got the comparison he made was his best bet would be to find whoever worked with Anthony Davis on his shot and get with him, because that's probably the closest he can get to finding somebody with his body type that's a fairly decent shooter. And even Anthony Davis doesn't have the hands Giannis has. And he even pulled up like some videos for me, some pictures, and for how big he is, he has to be a palm shooter. His hands are so big, he can't shoot the ball with his palm because it's just so big. You know what I'm saying? He wouldn't be able to control the ball. So he has to be a palm shooter, and being an off the dribble palm shooter with that big of a hand is just a recipe for disaster. With that long of a base, it's just, I mean, he don't know anybody personally who can fix it because they haven't worked with it before. It would take at least 2-3 years of working with one dedicated shot trainer.
That's a fact, though.
That's a big fact, dog. No, that's a big fact.
You know what I'm saying? You know, somebody with his size just hasn't ever been off the dribble shooter. You got KGs and Tim Duncans and cats like that, but they not coming off the bounce with the way they use them. You know, if they use them differently, somebody can teach them how to shoot those type of shots. But being that face up, I'm at the top of the 3-point line, attacking the goal, so I'm gonna probably have to shoot a pull up jumper like I'm KD. Nah, that's not you. You know, and I mean, you know, and KD is a unicorn of a person. You know, KD probably came out the womb shooting. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, he even tried to take his time. He even had that little ugly little rhythm dribble. He tried to. Y'all said that ugly little rhythm dribble. Try to shoot.
You're right. You're right. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Wilk, I'm glad. Go ahead, Justin. I'm sorry.
But I'm finna head out though. I'm finna head out, y'all.
All right, CA Sports. Hey, you have a blessed one, man.
You too, man.
If it took LeBron 15 years to finally learn how to shoot a shot that I trust, I don't know. I don't know what Hope Giannis got, big homie. I just don't like.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Wilk, I'm glad you got back on because we're just about to talk about the series. Your squad, of course, Philly and Atlanta. Series tied 1-1. Are you feeling any confident? Do you think Atlanta could actually win this thing, or you think Philly gonna get them in 6 or 7? Which way you headed?
Hey, am I breaking up at all?
Nah, you good.
All right, my phone had died now, and it's bad. Yeah, but anyway, did y'all watch that game? I want to say it was game 1, maybe it was game 2, Brooklyn versus Milwaukee, and old boy asked KD, "Did you expect to be where you are?" And he was like, "You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's kind of the same way. Like what you think I'm gonna say? That's my team. Like, of course I think we can win. You know what I'm saying? Are we gonna win? Probably not. You know what I'm saying? DeAndre Hunter, that injury hurt, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was real confident going into the series because I'm telling y'all, man, I really think we got a legit team. You know what I'm saying? Especially with Nate at the helm. It didn't come into fruition all the way during the season, man, because we had a lot of injuries. You know what I'm saying? And I just thought DeAndre Hunter brought so much to the table whenever he was gonna come back because if y'all watched the previous game, they hid Seth Curry on Solomon Hill. Solomon Hill was in the corner. They hid Seth Curry over there because he's not a threat to put the ball on the floor. You really ain't got to guard him, to be honest with you, because he's gonna miss that thing. You know what I'm saying? So you got a liability out there. Well, if you put DeAndre Hunter out there, you gonna put Seth Curry. Because if you put Seth Curry on DeAndre Hunter, he gonna take him. He's too strong. You know what I'm saying? He can get his own shot. Well, now when you remove him or you put a Tony Snell out there, you got somebody that you can hide Seth Curry on, kind of similar to what we've been doing with Trae Young and hiding Danny Green. I put it in the group. I don't know if y'all saw it, but one key thing that Doc Rivers did in game 2, he put Ben Simmons in that dunker spot opposite of where Embiid was posting up. And in that same corner, they put the man that Trae was guarding in that corner. So you know what that means, right? So if the double team gonna come off Ben, that means Trae got to help down on Ben Simmons. That's easy money. You know what I'm saying? So that was a great adjustment that Doc had, man. But I don't think they're gonna win in a gentleman's sweep. I do think we're gonna get at least one of these games in Atlanta. I don't know if it's gonna be game 3 or game 4, but I do think Nate gonna counter what Doc Rivers did in game 2. I really don't see us beating them without DeAndre Hunter. I think he's a big part of what we do. He's our best perimeter defender, and you can't sleep on him offensively. Now if we do happen to win, it wouldn't surprise me because I really do believe in our roster. But I don't know, dog. It's tough sledding out there because Embiid a dog. I don't think he hurt either. Like, I don't think he hurt, son. Like, this man dropped his career high game 139, and what did he do? He came back game 2 and topped that with 40. Career high in the playoffs, but he hurt.
All right, Mike, let me come to you, Mike. What you think about that series so far, and who you got winning that series?
I got Sixers winning the series. Like my man was saying, like I really do like the Hawks. To me, they got a lot of young talent, a lot of weapons. Losing Hunter, it hurt because you're not going to get 20 every night from Gallinari. You're not going to get 20 every night from Herter. Lou Williams is a shell of himself now. John Collins, to me, he could be the man. He could be a big problem for somebody, but he's not. I mean, if Trae Young is your biggest dog on the team, he's 6 foot, 6'1". I mean, you'll have a tough night. Because Capella, I mean, he's a dog, but he's like skin and bones when it comes to Embiid. So it's gonna be a problem. Ben Simmons, he only had single digits the other night, like 5 points, and they still 4 points. So they 4 points. Embiid had 40. You know my man Tobias. He's always he had 4. Okay. You know my man Tobias. He's always gonna drop his 20.
I don't know.
He's always gonna drop his little 20, 25 points. So I just think it's too much. I think Sixers got too many dogs. They got too many guys that can show up at any moment. Embiid could point night, and then Tobias can come answering the call, or Seth Curry can come answering the call. So I just think it's too much of a problem. So I'd say Sixers in 6. I think Hawks, Trae Young can find a way to get another win, but man, if they get it in 5, I wouldn't be surprised. So I really say Sixers in 6.
6 and 6. All right, Jerm, I'm gonna come to you next. What you think about the series so far, and what's the end result?
My bad. Well, I had to walk away, man. Them badass kids across the street knocking at the door. Hey, boy, them little chair bad, boy. We walking outside straight diapers. Oh no. But not, yeah, man. The injury for the Hawks, which the Hawks been dealing with all year, the injury bug, man. I think that's a big deterrent to them winning that series. I mean, I had Philly in 6 or 5, honestly, earlier. I think that injury just kind of solidified it, because once the Hawks started messing with the Knicks, I knew the Hawks would get past the Knicks. I knew that they would meet up, and I was like, Philly will probably do away with them in 5, 6 at the most. But the way the Hawks came out against the Knicks, I was like, hey, they might make it a series. You know what I'm saying? But then, I mean, it's I don't know. I mean, it's one of those ones. The Hawks are still growing. You know what I'm saying? Where the Phillies kind of been there, so we expect them to do what they have to do in the playoffs. At one point, they were kind of looking like they might come out the East, and the Hawks still got that little learning curve to kind of get over. But I'll give them 6. I'll be nice to them because Wilk on the show. I'll give them 6. But yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of the same situation the Bucks and Nets, and man, it's just too good of a team they're going up against with what they have. You know what I'm saying? I think they playing to the best of their ability. They just don't have what Philly have.
All right, Justin, I'm gonna come to you next. Justin, what you think?
I think my original prediction was Philly in 6. I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm gonna stick with that. Atlanta showed me a lot in that game 1. I'm gonna stick with Philly in 6. Wouldn't shock me if it went 7. I don't know how Embiid's doing what he's doing. He needs. I'm gonna be in the way and tell you he needs to get that knee cleaned up. I don't even know how he's doing this right now. He needs a scope or a trim or something. He needs to get that meniscus repaired. That man hurt, bro. Like you saw in his face in game 1, he was twinging at times. He had a turnaround on Capella and went down the court Winston. I have no idea how he's doing this right now. Is like he fake it? but yeah, I'm impressed by Embiid. Shout out to him for showing toughness. Shout out to Tobias Harris for doing what he did in game 2 until the rest of the team caught up. Trae Young has a height problem because Ben Simmons is guarding him now. So when you got, and in the words of Derrick Rose, he's bigger than me, stronger than me, and just as fast as me. What the hell I'm supposed to do? He was talking about LeBron. He was switching on him in that playoffs. Ben is bigger, stronger, and just as fast as Trae. What Trae's supposed to do? Like he lost that at the gene pool. Like I don't know what he's supposed to do. And you're not getting a whole lot from anybody else on a consistent basis. Like you might end up getting points, but you don't know. You can't walk in the building and say, okay, I know that Hurd will give me 20. I know that Gallo will give me 15. I know Capella will give me 15 and 13. Because Capella is just getting abused right now by Embiid. it's not his fault. Again, he lost out at the gene pool too.
It's nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, like, it's not his fault. Like, I mean, there's only so much you can do. You lost that one at the gene pool too. I just sorry. Like, but I mean, so I give Atlanta one more. I don't think they're gonna lose both of them in the A. So that's why I would give Atlanta one more. Send it back to Philly 2-2. Then Philly probably wins the last two. So Philly in 6.
Yeah, I picked Philly in 7 before the series started. I'm gonna stay by that. I just think Atlanta got a lot of heart. Will, I mean, like you said, I never really watched Atlanta during the season. But a couple of games. So when the Atlanta and the Knicks played, I picked Atlanta at 7 because I thought they were evenly matched. But when when you pointed out to me that Atlanta they haven't played together, like the starters haven't played together much this season, it made me notice. I like, man, when I watched the first Knicks game, I was like, man, these boys good. Like, and I think even without DeAndre Hunter, I think Trae Young is gonna have another big game this series where he do drop 40, 45 points, and that's gonna be enough to push it to tie the series at 2-2. And when it's a different feel when a series tied 2-2 and when it's 3-1. It's just a different confident. It's just a different confident feel. And I still got the series going 7. I think it's gonna go 7 but Philadelphia gonna blow them out game 7. I think they're gonna blow them out game 7. But I still got Philly in 7 though. That's what I think.
Hey man, I just wanted to say, hey, 15 minutes, bro. 15 minutes. The starters played 15 minutes together all season. The
The
starters in that
whole
Knicks
season?
series, them boys played
I didn't know
15 minutes
that.
together all season, dog. That's crazy. Yeah, I know.
Yes.
That's crazy.
That's,
Hey, them boys.
that's one.
Hey,
That's
man, them
one
boys.
quarter. It's basically one quarter in one game out of
Like
72.
them boys went out the game one for the Knicks, like looking at each other, like, who are you? You know what I'm saying? Like them boys ain't know each other. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, I'm not. I still feel semi-confident coming back home, man, and this why. For that reason, man. Like, if y'all know Nate McMillan, and y'all know Nate McMillan because he was the coach in Portland. He always dealt with injuries in Portland. He always dealt with
Mhm.
injuries in Atlanta. I mean, in Indiana. And by us being so hurt all season, I think he has guys that he trusts in the rotation. You know what I'm saying? Like, he trusts Tony Snell and all these guys to get in. They just so limited offensively. But I do believe we got guys that can shoot the basketball, man. Like, I know y'all said you can't rely on Kevin Huerter to get 20. You can't rely on Gallinari to get. Why not? Like, you know what I'm saying? You still got Lou Will. Lou Will actually, in my opinion, won us game 1 when he had a little spurt when them boys was coming back. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
You got guys who can put the ball in the basket. And I think they can steal a game. Now, if they can steal this game tonight, the pressure gonna be back on Philly because we still got home court. Remember that we got home court advantage. So if we can steal game 3 in Atlanta, we going into game 4 with a lot of confidence, up 2-1 with home court advantage. So the series can really take a major shift. And I would tend to lean towards, if we can steal game 3, we would probably become the betting favorites to win the series. In all honesty, and you got to remember, the longer the series go on, if Embiid really is healthy, that's not good for Philly. They want to get this thing over with as soon as possible. I don't think he hurt though. I don't think he hurt because
No.
a man that's 7'1", 270 pounds, the man not moving on them meniscus like that. Hey, that boy good, son. Like he good. He ain't hurt. Hey, that boy good. Or whatever juice he drinking, he should have gave some of that to Yao Ming with that foot.
All right, Mike. Hey, Mike, I'm gonna start with you in this next topic. We're gonna talk about the last series. We're gonna talk about the Suns and the Nuggets. So far, the Suns took the first 2 games of that series. Chris Paul being Chris Paul, Devin Booker being Devin Booker. Do you think the Nuggets still have a chance to actually win this series, or you think it's over?
I think it's over because now the Nuggets have to deal with now they're gonna really have to deal with not having Jamal Murray because the other teams you can say best player or second best player Chris Paul he's gonna take advantage of the defensive efficiencies you have on the other side of the court, so he's gonna take advantage of your point guard that's not there. Jokic, he's gonna get his points, but it's just not gonna be enough. Phoenix, they do too well playing having the ball movement. A great defender and Chris Paul, he knows where everybody's going to be pretty much before they're going to be there. And Devin Booker is shining in the playoffs. Like he doing what we think he should be doing. So I just think Phoenix is too much. I say maybe 5 games and them boys gonna be out of there. I think Nuggets can put up a fight, win 1 game, but I think the boys gonna be out of there pretty quick.
John Rich, I'm gonna come to you next. What you think about that series? Like, does Denver have a chance, or I actually agree with everything you just said, Mike. Do Denver, they don't have enough to compete with Phoenix? Not having Jamal Murray really is hurting them right now. Do you agree with that?
Oh, facts. I mean, now if you say they have a chance, I'll say they have a slim chance, just off the strength of what Jokic can do. But a realistic chance, I don't really see. I mean, the Suns hitting on all cylinders right now, bro. Them and Utah looking, because everybody questioning them. They're not a real 1 seed, they're not a real 2 seed. But throughout the playoffs, they look, they kind of been proving to people why they the 1 and 2 seeds. They've been doing what they've been doing all year. You know what I'm saying? So a realistic chance, nah. I don't think they have a realistic chance. Again, the Suns just hitting on way too many cylinders, which is a well-rounded game. They got like that old school traditional game where everybody does something. It's not like one dude do everything, then you got some people that play off of him. You got everybody got they defined role and they play it to a T. And everybody brings something different to the table. Whereas Denver kind of got Jokic, and then people that just kind of play off of Jokic. You got Michael Porter Jr., who's definitely can put the ball in the cup, but I think them missing Murray to he would put pressure on Chris Paul on the defensive end, like making Chris Paul work defensively or whoever they would put on him. I actually hope they wouldn't put Chris Paul on him. But then also he would put pressure on Chris Paul or Booker if they decided to put him on Booker because he's a great one-on-one defender. So I definitely them missing Murray hurts them for that series. Definitely. I mean, I just don't. I don't see them being a well-rounded enough team to counter what Phoenix does well, which is kind of a little bit of everything, So I don't really give them a chance.
What's your thoughts, Justin?
First off, we got to stop putting his comments on the screen. Thanks. Want to do me a favor. Appreciate that ahead of time. Unfortunately, I have to pick his team, which doesn't make me feel good at all. But yeah, I got Phoenix in 6. I think I had Phoenix in 7 to begin with. But Phoenix in 6. You got Chris Paul and Devin Booker versus Monte Morris and Anthony Campazzo. So that pretty much goes that series. I mean, like,
and me and John Rich can't laugh because we had Dame and CJ versus them same two players.
In your defense, the rest of your crew decided that. Well, in your defense, you had Dame versus them too. I don't know. I don't think CJ got off the bus one time. But more importantly, yeah, I got the Suns in 6. Chris Paul has something like 29 assists and 1 turnover in this series. Game 2, he went for 17 points, 15 assists, no turnovers. He's basically decided that he's going to be the best point guard on planet Earth again. Nobody can do anything about it. And when you got Anthony Campazzo trying to do something about it, there's only so much you can do. and I like Morris, but he trying to guard D-Book. That ain't about to happen. I'm tired of seeing Jay Crowder make jump shots. He could have helped LeBron out a couple times. That's neither here nor there. And I mean, the Suns have decided, shout out Monty Williams, that Jokic can score what he wants. The rest of y'all not about to get no points. So if Jokic want to, and it's unnatural for Jokic to try and go score 50 because he's so used to getting the ball top of the key and spinning around trying to find a little handoff, trying to find the cutters. They leaving him open, but he's not seeing it because he's so used to somebody pressing him and getting back doors. Now he letting Ayton kind of hang in the paint, so you backdoor right into a 7-footer. So the whole strategy of how Denver wants to play offense not working because Monty Williams has backed off. I don't love you. Don't put that up there. And, has decided to back off and basically dare Jokic to score 50 and beat him. And it's unnatural for him to do it.
All right, Wilk, what's your thoughts, Wilk?
Yeah, man. That series over with, bro. I think originally I had Phoenix in 6. I'll probably keep Phoenix in 6. I mean, I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if they won in 4. What's crazy is what I've been watching, man, is that Aiden might be the toughest person for Jokic to even score on, though. I don't know if it's because of the mobility that Aiden has. He can stay in front of him, mixed with the physicality that we seeing from young Aiden throughout the playoffs, man. But he really is a good person to have on Jokic, which is crazy. And then from there, man, I would go as far as to say that you got guys like Bridges and Crowder who are really disturbing Michael Porter. So if you got Michael Porter struggling, you really don't have a second option outside of Jokic. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not about to rely on Austin Rivers. You're not about to rely on Campazzo. Well, Campazzo probably was about 5'10", something like that. It's crazy that Chris Paul not the smallest person on the court. And then you're not about to rely on Monte Morris. Is Will Barton coming back? Because that'll be a boost. That'll be a big boost. Will
He's not gonna make it. He's not gonna make it.
Yeah,
if they go to if you go to the second round, I mean, if they go to the next round, but then he ain't coming out this round.
Oh well, yeah, we're not gonna see him there. If he's not playing this round, we're not gonna see him at all. And then you got Aaron Gordon who's doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? He ain't doing nothing. That boy still on that though. He went that 50 out there for them dunks, man. I don't know if he scored 50 points to playoffs. Like all these games combined. You know what I'm saying? He crying about that 50 for them dunks, which he did get robbed though, but that's another story for another day. I don't see where the scoring is coming from if they continue to give Michael Porter Jr. problems. Because Jokic can't go out there and score 70. You know what I'm saying? It ain't happening. And you can't rely on these other guys to get points. Millsap, shout out to Louisiana Tech, you know what I'm saying? That's my school. Hey, shout out to Big Millsap. It's over with. It's over for Big Millsap. Hey, Millsap be like, he hurting out there, son. Like, I thought that was my daddy running out there. Boy, hey, that boy be hurting, dog. I ain't gonna lie. Millsap, like, he about 70 out there, son. It's over with, man. It's over for the boy, man. Shout out to that boy Sprite. That boy Big Suns fan. Y'all know that boy by Jeremy Anderson, man. My boy Sprite. Hey, them boy nice, man. I mean, it is what it is. Like, I tried to discredit them. I picked the Lakers to win that series against the Suns, and I had to bite that bullet. And they really coming out. Booker really having a coming out party. And a lot of people were saying, I had a debate or something with somebody, and they were saying like Chris Paul, a top 10 player. I don't think Chris Paul is a top 10 player in the league right now. I don't think he's the best player on Phoenix, but I do think he is the most valuable player in Phoenix. He's making the game so much easier for Devin Booker. Like, Booker not really having to create as much. He getting the ball in his spots, and he able to just do what he need to do. He getting the ball in his spots, man. Look, you got to just do what you need to do. Handle business, do what you need to do. And I think that that's very, very vital and very, very important. Chris Paul understands the matchups, who to get the ball to, when to get the ball to him, to kind of take advantage of some of this stuff situationally. And I mean, it's really just showing itself. And y'all already know how I feel about Jay Crowder. Jay Crowder effect, dog. Y'all know how I feel about that boy, man. But Spencer say CP3 a top 10 teammate. So that's easy when it's only 15 on the roster, man. But y'all yeah, that's it. That's all I got, man.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna spend too much time on this one because y'all pretty much hit all the points. I picked the Suns in 7 before the series. I'm going Suns in 5 now. I think that series over. But before we get into the last topic, I want to talk about a disturbing comment I read in the sports group. Somebody on this panel said LeBron James is the 7th greatest player. They say Magic Johnson the 51st greatest player. And they say Kawhi Leonard is the greatest player ever. Somebody on this panel said that.
Small forward.
Small
Say,
forward.
bro,
Oh, small forward.
You ain't gotta keep it all. You ain't gotta keep it all somebody on the panel said that. We all know that's Mike. We all know that's Mike.
Hey,
That ain't
hey,
nobody
even,
but Mike. We know that.
I think
That's
I just
Mike.
want to talk. I just want to talk about the most ludicrous statement. I don't even want to talk about Kawhi Leonard or LeBron. How is Magic Johnson not a top 50 player? That's all I want to know. How is he not a top 50 player?
That's wild.
I mean, there's no disrespect because I mean he's still what top 1% of all time that people play. There's no disrespect. What 4,000, 5,000 people play in the league? If I say he's number 51, if somebody says, you know, what you think of Magic, it's like, oh, he's the top 1% of all times. I mean, there's no disrespect.
That's a good cleanup right there. That's a good cleanup job.
No,
Right
okay, so
But okay, let's go to let's go to let's go back to his original days because this kind of like ties into your question with how you said the top players under 23. That I think you got another question with that. But let me stick to this subject. So Magic Johnson. So when did he win his first championship?
when he was a rookie, in 80,
rookie, right?
in 80,
Question: who do you have on his team? Do you have Kareem on his team?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kareem.
Kareem was averaging what, over 30 and 10 for the finals, but somehow Magic Johnson is the finals MVP. You know what Magic Johnson is? You know what Magic Johnson is? You ever watched Lion King?
Yeah, of course.
So, Kareem is Rafiki and Magic Johnson is Simba. So Kareem has pretty much carried Magic his whole career. Pretty much like, carried him everywhere, kind of like raised him up to be something great.
Hold on. Let's rewind. Let's rewind. All right, John Rich, I'm gonna let you go because there's a reason Magic won MVP. I just don't think you know.
Right.
John Rich, I'm gonna let you take it, John Rich. I'm gonna let you take it.
First of all, Magic started a game in Kareem's spot and dominated that game. A rookie point guard started as the center and dominated that game. That flat out dominated, no question about it. And it was like he that dude. Moved back to point guard, still dominated. But I gotta go back to that Rafiki Simba comparison. That was kind of fire. You say he basically carried Simba his whole life and all this and that. But then if you remember the movie Lion King, Simba learned everything he needed to do away from Rafiki. He was gone half his life. Came back that dude and saved the day. So you can say Kareem was Rafiki. Rafiki was nowhere to be found. Kareem got older. He couldn't carry that team like that. And did the Lakers ever miss a step? No, because Simba was that dude. Simba ain't need Mufasa no more. Simba ain't need Rafiki. Simba brought Nala and the rest of the little lioness and Pumbaa and Timon and brought them and saved the pride land. You know what I'm saying? So,
Hey, bro. Hey, hold on. Hey, hey, hold on. I'm laughing. I'm laughing what Spencer just put in the chat, bro.
Top 50 line. But nah, man. To I don't know, man. To say Magic not a top. First of all, to say Magic not a top 5 player is crazy to me. To say he not top 50.
But we all agree that the league has got more skilled and more talented. So that's like I said, if we're going off percentage wise, top 1% is all time great. Now there's going to be players that's getting better, that's doing better things. That Magic, we know, the youngest MVP / rookie, only rookie to ever win MVP. We know that. With that being said, the talent back then is not as great as it is now. Do we agree with that?
I agree.
Okay, then. So there's no shame in saying that players in the couple 5, 10, 15 years from now are going to be better than what Magic was. There's no disrespect to say that.
Okay, I kind of get what you're saying.
If we don't go for that angle, then we need to start taking Mike out the top 5. We need to start taking it's a lot of people we gonna be bumping down.
He got Mike at 24.
I got Mike at 24.
Like if we doing straight line comparisons that way, I mean, yeah, stuff in life gets better. People learn more. People get better. I mean, it's gonna be somebody a couple of years from now better than Brown. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be somebody a couple of years from now better than KD. Like, I mean, that's as time will go on, people learn from who played before them, and then capitalize on that, add to that. So yes, talent wise, skill wise, people will get better. You can't. Hey, that boy got that good over there.
That's that pineapple pack over there in Hawaii, man.
That's that D15 over there he got. But yeah, I mean, but if you compare what Magic did, kind of piggybacking off of what Kenny said earlier, what like the stuff Mike accomplished in them 15 years. I don't think Magic had 15. Magic had 13.
11 true ones, though.
What he accomplished in that time, and it's the man came back off of AIDS. You know what I'm saying? And was still not. It was HIV.
He's top five point guard of all time.
Like, off of that alone, top 5. He beat HIV, so he top 10 just off of that in itself. You know what I'm saying? I mean, hey man, I can't put that man 51. That's disrespectful. That's disrespectful.
But I'm saying 51 out of 45, 100 players though. I'm not saying the 51 greatest. Now, if I was to say the 51,
that's a nice way to dress it up.
I would say the 51st ranked point guard, and I'm being crazy right now. He's top 5 point guard. We know that. Number 5. I got him number 5. I got Steph. I got Steph 1. I got Tony Parker. I got Isaiah Thomas. I got Russell Westbrook, and then I got Magic Johnson. So we got Steph, Tony Parker, Isaiah Thomas, Russell Westbrook, Magic Johnson.
Oh man,
he's top 5 though.
You got Tony. Wait, whoa. I got a couple things. Hey, Tony got a Finals MVP under 23, so we're not gonna disrespect Tony. Okay,
Magic got like 2.
Okay. So the same argument that you use for Magic Johnson winning the championship his rookie year and having Kareem, but you're gonna say, hold up, Tony Parker, 23 and got a Finals MVP, and you're gonna disregard Tim Duncan. I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna leave that alone because that ain't what I wanted to talk about. What I wanted to talk about is, did you really sit down and make a list of 50 people better than Magic? I need to know. I really need to know if you got a notebook with 51 people better than Magic, because I need you to take a picture and post it. I need to see these names. That's what I need to see. I just want to know if you got a list.
I mean, when I first got back, I was banned from the group for a while. I first got back, I made my list. I did my analysis, I did my studying, I did my research. He's 50. I got him 51.
Do you have that list? I need that list. I need to see it. I need to put I want to go line for line, and I want to see somebody. I want to see that list. Cause listen. You contradicted yourself with the Tony Parker got a Finals MVP before the age of 23. I mean, is that not the same thing with the Magic, Kareem, Tony Parker?
Because Magic still had Jamal Wilkes. He still had Nixon. They was averaging the same amount as he was. He had 4 people averaging plus 18 plus.
Man, come on.
Tony Parker ain't never had that. Tony Parker never had that.
He had that in the 80s.
He's number.
Hold on, Jared. Hold on, man.
He's number 5 all time.
We didn't even get to Mike at 24. Man, look, listen.
At that point, you get drugged.
24. It ain't 24 better athletes in other sports that's better than Mike. You feel what I'm saying? Like, we talking about just the NBA. Like, you can't give me a list of 24 other people that's better than Mike in their respective sports. For that man to be 24 to the NBA. Like, I don't understand what's going on. Like, I don't understand what's going on, man. Like, what are we doing?
So look, hear me out. We got 4,500 people that played in the NBA. He's number 24. You know how high ranking that is? 4,500 people.
Hey, that's high ranking. It's too low. It's too low.
I think it was high. You when you made that list. That's was high.
Hey, Mike. I'm not even gonna ask for 50 people. Just give me 10. Just give me 10. That's better than Mike and
No,
Matt.
no, no, no. I don't want 10. I don't want 10. Hey, I want the whole list. I want the whole list. No, you read 50 names off. We got time. You read 50 names off right now. Read 50 of them. I want 50. Read straight off that notebook.
I think somebody else wants a chance to talk on this subject real quick.
Go ahead, Justin. Go ahead, Justin.
No, they don't. We want to hear that 50.
Hey, go ahead, Justin. Go ahead, Justin.
Yeah. I understand.
I don't even know where to start to do this. Okay. Let's start off with Mike at 24. I can't go past that one. I got him at 3 personally. I think it's lower than 95% of planet Earth. I got him at 3. That's just me personally. Magic at 51. I'm sure if he said the greatest athletes ever to cross planet Earth, he might get to 51. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure they got some Olympians back in the day that was just fire. Like, like in the first couple of Olympiads, I bet they was just fire. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Magic at 51. That's my top point guard of all time. Isaiah Thomas is 2. Argue with your mother.
I got him as top 5 too, though. We both got Magic.
That's fine. I have one burning question, and when you said it, I'm gonna put the computer down and left. How in the hell is Russell Westbrook higher than Magic Johnson? Please explain that to me. That's the only question I got.
So what? We didn't see a triple-double average in a season for 55 years after Oscar Robertson. What did Russell do? 2, 3, 4 years in a row? Like Russell is the greatest Robin that the league has ever seen. Talking about, you got a team that got Batman, you got a team that got Robin. Russell Westbrook is the greatest Robin in NBA history.
You just call him Robin, and that alone he ain't better than Magic.
Wait. Hold on, wait. Y'all knew. I listened to y'all do it for 5 minutes. I got this one.
Wait a minute, Justin. Wait. I got one thing. Justin, I got one thing, Justin. That's it.
Okay.
All right. Okay. We talking about a Robin being a top 5 point guard. He's a Quail Man, not a Robin. He's a Quail Man. He's his own Batman. Quail Man from Doug. He is his own man. Robin is a sidekick. We're not putting sidekicks. Listen, we're not putting sidekicks in no top 5. He's a sidekick, man.
But 90% of point guard, 95% of point guards in the league history, the great ones, they're always going to be the sidekick of the team. You're not going to win a championship with the point guard as the best player on the team. Steph Curry was the exception, and you have exceptions on that team. When Magic was winning, Kareem was the best player on that team.
5 times.
Kareem was the best player on that team when Magic was winning.
No,
Isaiah would give an exception. Isaiah is another exception. Steph Curry is an exception. That's why I got them ranked over Magic. But you're not gonna have the point guard be the best player of a team and you're winning championships consistently. It doesn't happen.
Jeremiah got it. Okay. So Magic Johnson. So you're saying Magic Johnson. Okay. Did Magic Johnson? Oh, here we come. Oh, so you saying Magic Johnson was the number 1 on the Lakers, right?
No, he wasn't number 1 on the Lakers.
He wasn't. Okay. Cool. I want to establish that before because that was gonna be my first rant, but I guess that rant's debunked. I'll come back to that later. I had to prepare for that one. Okay. Russell Westbrook is the greatest Robin of all time, in your words, right?
Yeah, one of the greatest Robins of all time.
Okay.
Oh, so I got bet on it.
So what in the hell was Scottie Pippen? What was going on?
That's my point, but that's my point I talked about earlier. Scottie was Batman, and everybody thought Jordan was Batman. Scottie was Batman, Jordan was Robin. And we see that Scottie was Batman because when Scottie leaves, he gets to the West Conference Finals, and when Jordan leaves Scottie, he can't win with the Wizards.
Mike was like 40. But what was Kobe? Because Shaq got 3 finals MVPs, so he's clearly Batman. So what in Lord's name was Kobe?
No, Superman.
Kobe was Black Mamba. Kobe's different. He Black Mamba. That's something totally different right now.
No, Mike, wait, Justin. Hey, and I'm done. I'm done after this. I promise you. Cause Jordan got a lot to say. Listen. I know I said I was done earlier. I might not even be done after this, but I got a question. So by your words, you said Pippen Batman. So that so for you, that makes Jordan Robin. How is Jordan not a better Robin in your opinion than Russell Westbrook? Listen, nothing is making sense. I'm just trying to connect the dots so I can understand. Maybe I'm off. Maybe I'm wrong in my thinking. Maybe something wrong over here and something that's not. Maybe my elevator not going all the way to the top floor.
Whatever
trying to help me.
Cup is
help me help you help me. That's what I'm trying to do. So if Russell Westbrook is the greatest Robin, okay, we're gonna put him up here. You said Scottie Pippen is Batman, which automatically makes Michael Jordan the Robin in your head. How is Michael Jordan not better than Russell Westbrook? So Russell Westbrook must be number 1 through 23 on your list of Jordan number 24.
I gotta recheck the list real quick. I gotta recheck the list.
Hey, hold on.
I gotta recheck the list. But
Hold on, big Mike. Hold on, man.
You disrespect Jordan though, because Jordan is a top 5 Robin. He's top 5.
In his defense, I know for a fact on his full list, I remember it too well because I scrolled past and y'all kept tagging me. So I know for a fact he's not checking for his list of where Jordan and Magic are all time. He's checking for his Robin list. Let's just clarify that now, because I know Jordan is 24 and I knew Magic was 51. Because again, I tried to scroll past it, but like Wilt tagged me 7 times. So, so he ain't checking for that. But Jordan, I would love to hear your opinion on this.
So now I'm really confused because you say you got Jordan 24, when you say Jordan top 5 Robin, right? So that means somewhere in that 1 to 23 is like for every 5 people you got a Robin somewhere. You know, I'm not understanding that. I'm confused, man.
Hey, Jordan, the floor is yours. Jordan, the floor is yours. The floor is yours.
I had to get him a drink first.
Oh man!
Excuse me, fellas, if y'all don't mind. My hands is wet. I'm so excited. I begged to jump on this one for a reason. And Mike, is to talk.
Brother?
What's up, man? So first and foremost, I want to applaud you, and I sincerely mean this, because you are one of few people I know that will proudly stand on any hill that you want to be on and die by yourself. You are proud to do that, bro, and I applaud you for that, because you've been saying some wild stuff lately. Number 2, I'm going to challenge Wilk and Kenny/July to check whatever that boy's drinking from now on. It's the second podcast I've seen you have a cup. Pick one. The first one I was in the comment section with the streaming with Tobias. The second one. And you were always in that dashiki with that red cup, brother. So I don't know if that's goat milk you drinking or what. Dog, I need to see it. That gotta be checked from now on before you jump on. I got a few questions. I'm gonna go around the bend and I just want to have a quick dialogue with you. The first one. It's understood. It's known fact. Anybody that watched basketball and sports knows that Jordan did not start winning until Scottie came, period. Nobody will ever dispute that. Nobody will ever challenge that. Nobody will ever try to play Scottie for that fact. My question is, how, for all the individual accolades, now Scottie was a dog, and I keep telling everybody, and when you make these comparisons, that means you have to play another player. You have to downplay them. And Scottie's a top 50 player as well. Dream team, the whole 9. My question now, if Scottie was that nice, why did he not make it to the finals and win when Jordan sat out those years? That's my first question for you.
You said why did he make the finals and sit out?
Why did he, when Jordan sat out, why did they not make the finals and why did they not win if he was the Batman and he was that nice?
Oh, things happen. You know, other teammates, other players from other teams performed and they did what they did. You know, we know LeBron, you know, I hate to bring LeBron into this topic, but we know LeBron, when he was with the Heat, when they played the Mavs, he was the best player on the court, and he underperformed. It happens. Things happen. I just think it was one of those moments where something happened. It happened, Pippen, it wasn't his, it wasn't. He got out the series. It wasn't his year. But overall, like I said, being Batman on a team doesn't make you're not Batman on a team just because you scored the most points for your team.
Absolutely not.
Because a lot of us in the group, I don't agree, but a lot of folks in the group think for the Warriors, Draymond is the heart and soul of the Warriors, which I disagree with.
Who's the heart and soul
of the Warriors?
Mm-hmm.
Klay Thompson.
Why?
Because he's going to give you the defense. He can give you 30 in a quarter, and he can lock down, or he can try to guard your best defender. So you need somebody that's going to transition on both sides. You can't always have that score, and you can't just have that defensive player who's not going to give you those buckets and clutch moments. Klay can do both. So Klay is the heart and soul of the Warriors to me.
Can Klay facilitate the offense like Draymond?
No, he can't.
Okay.
But you see what happens when you don't have Klay. You see what the Warriors are, a shell of themselves with Klay gone.
And I agree with that. Now, can we go back to that 73-9 season, that one game that Draymond got ejected / suspended, and the whole dynamic of the series changed? Klay was playing. Klay was still playing, was he not?
Right. But Klay.
Wait. By your definition of heart and soul, they didn't need Draymond. Therefore, they should not have lost that game. So I need you to explain to me, because I'm a Warriors fan, and Curry is my second favorite player behind D Wade. I need you to explain to me why that was the case.
Well, you can be the heart and soul of a team, but shots got to fall down. You can't. If you don't make shots, you can't win a game. And Klay Thompson was off.
Okay,
let
me break it down for you. The difference between Klay and Dre, right? So I do agree with you. He does need to score more, but he does work within the offense and also the guidelines of what is needs to be done. Guarding the best defender, facilitating, as well as telling players what they need to be, help defense, as well as being a vocal coach as well, in addition to all of that. Correct?
Correct, brother. But we also seen Draymond without Steph and Klay, and he's a 5-5-5 guy. He's a G League guy. He's nothing special about him.
Okay.
We've also seen him. We also seen the latter. Now, if you take Draymond off the team and you still give me Klay Thompson, he's gonna get me my 24 points, and he's still gonna be guarding the best defender, and he's still gonna be playing through the floor of the game. Draymond needs Klay and Steph more than Steph and Klay needs Draymond.
Gotcha. Who's gonna facilitate if Draymond's not playing? Who's gonna facilitate and run the offense and have the floor of the offense? If you notice, the ball is facilitated through Draymond more than it is Steph. If you haven't noticed that.
No, it's facilitated through Draymond, but the Warriors are in a great situation where Draymond is replaceable. You can throw another power forward right there. You can put a David Lee right there. You can put an Andre Iguodala right there at the power forward position and do the same thing. Draymond is not going to be something that we remember 20 years from now.
You're right, and that's a great point because you just Steve Nash that to me. Draymond came off the bench and took David Lee's position. I don't know if you realize that.
Right? Oh no, definitely. I realize that.
So I'm saying is that Draymond has made himself a household name by his play, his demeanor, and his dedication to the craft of the game. But we're getting off subject. We need to go back and backtrack a little bit because I heard the Magic point as well. I heard what the reasonings were about Kareem, understandable, but individually these players still have to perform. Jordan, Magic, that you're saying are Robins, correct? Like they still got to perform.
Right.
Therefore, how is it that at that point when he was a center for that game, he still performed as a rookie and gave those numbers the way he did? Not to mention, even though you said that the skill set is going to elevate, to me, this is my opinion, in order for you to be better than somebody, I have to at least match what you've done and then excel. I can't come and say that I'm better than Kenny and Wilk with podcasts and groups and sports debates when I don't even have a platform, I don't have a group, I don't have any kind of foundation. I just say, hey, I'm better than both of them. I have to have what they have and what they're continuing to build and be better. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. So to a certain extent, yeah.
So what I'm saying is that, yes, players will evolve, players will get better, etc. Jordan has a phenomenal resume as far as individual accolades as well as team accolades. So for me, not to mention his influence on the game, in order to be better than him, you have to meet his accolades and excel in addition to that. To me, I can't sit here and say I won 2 titles or I won 1 title. I'm better than Michael Jordan. He's a better player. When one thing, a defensive player of the year award, the defensive team selections, I mean, the list, I'm not going to rattle it off, but that's in my opinion. So in order for me saying that and bringing it back on the Magic, how within the realm of how he won and his influence on the game as well with point guards, because Magic influenced a lot of today's point guards. Explain to me how he's so low one more time, just as far as the overall game of basketball.
But when it comes to point guards, like I said, he's top five. But all the guys that I put over Magic, other than Isaiah Thomas, they came after him. So, like I said, like we all agree on, when the games transition 5 to 10, 15 years from now, players get better, players evolve, players learn from the past generation, and they improve on it. And I think Tony Parker has done great on that. I believe Isaiah Thomas has done great on that. I believe Russell Westbrook has took that score type team first mentality to a whole nother level. Because when he first came in the league, he was score. And people said, this dude only scores. He never gets his teammates involved. And guess what happened? He turned into that 10 points, 10 assists, 25 points, 10 assists, 10 rebounds. And guess what? Guess what happened with just going on the Russell Westbrook situation? What happens when a team's Batman usually leaves a team? The team goes and come back. The team goes terrible. The team goes into a trending 2 to 3 or 4 years not making the playoffs. It was a 45-win team when Kevin Durant left with a text message the next year. They got out the first round, but they was a playoff team. Why? Because of Russell Westbrook. People don't look at those little things. They don't see that. Like, what did you say about Luka? What did we say about Luka? If Luka got injured, Dallas is a what? Not playoff team. They're not a contender team. So what? But not to get off track again. Like I said, I never said Westbrook is the best player on the team. So again, when Kevin Durant left, the best player on the team left, the best small forward of that period. You know, you can argue it with LeBron. But when he left, the team was not in chaos, which it should have been. Russell Westbrook took that team, and he still had them 45-win team. So that's what I'm saying. When you go from Magic, but that wouldn't have happened without Magic Johnson. So I'm still giving Magic Johnson his love. He's still a top 5 point guard of all time.
Can you name those 5 players again for me? Those top 5 point guards.
Number 1, Steph Curry. 2, Tony Parker. 3, Isaiah Thomas. 4, Russell Westbrook. 5, Magic Johnson.
So I'm a Steph Curry fan. So if we put Steph Curry today, right now, in a center's position, would he produce the same way Magic did in that finals?
We can't help it that he's 6'3".
Damn that. Once again, like I said, in order for you to be better than me and you're the number 1 point guard, I need you to do what I'm doing, if not more or better. Or in another way, have your impact on the game. And listen to me. I'm a huge Curry fan, bro. So this is coming from a legit Curry fan. If you give Curry the same intangibles or the same as far as scenario as Magic was put in, would he be able to produce or have an impact on the game as way as Magic did?
He's already had an impact on the game above Magic. He's a trendsetter.
No, in that scenario, as center, when Magic had to step in and play center.
He's 6'3", brother. That's like saying if you drop Anna Kubo down to 6'3", then what is he going to be with his skill set he has now? He's going to be in the league. He's going to be in the league right now. If you make Steph Curry, if we could magically make Steph Curry 6'10" like Anna Kubo, he'd be the greatest thing ever. So we can't.
Hey, hold on. Mingo, my dog Reggie, jump in. Tell me what you think, my dog. Tell me
you need to. I got surgery right now. I got a scalpel and another knife, and I'm ready.
I'm over here really wondering why the hell is we arguing this argument. Like, J. Rich, I'm disappointed in you. You actually was feeding on to what this dude was saying. I'm like, nah. Y'all can't get that man no juice. He got enough in this cup. I don't know what kind of juice that is. Like my man said, goat's milk. I don't know if he's drinking some ancient mead or whatever you got going on over there. But nah, like you can't argue this. Like this is unarguable. We actually arguing the unarguable. Like there's no way you can put.
What you think set in stone, brother? What you think was wrong with the argument, brother?
Magic being in the top 50. Magic being in the top 50.
That was ludicrous to me. Ludicrous, dog.
Jordan not being number 24. I also disagree with the fact that we feel as if these players are just getting astronomically better than their predecessors.
That's
the truth. We ain't never seen. Go ahead.
So we said that the players are going to continue to evolve and adapt and get better. Yet these players are on the forefront of quote unquote load management. When you have players fighting through injury, if not breaking their necks to play, and they took every game. They didn't take quote unquote time off or maybe a back seat to play harder when it gets closer to the playoffs. Every game they play like it was their last. Every game. So they had an invested interest in it as well. So with these players getting better skill set, I agree. But when cats tell me that today's players would just blow out or dominate players of the past, we have to realize as well that the true investment and the dedication they had to the game, as well as the grit and grind, as well as their overall intensity and intangibles that they brought to it, we can't just discredit that. In addition to when you're saying that these players are going to come out and just be overall better than Jordan, I hope they have the same work ethic, if not worse than Jordan. We all saw The Last Dance. We all watched the documentary, how you push any and everybody. Besides Westbrook, what players of today have that same pedigree mentality or try to push their players to be better or do better? And CP and a few others.
We talked about it earlier. We talked about Jimmy Butler, like you said, CP, Kawhi Leonard. You know, he's not vocal on the court, but you see him getting in folks' faces on the sideline. We got plenty of players.
That's only at the games. There's been reports saying that players was upset at him getting Hollywood treatment, that he was getting flown in to practice and whatnot, and throwing off the dynamics and the cohesion of the team. So what I'm saying is that I'm not just critical. These players are going to get better. They're only going to continue to evolve. But how we're going to sit here and just say that Jordan is 24, like 24,
1% though, bro.
Understand when you try to throw those numbers and make it sound better, even when you try to make it sound better, what you're doing is putting it on an old car that's been sitting in the yard. That shit doesn't make it look better at all.
That whole top one.
I need to see the list. I hear what y'all saying, and I'm on the mindset that we crazy debating it, but we had to address it. I don't know if we debating this or not. We really just addressing it. I need to see the list. I hear what y'all saying, and I respect everything that's being said. Personally, I need to see the list.
Here's what we're gonna do. So, Mike, at the end of this, whenever you have the time, brother, finish that goat milk, what today or tomorrow, whenever, we need you to post in the group the 50 best players where Jordan sits at 24, who's 23 better than him, and when Magic sits at 51, those 50 better. We need that, everybody.
I'll post it again. I posted it before. I'll post it again.
I need that for sure, because I need you to educate me on that. So, and then lastly, before I give it back to the panel, my bad fellas for hijacking it. I literally I was begging Wilk and Kidding to let me in this one. Kawhi is the best small forward. Explain that to me one more time, if you don't mind.
You saying explaining why he's the best power forward?
I mean, small forward.
Kawhi Leonard.
Oh yeah, so he took the Spurs to a championship.
Mm-hmm.
Was able to switch out with a player, DeMar DeRozan, and just easily take a team like the Raptors to a championship. There's other key pieces that's involved, but we never seen him. He was 2-time defensive player of the year in a row. Draymond stole that third consecutive defensive player of the year award from him. Like I've never seen somebody on the court that do it from both sides. He didn't even play when he was at San Diego State. He was a rebounder, defender type player. He wasn't nothing. And then he came to the league and just transformed himself. And I've never seen nothing. I've never seen nothing like that. I've never seen anything like that.
Jeremy, I know you want to get in this one, so let me rebuttal real quick. All y'all, real quick. Okay, so I agree with you, honestly, because the Spurs are phenomenal at finding diamonds in the rough in the playoff. In the draft. Ginobili, Parker, Kawhi, the whole line, the list goes on. But what I'm saying is that you can't say that he easily won in Toronto, because we got to remember that KD was not playing. And when KD came in with those few minutes that he played before he blew the game, he gave work.
His word. To say KD or the Batman of Golden State.
Yeah, he gave them work as soon as he came in. So let's be clear on that as far as with Golden State. Now, let's be clear, Toronto had a lot of workhorses to it. Nobody had an ego. Everybody just wanted to grind and get their title and just work towards it. So he was in a perfect situation to where they were playing through him and everybody did their part. So that's the best scenario for sure. Not to mention that KD was hurt as well as Clay got hurt. And we all saw that. Injuries is a part of the game. I'm not discrediting Toronto's title run at all, and I'm not discrediting Kawhi. Let's be clear, that's not what I'm doing. But I don't know if you're paying attention to Kevin Durant that just came back from that Achilles injury and what he's doing right now, as far as to the Bucks and Giannis, who's guarding him, who's a 7'26" power forward, whatever, however tall he is.
He's just a ring chaser, though. He never made an impact for a franchise. He never made an impact.
Hey, hold on. Let me interrupt y'all right quick. Let me interrupt y'all. I just had to block somebody in the chat. I don't know if y'all seen, but he said something about Mike's shirt or whatever. So I blocked him. We could clown people's opinions or blah blah blah, but you're not gonna come in the chat and talk about somebody on the show. We don't do that. So I just blocked him.
I agree.
Okay, July Silver. Okay, July Silver. Yeah,
we all
like it down, man.
And look, for anybody watching, even though this may get heated debates, it's sports. This is for entertainment. We all love it, man. We all enjoy it, but we never come over here with the intent for sincere disrespect. So let's. I want to add on to that as well. So, fellas, don't take our josting and clowning for us to be truly trying to be disrespectful to people. That's not how we're trying to get down, especially with our brothers. Let's be clear with that. But to get back on, that still doesn't discredit that goat milk you drinking, brother. So to get back on Kawhi, that means you're putting out LeBron, Larry Bird, KD as just three, just off the head, small forwards that he's immediately better than, as far as you're saying that he's better than just in general as number one small forward. Now, Kawhi definitely has his individual accolades, his impact, and his way of influencing a team towards their titles. Let's not mention, as Wilt just said, he still had Tony Parker over there and Tim Duncan, who you just put in your top five, in a Greg Popovich system. So you got to make sure that with these intangibles, you're giving all those details and not just speaking from one side of it as well. I respect what you're saying, brother, but at the same time, you have to at least understand how it's coming across and the people that you're putting them in front of as well. Because
y'all see the list on the screen though? That's the list on the screen right there.
You got Kawhi Leonard top five?
Yeah, he got Kawhi Leonard at 8. He got Tim Duncan at 1.
Hey, look, why the list showing? I want to say one thing and I'm done because I gotta go. I gotta go get in the pregame meeting with the fellas, man, with this big game we got coming up against Philly. But look, before I dip, man, I got two things. I love calling out inconsistencies, right? So I got a couple of things that's giving me issues. Number one, Jordan and Mike, y'all had y'all debate about who was the, heart and soul of Golden State. And Mike clearly said Klay Thompson. Yet he goes on to say Kawhi Leonard is the greatest small forward for what he did in Toronto and all this and that. But if the guy that you consider the heart and soul of Golden State didn't play, well, you getting credit? You getting credit for that? Okay. Wait. I got another one. And then you said you said this, Mike. None of us. You said Scottie Pippen was the Batman on them Chicago Bulls team that won 6 rings. But then you say Kawhi Leonard is the best small forward. That would mean Scottie Pippen won 6 championships as a Batman. But Kawhi Leonard, hold on, wait a minute. Am I tripping? Am I just need to know if I'm tripping.
Nah, my brother.
Kawhi's story is not over with though, bro. Scottie's story has already been written.
Okay, so you can read half a book and just be like, man, that book better than how the ending gonna be.
No, that boy got Anthony Davis on here and no Magic Johnson, and Anthony Davis can get a hangnail and sit out for 17 games.
Hey, this list was considered trash when I seen Ben Wallace and no Olajuwon.
Four-time. What is that? 4-time defensive player of the year
on the list without Olajuwon being listed.
But
Olajuwon's not on it at all.
Hey, shout out to Melo for being number 30 though. Shout out to Melo.
My dog got Tony Parker. David Robinson.
Apparently, according to this list, Dennis Rodman is better than the Carmelo, bro.
He got Sean Marion.
Robin led the league in rebounds 7 years in a row.
That man must be defeated.
How is Ben Wallace over Hakeem Olajuwon though?
Four-time defensive player of the year. Olajuwon needed the greatest player of that part of the time for you all to retire to win a championship. Ben Wallace took out the greatest center of that time in Shaq to win a championship, and he took out Kobe to win a
Sean
championship.
Marion on the
Please,
list.
please also comment and say that the greatest player that we consider of all time also verbally said that the only player that he quote unquote feared / had a hesitation about was Hakeem Olajuwon, the only player when he was playing.
Who said that?
Put some respect on my dog name. This list is blasphemous. I'm feeling like Stephen A. right now. This is it's blasphemous, bro. How like
Hakeem like 60? He like 61?
Now my dog got Sean Marion at 42.
That's what I'm saying.
I got Manu Ginobili.
Man, this dude busted out Sean Marion.
He has Manu Ginobili in front of Michael Jordan.
Hey, Mike.
What's up, bro?
I need to sip on whatever you got in that cup. I need some of that.
Look, that it's one of two things, bro. It's either Cambodian breast milk or it's goat milk. It's one of the two.
Whatever it is, I need some of that, Mike.
It's one of the two. It's no in between.
I need some of that. I think that's
man.
Oh, he made a hot toddy with a Four Loko.
Come on now, Mike.
Hey, hold on. Y'all give the floor to my boy Jeremiah Cooper. What's up, Coop? What you got to say, Coop?
Hey, man. Y'all talking crazy in here, bro. I just want to say that.
Hey,
Can y'all hear me?
Your camera, your sound all messed up. Might have to mute you.
You're scratching right now, bad.
All right, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Hey, man, Coop messing up bad, man. We're going to have to...
He ain't come prepared.
My dude got Westbrook in front of Jordan.
So what I'm confused
Dwight
on.
Howard is on here, and now Hakeem Olajuwon almost had a perfect season. Literally, him, Jordan, and Shaq was the only players that almost had a perfect season by the accolades and the awards that they won.
Hakeem probably. I think I gotta do my top 100. I think Hakeem like 55. No, I gotta do the whole 100. I think he's 55. I almost had him on that top 50 though.
Oh, bro. But so earlier, so I'm looking at your list. Earlier we was talking about the Magic not making the top 50. We asked you was he top 5 point guard, right? He gave his top 5 point guard list. What it was Steph,
Tony Parker, Isaiah Westbrook, Magic Johnson.
Steph, Parker, Isaiah Westbrook, Magic Johnson. On this list, we got Steph, then we got Westbrook next. Next point guard is Isaiah. Next point guard after him is Tony Parker.
Walt Frazier was a point guard, huh?
Oh, yeah, Frazier. You got Walt Frazier and Bob Cousy. Then we got Tony Parker. Then we got Oscar Robertson.
Gary Payton.
Then we got Gary Payton. Oh, whoa, hold up, stop. Then we got Kevin Johnson.
Right, you're right.
Then Gary Payton. So that Magic don't even make the top 5 point guard no more. He made a top 10 point guard. Man. Oh, man. I don't even know.
Hey, man. Hey, I got one. I got one last serious conversation to have. We got one more topic. We're gonna leave Mike alone, man.
Oh, yeah,
we're gonna give him time to adjust his list and come back with. I got one last topic.
Podcast with just that boy though. I need
So it's a post that Antonio Brown made in a group, and I thought is a great topic to talk about. The greatest NBA players before they turn the age of 23. Now I made my list. I just made 5. I know I told you 10, Justin, but I just did 5 because 10 is kind of hard. So I just did 5. So I got I got Magic Johnson 1. I got LeBron James 2. I got Luka 3. I got Derrick Rose 4, and I got Shaquille O'Neal 5. That's my top 5 players of the greatest players before they turn 23. Kevin Durant 6, but I just gave 5. I'm gonna start with you, Justin. You got yours?
I do. I wrote it down. I took my time. right now. I actually did research on this. Usually I go off the dome. Y'all know me 95% of the time. But I wanted to get the ages right. I wanted to do everything right. Okay. So at 1, I got Bron. All right. Because by the time he hit 23, he was standing in the finals. I know Magic won his, but Magic also had Kareem. So, Bron was standing in the finals by his lonesome at 23. At 2, I got Luka. We hadn't seen anybody put these kind of stats up at this age. I actually had completely and totally forgot about Magic Johnson coming in the league that young. All right, so I got Magic at 3. I guess I stick Magic at 3. That'll move Shaq to 4. That'll put Jordan at 5. And since you made me do the rest of the list, I'm gonna keep going. Thank you. That's Kobe at 6, Hakeem at 7, and Kareem at 8. And I did because you told me 7, but I did 7.
Okay.
I completely totally forgot about Magic Johnson. But yeah,
so I know you got LeBron 1. Why is LeBron 1?
Because at 23 years old, he was standing in the finals by himself, and his second best player was either Zajunas Ilgauskas or Antoine Jameson.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Coop, you want to respond to that? Go respond to that, Coop.
Listen. Stop it. And so Antoine Jameson, Larry, Antoine Jameson was cold, man. Ilgauskas was cold, man. I'm gonna tell you it off rip. LeBron has been pampered for at least 10 years of having us overpowered teams. If it wasn't for the overpowered team, LeBron might have been bouncing the first or second round every season. Let's keep it real. If you put Durant, just listen to my point. If you put Durant on the Miami Heat teams, I don't think they lose. Not one time. You replace the Durant with LeBron, they don't lose one time.
That's Warriors, and do they lose?
I got after Journal.
The first time you put Kevin Durant on a super team, what happened? They win 2 straight, and they would have won 3 if it wasn't for an injury.
Okay, but can I respond real fast?
Go ahead, Justin.
Which one of Antoine Jameson and Zajunas Ilgauskas is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? If you can answer me that question, you got me beat.
Okay, put it like this. The league was more. Oh yeah, my fault. Go ahead.
No. You got
the flow, Coop. Yeah. You got the flow, Coop.
Antoine Jameson and Ilgauskas, you didn't really need much at Cleveland to win on the East. For the simple fact, you had Dwight Howard and the Magics. The only thing he could do anything, he was only good from 5 feet from the basket. You had who else? Derrick Rose and Chicago. Everybody only had one superstar to compete, except for Boston that one year. And Detroit was old. Let's not put Detroit up there. They was past their prime and things like that. LeBron just didn't want to lead his fucking team, bro. That's my opinion.
John Rich, the floor is yours, John Rich.
So first of all, it was a lot of disrespect in that last segment there. Once saying LeBron was pampered the last 10 years on super teams, I can make he took control of his own path, which I have 100% no issue with. Everybody should. I don't know why somebody wouldn't want to control their own path, right? Don't leave my destiny in the hands of somebody else who's, at the end of the day, their goal is to make money. As long as my team is profitable to the maximum it can be, I'm straight. I really don't give a damn if I win the finals or not. LeBron on my team, he bringing in money. I'm good. Dan Gilbert didn't give a damn if he won or not. We making money. You know what I'm saying? People gonna criticize LeBron for losing, not Dan Gilbert. So why leave my destiny in his hands? As far as the KD winning every championship with the Heat, I'll say they'll win in 11 because KD is a scorer, and that's what they needed out of LeBron for that series. They needed him to score. 14, I don't know because everybody was hurt but LeBron. LeBron was carrying the hurt dudes in that whole playoff run. I don't know if they win that one. but that's neither here nor there. And there was a lot of disrespect towards the Eastern Conference at that time too. The Pistons had just won the championship not that long before LeBron took over in that series. The only person that was missing was Ben Wallace. I mean, that's a significant person to miss, but that's the only person that was different on that team. Chicago, I think, had the best record in the league when they had D Rose, if I'm not mistaken. That's why he was MVP.
You got the 1 seed twice.
I think the Hawks won 60 games at some point.
Win Hawks, yeah.
Boston was Boston for all those years. Indiana was nice as hell. It's
the finals.
A lot of disrespect to the Eastern Conference during that time. It looked that way because they just wouldn't bet with Brown, and Brown just made them look like they shouldn't have been where they were. You know what I'm saying? Which made me think, are we gonna look at Utah and Phoenix this way after this season? That was just Utah and Phoenix. Them balls was nice. Them balls are truly nice. But to get back to the list of the 23, I got my number 1 Magic and my number 2 Bron, more so just off of what Magic accomplished by that age. I think talent-wise, Bron was better by 23. But Magic winning that chip winning 2 chips with the final MVPs definitely put him over that. I think Shaq at 3, KD at 4, Luka at 5. I got your boy Mike. I got Zeke at 6. I got D Rose after that. I got Paul Anthony Towns actually after D Rose. Then I got Kobe after him.
All right, Mike. You want to respond to that, Mike? You want to tell me your top 5 or top 10 players before the age of 23?
Yeah, I kind of did. With mine, I did all champions. So I only did like my top 7. You said top 7, right?
Top 7, top 10, whatever you got.
Top 7 champions before 23 or younger. So I got number 7. I got Magic Johnson. 6, I got Robert Horry. You know, he got his first title in '94. Hey, 7 steals in the game, 5 3-pointers in a quarter. Robert Horry, you talking about the X factor of a team? Big shot Bob. What is he like? Top 2 all time, top 3 all time, like 3-pointers made in the playoffs. So it's like, hey, big shot Bob. Number 5, I got Kareem. Number 4, Wilt. 3, I got Kawhi. He's the 4th youngest champion of when he was like 22 when he got his first title. Tony Parker, number 2, and I got Tim Duncan, number 1. What's wrong?
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Mingo.
So, Mike, this is your list based off of like people who was under 23 who won a championship.
23 or younger, greatest champions at that time frame.
Champion, all right. So
champion.
This is based off of championships. All right.
Yeah,
I mean, it's still a bit wild and not there, but at least I can understand your criteria for how you ranked everybody.
Right, definitely.
Hey, I don't know how old Kareem was when he got in the league.
I think he was 22.
He was 22?
He was 22. He graduated. He graduated when he was 22.
Okay. I just want to ask you. I knew he went all 4 years at UCLA. I just didn't know how old he was.
I Google checked it earlier. I Googled it earlier.
Oh man.
All right, Jordan, you want to go next, Jordan?
I wasn't aware that we had to do this, but just off the top, I definitely want to revisit it another time, but it's not going to be too far from what everybody said. Okay. I had Jordan. We saw how he came in the league when he started his impact. Bron, because since high school, he's had the spotlight on him. Immediate impact as soon as he touched the floor. Rose, youngest MVP to date. Luka, as you just said, with the numbers he just put up against Kawhi, who's the number 1 small forward, best small forward, and then Magic. To sidestep a little bit real quick, because you said that Kawhi Leonard is the best small forward. And back in the day, a lot of cats gave MJ flack for quote-unquote playing plumbers and janitors. And right now, we're witnessing Kawhi and PG getting dubbed and getting worked by 2 substitute teachers. So for we to come off and say that Kawhi Leonard is the best small forward, and we see what KD is doing against Giannis, PJ Tucker, Drew Holiday, and the Bucks right now, is just absolutely ludicrous. I just want to
my brother, you cannot compare. You're not comparing Kawhi Leonard to a KD that got Kyrie and James Harden. We're not going to do that. There's no way we can do that.
We talking strictly small forwards on just those two individuals, not the team. Those two individuals, because we're talking about position.
If you just go off the two individual, one want to compete and one don't. One want to be down 3-1 and lose, and then join the team that took him out. So that you don't want. One person don't even want to compete. So he can no way can he be better than Kawhi.
That's the narrative that was created by my. I'm gonna let Jerm jump in. Go ahead.
I mean, it's right. All right. So he's saying don't compare a Kawhi and a KD. KD's playing with Kyrie and Harden. But yet, Kawhi played with, according to his top 50 list, the best player ever in Tim Duncan.
But Kevin Durant
and one of the best point guards ever in Tony Parker.
Kevin Durant.
That's who was on his team when he got
Tim Duncan was on his last. Tim Duncan and Tony was on their last leg.
Finals when he won his first finals. That's who was on his team, and Manu Ginobili, who's better than Michael Jordan to you. You know what I'm saying?
Why was the Finals MVP? Why was the Finals MVP? Tim Duncan and Tony Parker was on their last leg. Kawhi has the also guard. Kawhi had the also guard, the best player.
Tim Duncan should have been Finals MVP of that series, but hey,
Kawhi also had to guard the best player of that series. Kevin Durant, we already see that he don't want to.
He didn't do a great of a job.
But Kevin Durant, you said he didn't do a great of a job.
Yeah, I mean he did as good a job as you can, I guess.
LeBron put like what 40 on KD neck when he averaged 40 when they played in the finals.
No.
How much did LeBron average? How much did LeBron average? For 36? What did he average?
No, he averaged.
KD averaged more points in the first two finals. LeBron averaged more points in that last finals. But yeah, the first finals KD played against LeBron, he averaged 30. The second finals, he averaged 35.
So how much did LeBron average in that second finals?
He averaged less than that. I knew. He averaged less than 35.
I don't think he ever outscored KD until 18.
The last finals they played against. The last finals they played against.
My apologies for throwing us back off, bro. I had to when we brought that up. I had to. Well, it was the best small forward for me thinking about it, because that's one of the things that they always knock Jordan for is how all the people he played back then, not realizing how close a lot of those games were. And I talked about that grit and grind and the dedication that everybody had and respect for the game. Now we watch it right now. Joe Ingles and Bogdanovich, who would either be working at Home Depot or there'll be somebody's accountant. Right now they're giving the Clippers work.
How they look. What's the difference between that situation and when Durant was with the Thunder? Because he didn't overachieve. He didn't do nothing special with the Thunder, but he just had an extra person. That's all Kawhi got is one extra body, one extra all-star. That's all Durant had with the Thunder was one extra all-star. What did he do with that?
Well, actually, he also had Serge Ibaka, who's was a champion in Toronto, crowned Kawhi for. He also had James Harden, who has now turned into a prolific scorer, and also the person that just joined KD in the Nets. And that
he had more people. What you tell me? He had more help, but he did less. So you tell me he did less with more help. That's what you tell me.
What I'm saying is he didn't achieve. They did meet Bron in that final, so with OKC, he didn't achieve. I agree with you on that. But to say that just Kawhi is high above KD, Bron, Bird, all these other prolific small forwards is just a bit ludicrous to me. I just wanted to sidestep that. That's all. That's all I was saying. My bad.
But just real quick, it's like comparing apples to oranges though. It's like they're all top 5 players. Like are you saying that Kawhi Leonard's not a top 5 small forward of all time to you?
I'm not saying that. When you put him at number 1 above all of them, that's when I had an issue.
But that's when I bring up the apples to oranges. Like if you got Durant 1 and I got Durant 2 and I got Kawhi 1 and you got Kawhi 4 or 3, it's apples to oranges. It's not no crazy like comparison I'm making. Like if I got Jordan 24, you got him 1. They both 1%.
No, I told you stop that. I told you to stop that, bro.
But it's not that much of a difference, though.
You gotta stop that.
So that whole 1% thing. Hey, Oprah Winfrey is in the 1% of wealthiest people in the world, right? He still ain't no Jeff Bezos. That 1% thing, that's dead. Nah.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back to that 1%, but I want everybody else to finish. My bad for getting us off subject, Jay. My bad, bro.
Mingo, you thought of your list yet, Mingo?
Bruh, hey, first of all, my man Mike, I'm just gonna say this. We comparing 1% to 1%. That's the whole, like, we're comparing the best against the best. We're not comparing the best against the rest of the league. So
Okay.
whenever you talking about 1 to 24, that's a long stretch.
That's a
Because we
big
comparing the best against the best. But anyways, I ain't really had no real time to look it up. So I'm just gonna name off the top of my head. No specific order. Like the best players that I seen under 23. I'm going Durant, LeBron, Jordan, Hakeem, Magic, Luca. Man.
You said under 23 champions, right? We doing champions or we just doing?
No, just under 23.
Okay, got you.
Under 23. Luca, who else? That's all I can think of off the top of my dome. Magic. I don't know how many players I named, but that's from my, from me watching basketball and from what I got the opportunity to see. Like under 23, players who just came into the league. LeBron.
You next, Coop.
LeBron probably number one. But yeah, that's my player.
Who you got, Coop? You're on mute, Coop.
All right, hey, I got in no set order. I got Shaq. He's probably in our generation, probably the most
That's a good
dominant big man in our era. I got Kobe. He's probably one of the best two guards in our era that we visually have seen, not just watching highlight tapes or watching ESPN clips. I also got Iverson. Iverson didn't have the team, but you almost can count Philly in the championship. I mean, in the finals almost every year. I also got Kevin Durant. He's probably I've never seen a 7-footer do what he do as far as handles, shooting, and the IQ of the game. I really don't like this person, but I'm gonna have to put him in there. I got LeBron for the simple fact his size and his power, and more so what he do off the court too. It was probably made him one of the best players in the game. Also got Jordan. You gotta have number 23. We all grew up with watching him. Our dads grew up watching him, and things like that. How many was that? And I'm gonna have to put probably Tim Duncan in there. He smooth, quiet, that gentleman like behavior. He'll give you a quiet 25. You wouldn't even fucking know it. You like, damn, I think Tim only scored 4 points. But you look at the stat sheet, the motherfucker got 25. And people probably gonna hate me for this, but either Steve Nash or Curry, man. I don't think people give Steve Nash credit because simple fact he's white. But forgot he won 2 MVPs over there at Phoenix. He had one of the best offenses in the league. They was the first team that was scoring 120. They was playing in our era back then, scoring 120, 130, 110 when everybody was scoring 80 points and things like that. And of course, Curry, one of the greatest shooters in the league, man.
John Rich, you want to respond to that?
I think what it is that you kind of missed on what the goal of the list was, because Curry might have been 21, 22.
Oh yeah, 23. Yeah, okay. All right, you can take Curry out.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna go on that, because especially when you name Nash, I was like Nash.
Okay. You're right.
My man.
My fault.
Yeah. It was going good until I heard Nash. Even the Tim Duncan one, I was like, hey, Duncan was nice as a rookie. I mean, he'll definitely he's all NBA player, I think, out the gate.
It wasn't Spurs. How old was Steve Nash when he won his first MVP? He threw me off too.
Yeah, he was damn near 30 at that time.
Yeah, that's on me. Tim Duncan and the Spurs. The Spurs didn't go to the playoffs the year prior to drafting the Tim Duncan. He instantly came. Yeah, made a change.
It ain't the luckiest franchise ever. That was the luckiest injury ever.
Yeah, David Robinson.
Yeah, that was the luckiest injury ever. So the best thing that happened to Pop was Dave Robinson broke his leg. Best thing that happened to him.
I agree, but I want to comment on something that I saw earlier. Y'all put Russell Westbrook top 5 point guards?
Don't say
No. Don't say y'all. Don't say y'all.
What you're not gonna do is say y'all. That's what you're not gonna do. The whole panel gonna stop you right now. Anything else before you comment, before you talk, before you give another word, don't you ever say y'all again in that aspect.
That's my man over there with
Okay.
goat's milk in this
So
cup.
hold on. So Mike, explain to Coop why Russell Westbrook is a top 5 point guard. I want you to explain to him right now. Tell him.
Cap.
Oh, like I was telling them about the situation with Oscar Robertson. Like before Oscar Robertson, 55, 60 years ago, triple double is like in a season is like unseen. Westbrook gets here, he does it like it's nothing. And like throughout history, like 20 years from now, we're still gonna remember Westbrook. Like 20 years from now, it's not gonna be like, I'm Steve Nash, he got this record, he got that record. Like nobody's gonna know who Steve Nash is 20 years.
But what you're missing is his triple doubles are empty calorie stats.
See, that's a narrative. That's not.
No. If you watch some of his games, Russell Westbrook will go 12 points, 12 rebounds, and 12 assists, and they get blown out by fucking 30.
Can I ask you a question real quick, Coop?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Who did when Jordan left the Bulls? Who did he play with?
You mean when he left the Bulls? You mean with the Wizards? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
He played with Larry Hughes, Butler.
I thought, Brian, I didn't mean to ask you who he played. I meant to, you answered the question. I meant to ask what team he played for.
Oh, the Wizards.
Was he able to ever get them a playoff win?
I don't think so. No.
Wait.
But wait. Let me address.
Who did he play with right now?
Relevancy.
Right now?
Man.
You forgot, bro. You confused me. You confused me within your question, bro.
He played with the league.
Jordan retired. You know, Jordan retired for like 9 years, right? He was like 40 years old when he came, or some shit like that when he came back, bro.
He was 38 when he played for them, but Westbrook, right?
He was 38.
Yeah, he was in the for
So you can play on a 38-year-old Jordan to Westbrook.
Oh, so now we're doing that age.
Wait, bro. You brought him up. You brought it up, though, bro. You brought it up.
So this is the comparison I want to make. To me, in my opinion, Scottie is Batman. Jordan was Robin. Kevin Durant is Batman. Westbrook is Robin. Westbrook loses his Robin. He goes to the playoffs. Westbrook loses his Batman, he goes to the playoffs. Jordan loses his Batman, he can't make the playoffs no more. He can't get a playoff win.
I thought the Wizards made the playoffs.
He can't get a playoff win. Wait.
Jordan lost his Batman and he wouldn't play baseball. He lost his
Westbrook didn't make the playoffs every time, did he? By himself?
He made it the year right after the Kevin Durant situation happened. He made it right after the next year, 45 wins.
I think I go ahead.
You want MVP?
Jordan made the playoffs before he got his Batman.
I'm not gonna say Westbrook was by himself because they did have Victor Oladipo, they did have Domantas Sabonis, like they had some ballers. they had some ballers, so I'm not gonna say he did it by himself.
He's comparing.
Jordan made the playoffs before he got his Batman.
Yeah, true.
Before he got his Batman, Jordan was playing against Detroit and Spartan. So let's
you just didn't win until you got Scottie.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Let's not say that Jordan was nothing before Scottie. They could They came up with a rule like you got to foul Jordan. You got to hit the floor every time you go to the goal. That's
I'm not trying to disrespect Jordan. I was just proving.
You know what I'm saying? To your narrative, you were saying that without his Batman, he couldn't get a playoff win when he was in the playoffs and getting playoff wins before he even got his Batman.
True.
Hey, my dog Quinn.
How can you put Westbrook at top 5 all time when I don't even think he's top 5 right now?
Top 5, easily. His impact towards the game. You never seen a point guard. You never
Curry,
seen a point guard
Dame,
as dynamic. You never seen a point guard as dynamic as Westbrook.
Doncic.
To try to save you a little bit, though, because I know you drowning, I'm gonna throw you a life vest. I actually like Westbrook.
Me too.
I think the delivery is just off. So what you get into and what you're saying right now, I understand as far as the triple doubles, and I get it, and that's why I know me and Wilk was one of the ones I was advocating as far as his efficiency and how he plays the game. A lot of people, of course, say that he pads the stats. You know, the team does it the whole nine.
Yep.
The whole narrative about that. I understand the thought process behind it. But if you watch some of these last playoff games against Philly, Westbrook was the only one crashing the board many a times against Embiid, Tobias Harris, and a lot of those big, even with Dwight Howard, and gave the Wizards additional offensive possessions. Next, the way that he does, I do agree because he did hit a time where they saying he was taking too many shots or as many shots as at the time the offensive scoring leader of the league in Kevin Durant. They're saying Russell Westbrook was taking just as like a few less shots than him. So I get what he's saying as far as his impact on the game. It just you get a bit crazy, bro, with some of your takes with how you deliver it and what ways that you share it with everybody else. So he's not too far off. It's just that how you're delivering it and what capacity you're using it, bro, is what throws everybody off.
So let's just say top 10. Then you wouldn't have Westbrook as top 10 point guard of all time.
He's in
That's
mine.
a better argument. That's a better argument.
Yeah, that is a better argument. But top 5.
He's somewhere around the bottom of that 10. I'll give him that.
Hey, but this my thing. This my take on Russell Westbrook. Okay, that first year they went to the playoff. This after they got Kevin Durant. I mean, after Kevin Durant left, the first year they went to the playoffs. Obviously, they was gonna lose to Houston. I'm not gonna put that on Westbrook. The next year, whenever they got Paul George, they got Melo. They played a young Utah team, and you know what Westbrook did? He let Ricky Rubio take him out of his game.
Cook him.
Take him out of his game. He came on national TV and said he's not gonna have that type of game again. Ricky Rubio came the next game and gave it to him again.
Hit him with the 1-2.
We can't do Westbrook. We can't do Westbrook.
Hold on.
Like that because
I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Hold on. The next year, the very next year, playing the Blazers, he did the same thing with Dame Lillard. And Jerm, you could probably attest to this. Dame Lillard, he was trying to go shot for shot with Dame Lillard. He's not gonna win that battle. You can't do that. As a point guard of your team, you cannot go shot for shot with a player that's definitely a better shooter than you. You got to take him to the hole, like you, and that's how they lost that series in 5. I'm not gonna blame Paul George because of that shot Dame Lillard hit on him. I'm not gonna blame Paul George. That was definitely on Westbrook trying to go shot for shot with him
and talking shit, man, talking trash, bro.
That's not what a point guard does. That's what your shooting guard.
And that's what PG got up out of there. He got up out of there, bro.
That's the thing, though. But going back to the Utah series, you can't put that on Westbrook because in the elimination game, he put up 40 points. Paul George, they lost by what? They lost by single digits, and Paul George scores 5 points.
Oh yeah. I agree with you. I agree with you. In that elimination game, Russell Westbrook went off. But when the series went to Utah, when it was tied 1-1, and both of those games in Utah, Russell Westbrook, he was at fault from going outside his game, trying to match with Ricky Rubio. And they ended up going down 3-1, and a lot of teams don't come back from 3-1. I mean, you got your special teams like the Cavaliers, Detroit did it, but teams don't come back from 3-1 like that. And they went down 3-1 because they lost both of those critical games in Utah.
Well, they went down 3-1 because Ingles got in George's head. Ingles showed us why George is not a superstar. It's like George just didn't show up.
That played a part in it. But you cannot put any fault on Westbrook because he's the point guard of your team, and he's trying to go at these point guards because they giving it to him.
Not just in the basketball game, in the media too. He went at him. So, I mean, you got to take a lot of heat for that if you're gonna go at somebody in the media and then lose like that, and then people hitting the game winner jumper and all that shit, bro.
Oh yeah, for sure. But that's the thing though. He's evolved from that though. Like he went from that. I try to outdo you. I'm gonna try to outscore you. And now he's like, you know what? You can get your 30 points. I'm gonna get my 18, 14, and 14. And one of the greatest.
I think he's got worse, honestly, in my opinion.
and my man Quentin Jones from the group he just pointed out, and I forgot about it. Paul George, that was an MVP season Paul George had. This last season, that was an MVP type of season. Even though OKC was the 6th seed over Portland, they still was favored over Portland to win that series.
Yeah, they're favored to win.
They was favored to win.
and Dame bye them boys. I got a question to pose to the panel. Why was it, or why is it? I don't know if it was in the group or if it was in another sports group that I'm in. They told me this, but why was Donovan Mitchell, CP, and Devin Booker not even in the MVP consideration of discussions? Now, CP did get like 5 in voting, but as far as discussions, why do y'all feel that they were not discussed in the MVP voting as they should have been, in your opinion?
Who want to go first?
I'll
Go
take
ahead,
that
Coop.
one.
Go ahead, Coop.
One, I think there's too many prior superstars that fans are willing to vote for before the young guys. For instance, LeBron. Majority of people will pick LeBron even if he had a bad season. I think LeBron only averaged 20 points this year, and they wanted him to win the MVP before he got fucking hurt. And then you got your old other guys, Kevin Durant, Embiid, and all those guys. You know, I don't know. I think if once you are a superstars, it kind of sticks to those 6 people. It's always going to come up MVP unless there's, you have to pit up like huge numbers, and then it's all about marketing your cities and things like that. If you play on the Lakers, if you play in LA, if you play in New York, and things like that, what games are more televised than the others, man, in my opinion. But I don't think Mitchell doesn't have and also personality. Mitchell doesn't have a personality. You don't really see Mitchell on the media arguing with people. You don't see kids wanting to be Mitchell or things like that, man. I think personality also has a lot to do with it. I think when LeBron, he did that little thing like this, that became like every little kid thing. You've seen it on every basketball court and things like that. He doesn't have anything about him that wants people to vote for him, in my opinion.
So I think kind of what you touched on is why they were kind of looked at as like the lower tier all-stars, I think.
Yeah.
As far as MVP, it was just hard to give any of them 3 real consideration for MVP because of the makeup of their team. Book didn't do anything different than he'd been doing the last 3-4 years. So if he wouldn't get consideration for MVP the last 3-4 years, why should he get it this year? He wasn't. I don't want to say he wasn't the reason for his team's success, but it's like clearly it wasn't his play that just catapulted them to that next level because he didn't do anything different.
I think his play is good though, bro.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely good. But they went from here to here with him not going here to here. How can I say you didn't? It's clearly another dynamic that got added to your team that put you there, which was CP3 and in my opinion, Ayton being available and Crowder being added. A lot of people overlook Ayton and Crowder also on their team. Chris Paul just don't have the numbers for it. I mean, it's just that simple. He just don't have the numbers to be MVP. You know what I'm saying? If I'm gonna give MVP to somebody on the Suns, it ain't gonna be the dude with 16-8. It's gonna be the dude 26, 4 and 5, or whatever he got, or even Ayton with the 16 and 12. You know what I'm saying?
I think Booker's averaging that though, right?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm saying. He has numbers, but his impact that he's been having don't match it. And I think it's the same thing with Donovan Mitchell. Utah has always been this good. I think the presence and the people acknowledging what Gobert is to Utah is kind of what hurt Donovan Mitchell at the same time. Because for the past several years, when Gobert don't play for Utah, Utah is a completely different looking team, and he ain't even a scorer. It's just what he provides on the court defensively. I mean, they're a great defensive team without great defensive players because Gobert is just back there quarterback and all that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got Conley now that just added to the team, but before Conley was there, Rubio's a decent defender, but they've always been a great defensive team. And we just came off of a 10-minute segment talking about Ingles and Bogdanović being some plumbers, but yet they out there holding their weight with Kawhi, Paul George, and all that, and none of us will pick them to beat them dudes in a one-on-one matchup. But because of how Gobert mans the back of that defense and let everything run in front of him, and he just controls the back of it, it's just the dynamic that Utah has. That it's they were kind of steal MVP votes from each other, Donovan Mitchell and Gobert. I mean, it's a toss up to say who's the MVP of that actual team. Donovan Mitchell is definitely the offensive MVP, but then Gobert is the defensive MVP by a mile. You know what I'm saying? So it's a hard sell to make to say that Donovan Mitchell MVP of the league when you got somebody else that's on the team just as important to that team. It's just a hard sell to make. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I mean, I think that's basically what it comes down to, man. It's some weird angles you would have to take to give them a MVP of the NBA vote.
Let me chime in. I agree with everything that Rich said besides the CP3. I really think CP3 should have really been considered. I think that when they talking about MVP and best players of the league, they look at real stats a little bit too much. Because if you can recall when Nash won MVP, his numbers wasn't that far off from what Chris Paul averaged right now.
Can I jump in real quick? I'm glad
It's a different league though.
Does it?
Yeah.
So points. So people wasn't scoring 40. Like you didn't have 5 people in the league scoring 40 points every fucking night. Like during that time frame. No, you did not.
We didn't.
So my
Kobe was not that torch in the league. Neither was Melo. Neither was all these other players. Like nobody was scoring. Like
no,
they were scoring, but they didn't have 15 people averaging 25.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. But okay, so that right there should take points off of a less impact to me than more, because you got everybody doing it. And then when you come in looking at a team presence of a team ball, I think we all can agree that CP3 is the one who got Phoenix in the predicament at the end.
But Chris Paul did get some first place votes, huh?
Yeah,
he did.
He did. But you know what I'm saying?
He was the final 3, I think, wasn't he? Who was the final 3?
Was Curry, Jokic, and Embiid.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Okay.
Chris Paul was number 5 in the voting.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
after Dane was after him or Luka.
That's number 5 is pretty good for not having the numbers though.
I'm gonna let everybody go, but
we got an MVP who had similar numbers. Who
number 5 is top 1%.
You know what I'm
saying? Shut up, bro.
But you can't compare. You can't compare 2 different eras, man.
You
know what
I'm saying? But eras of basketball of comparison. Whenever we're talking about MVPs, like whenever you talk about the best players, we just had several conversations about best players was comparing 2 different eras. So when do we choose when to compare eras and when not?
Good question. I was going to ask that, but I'm going to let everybody go and I'm going to rebuttal.
Because the scoring is different, and how you play is different.
I actually think we downplaying Nash numbers.
Yes, you are.
Man led the league in dimes. I think we kind of downplaying his numbers on that. He had better numbers. I think he was 18 and 11, something like that. 18, 11, 18 and 12. He had more. And shooting
3 or 4 more.
49. You know what I'm saying?
We're in 3 or 4 more assists. I mean, CP3 got his team in goddamn the run. Like, you know, like I honestly feel like the intangibles, the stuff that's outside of points that used to be considered ain't considered no more whenever you're talking about MVP races.
Well, like what?
You know what I'm saying? The impact that these players have on their team and on the game, they kind of overlook that nowadays. It's like, okay, who got the best record? Then who got the best numbers on the team with the best record? That's who we gonna put as MVP. And I'm just like, nah, because you got players who impact in the game.
I think that's what it used. Actually, I think that's what it used to be, because the past couple MVPs besides Giannis have been teams on like
the best record. Durant, LeBron.
I'm saying
Harden.
We got Jokic that just won it. Jokic, they a 3 seed, so they don't even have the best record. You had Russ won it. They was a 5 seed,
6 seed,
and he won it. When James Harden won it, they were 2 or 3 seed.
Nah. When James Harden won it, there was a 1 seed.
1 seed.
For the past couple of years, we've been seeing slight changes, but it's still they going off to me popularity and numbers and not taking in intangibles.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying. Popularity has a lot to do with it.
Cool. Before you go, I want Mike and July as well and we all can jump into dialogue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Are you ready for? Okay, so I think they pretty much got it right though, because if you look at the situation regarding the Nuggets lost Jamal Murray around March-April timeframe. They lost Jamal Murray around March-April timeframe. We don't have Klay Thompson this year. The Warriors didn't have Klay Thompson again this year. Steph Curry was playing crazy out of his mind. Jokic has been playing crazy out of his mind, and Embiid is putting up at least 25 and 10, and the Sixers were the #1 seed. And Chris Paul is not like Chris Paul did not get considered. He still got considered for MVP vote. So I think they got it right. I do agree with y'all that a lot of times it's about popularity and it's about winning. And I feel like when Donovan and Booker next year, I think they'll get more looks just because they're doing great in the playoffs. So but I think they got it right this year though. I really do.
I'm gonna agree with Mike. They did get it right. Jokic, he did play all 72 games. I think that was the difference between him and Embiid. Jokic played all 72 games, and and when Murray went out, I think Denver was like a 6, a 7, or 6 seed when Murray actually went out.
Mm-hmm.
Denver started to catapult toward the end of the season, and they end up getting the 3 seed because y'all know what the Clippers did. They end up tanking those last 2 games, but Denver ended up getting the 3 seed when Murray went out. There was like a 6 or 7 seed, and Jokic leading the team in points, assists, rebounds. I think steals too.
That's pretty good.
Shooting percentage, like
in every category but blocks.
Yeah. I think Jokic definitely deserve MVP. CP3, I agree. I get what you're saying, Mingo. But yeah, like they were saying, it is a different league now. When Nash won it, I mean, we had a couple of players that would average 27, 28 points and give you 3-4 assists. But now you got players like Jokic averaging 26 points and giving you 10 assists or 8 assists and 10 rebounds. I mean, I just think that Nash did deserve his MVPs back then, but I just don't think you could use his argument now to make Chris Paul think to convince us that Chris Paul deserve MVP. But Nash definitely did deserve his MVPs back then. I know that's probably an unpopular opinion, but I definitely
That was Showtime.
Even to go off of the angle that you're using me. Well, even to go off of the angle that you're using Mingo on the impact of the team. The Suns was trash before Nash. Nash went to the Suns, and that's who got that offense and that team clicking, or how they got to clicking. And I think the argument on his back-to-back MVP, a lot of people really have an issue with his second MVP. That's the one people really got issue with. But he had better numbers the second time around. So it was like, if I got it the first year, how can I not get it the second year if I'm even better and my team is still even better? It was just hard.
The first year though.
So my issue is with it. I hear what everybody's saying, but I'm with Mingo on this, and I'm the same way. Because if everybody's sitting here scoring now, you have to have other intangibles in order to set you out far in front of everybody as far as MVP. So my issue that I have is that we're saying that, we can't compare eras. It's a different era, different time now. To me, excuse my language, that's bullshit, because we pick and choose when we want to compare eras and when we want to use the time to be able to use that towards players as well. Now, Nash, when he won it in 05, 06, Jeremy wasn't too far off. He was 18. He was 18.8 and 10. And then 04, 05, he was 15 and 11. CP this year was 16 and 9. So he wasn't too far off from Nash's numbers as well, if we're talking numbers. So sometimes we want to say, it's the record, and then then it has to be stats. Oh, well, no, it's not so much stats, it's popularity. Oh, well, it's got to be it's every time with certain players and certain people, I feel like it changes to me. And I truly feel, to me, like I said on a few podcasts before, this is just me thinking. There's no disrespect to anybody and everybody, but Dame said it himself. You got some cats that watch ESPN, the ESPN watches, and whatever narrative and influence and whatever take they put out there, a lot of fans run with it and they start looking at things differently and they start thinking that that's true. And then they're going to start using that as a stepping stone to determine whether they're going to devalue certain players or they're going to value certain players or look at them differently. So in my opinion, this is not taken from Jokic. I want to be very clear. Jokic deserved MVP this year. Let me be clear with saying that on the record. And Brian was making a good case before he got hurt as well as Embiid. So just with that being said, we can jump in. And look, I'm a great value Brian fan, so we can go into that too, Coop, if you want. But what I'm saying is that Jokic earned it this year, but depending on what kind of narrative and a popularity contest of who's been put up there, but for Mitchell as well as Booker and CP to even get any discussions, for Mitchell to not get any, and we see what he's done since he's come back into the playoffs. I just wanted to ask that question just in general, fellas, to get everybody's ideas, and obviously y'all's is not law for everybody for who are fans, but I just wanted to pose that question to the panel just to get y'all's input.
Hold on, let me go right quick, Coop. Let me go right quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So when CP3 won MVP, around, you said around the same numbers, and Devin Booker is the leading scorer at how many points?
I was going to say that.
Points. Yep. When Nash was running the Suns, all them boys averaged around the same amount of points. That's what your point guard is supposed to do. That boy was spreading the ball. He was like spreading the ball around.
Yep.
He was really the mind of that Phoenix Suns team. That's the difference. Now CP3, I said this in the last podcast with CP3 in the playoffs. The difference between CP3, what CP3 doing and what a player like Dame doing. Like when the Trailblazers was up against the Nuggets, like Dame didn't calm the team down and be like, hold on, y'all. Let's calm down. We up. Let's do a couple of possessions. Let's move the ball. We end up losing that game. When the Lakers was making a comeback, that game against the Suns, what CP3 did, he came down, he assisted on 2 threes, he came down and then hit a jump shot. He calmed the team down. So I get what you're saying about point guards, but as far as I'm saying about Steve Nash, when he won the MVPs, he was like really, it wasn't no time where you go to Quentin Richardson and he gonna get you buckets. It wasn't none of that. It was him controlling the tempo, controlling the game, moving the ball around, spreading the ball around. He didn't have that Devin Booker type of player. Get you buckets. He didn't have that type of player.
I was just told. Wait. I was just told that Devin Booker didn't do nothing differently from the last year as well. So it just, to me, it goes to see how we're going to turn to where he doesn't deserve it to where he does deserve it.
Oh no.
You still gotta produce. You still gotta produce. That's the biggest thing.
Of course.
So even though he has that player on his side, you still gotta produce. And they went to the top of the Western Conference. So I hear what y'all saying, fellas, but to me, just in general, as Mingo was saying, the criteria, depending on who it is and at what level and to who is going to be considered, it changes from time to time and what ways we're going to measure these players. And that's what's inconsistent.
We gotta look at it this way too. When Steve Nash won it, we didn't have no type of players with numbers like Jokic and Embiid. we didn't have those type of players.
To add on to like what y'all saying, Chris Paul was having similar numbers to Nash when Nash won it, leading the trash. He was doing the same thing numbers wise that Steve Nash was doing with worse players. He didn't have the talent that Nash had whenever he was over there doing that, but the numbers lined up and everything with what Nash was doing. Their numbers was very similar on the years.
It's different. It's totally different though, bro. Let me say this too.
Oh, go ahead, Coop.
Let me say this. Seasons to seasons back then. Like,
let me say this. Nash on the Phoenix. All right, yeah. Nash on the Phoenix. You knew who was the clear cut the best player on the Phoenix team. It was Nash. With CP3 and Booker. You can argue that Booker is the best player on that fucking team. If Booker don't drop, I'm making a point because that's a consideration. You have to put that in consideration when you're not considered the best. No, let me finish. You're not considered. You got to put in consideration when you're not the best player on your team. When there's somebody that's better, that's dropping 30, 35 points a game. If he don't drop 35 points a game, Chris Paul 14 ain't gonna do much. And also, it's a difference from this era when everybody's scoring 120. And getting 18 points, then Back then, you scoring 79 points and get 18 points. The 18 points way more when you're scoring 79. When you're scoring 120 a game, it's just kind of like, okay, Kyle Kuzma is getting that right now.
That's John Clarkson getting more than that. You know what
Thank
I'm saying?
you. That's what I'm saying. You see my point now?
I have a huge rebuttal for that, but go ahead, Mingo.
You know what I'm saying? If we talking about back then, we're talking about scoring 18 points or whatever, and your team was scoring 80 or whatever it was. If you comparing Steve Nash and Chris Paul on those times, their numbers were similar, and it was clear cut that back then in New Orleans, Chris Paul was the best player. So
yes, he was.
You kind of feeding into my.
I agree with you. In New Orleans, that season that Kobe won MVP, Chris Paul should have won it. I absolutely agree with you.
Last one should have been Kobe's. So
Kobe
couldn't win it.
They made up for it because they gave Steve Nash one of Kobe MVPs. Bro.
No. Kobe lost the MVP by himself because what he did off the court. I'm not gonna say what he did. I don't know who's watching, but of course we all know Kobe's situation. He was the
7th seed. He wouldn't get it.
Yeah, Kobe was the 7th seed.
No, but he was still aiveraaging like what? I think he was like number 1 in scoring or something like that, or number 2.
He was number 1 in scoring.
You can't give somebody an MVP when they're pending a trial.
Hey. Kobe averaged 35, but one year the Lakers didn't even make the playoffs. The other year he was a 7th seed. To get to your point about the MVP,
Russ at the 6th seed, but go ahead.
That was a historic season. That was a historic season.
Don't talk seeds if we're not gonna be consistent with it. Don't
look.
We're gonna talk seeds.
Let me go back to Cool's point what he made about undeniably being the best player. Last year, when Anthony Davis averaged all those points, he averaged more points than LeBron. He averaged more steals than LeBron, more blocks, more rebounds.
I don't think he didn't get his assists.
But that took MVP votes from LeBron because people thinking, okay, LeBron might not be the best player on the team. So that took votes from LeBron. And Giannis ended up winning MVP. So when you undeniably the best player on your team and they're winning, most likely you're gonna get MVP. If they got some doubt that you're not the best player, if they got some doubt that you are not the best player, that's gonna take votes away from it.
It's a lie because Mitchell still hasn't been considered for the past 2 seasons, so that's a lie.
What happened?
Because Gobert
hasn't been considered. Who's better on the Jazz?
Gobert won to be the defensive player of the year. Like,
but who's better on the Jazz right now than Mitchell offensively?
Okay, but
offensively.
Let me say this. Let me chime in. Who won it for the last?
He just scored.
Let me chime in. The reason why Mitchell didn't win it because the best player on the Milwaukee won it. He won it twice back to back, right?
I'm talking about considerations. Just considerations.
Yeah, he got a consideration. They got considerations, but what you're talking about is like top 5, right? You talking about why Donovan Mitchell is not hitting the top 5?
Not even top 5, just discussed, bro. Like just a conversation about it. Like not even mentioning him. That's what I'm talking about. Just in general.
We're discussing it right now. But that's my point. If we're discussing it, the mainstream media has discussed it. But with Giannis posterizing people, putting up 35 points a game, 15 rebounds, 4 block shots. I mean, and you look at Mitchell's numbers, he may have 25 points, 4 assists, 3 rebounds. It's clear cut, and Giannis has the best team in the East. I mean, what more do you need?
Did Mitchell not have a good team in the West as well?
But Giannis doesn't have.
And that's my point.
Have a two-time
Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
And that's my point. Milwaukee, they both had top tier teams, right? So you can cancel that out. Now you can look at numbers. Giannis, 35 points a game. Mitchell, 25. Giannis beats that. Rebounds, Giannis. Probably assists, Giannis. Blocks, Giannis. He deserved it, bro.
So
when me saying this is not taken from other players. I want to be clear when I say that. I want to be very transparent. When I bring up these topics, when I bring up these points, when I bring up these questions, it's never to take away from a player. I want to be clear with that because I don't want that to be taken out of context. I'm asking and posing the question because the focus that me and Mingo are saying that we're on is, and I agree with them, if the media puts it out there, fans jump on it, and that's all they run with, period. And that's why I said, for the most part, a lot of fans don't know how to think for themselves. And we've seen that a lot of different times. I'm not saying I'm the end-all, be-all with basketball. That's not what I'm trying to portray.
I agree. Like LeBron, the best player in the league right now. I agree.
You talking like Jordan the greatest of all time?
Huh?
You talking like the narrative Jordan's greatest of all time?
My man Mike. My man Mike. My man Mike, man.
If you want to start down that road, Mike, we can do it right here and now. You have to.
Hey, I'm glad y'all said that, because I put my top 11 players. That I only got to 11, but I put in my top 11 players of all time. I'm gonna give them to y'all so y'all could think a little bit about y'all. But I'm gonna go first. The greatest player of all time, Coop. I know you're gonna disagree with me. I got LeBron. 2, I got Jordan. 3, I got Kareem. 4, I got Magic. 5, I got Wilt. 6, I got Russell. 7 and 8, I got a tie. I got Kobe and Shaq. You could put either one, 7 or 8. 9, I got Duncan. 10, I got Bird. And 11, just to satisfy Mingo, I did a top 11 list just to satisfy Mingo. I got a Akeem 11.
Hey Keem, I got a question, man. I gotta ask you this. I got a question, and I see people doing those type of lists all the time.
What's up?
How many of those players you actually got to watch with your eyes, rather than a highlight tape?
Let's see: LeBron, Jordan, Magic, Kobe, Shaq, Duncan.
All of them except Wilt and Russell.
Yeah, all of them except Wilt and Russell. But I mean, just because I never watched Magic live, but I watched I'm a big Bulls fan. I was a big Bulls fan. I watched tapes of Magic play. I mean, I don't like when people
see, that's
do
the
that.
thing. They show you the tapes they want you to show on ESPN.
No.
The tape that he.
I got NBA. I got NBA.
I'm gonna say the
TV.
tapes he scored 40 points and he do like no look passes and shit, man. Yeah, I don't think people give our generation enough credit. Whatnot, man.
Thanks.
But look, I know about Magic. I know about his injury second season. I know how he was called Tragic Johnson. Like I know all that. But Magic, they used to call Magic Tragic Johnson after he won his first championship. Then when he came back that second season, they was calling him Tragic Johnson.
Yeah, it was
almost. You talking about no defense, Magic?
I can't put anybody in the top 11 I didn't watch play.
That's fair. That's fair. But I think a player is great even if you didn't watch him live.
I agree with that. Yeah, he's great. Mike, the argument I always had against that, though, because especially with a lot of old dudes, when they want to put like they era above ours and be like, "Oh, you ain't watched my era play." I be like, "What? How much of your era did you watch play? Y'all might have caught 3 games a week. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, how much did you actually watch too? Besides the highlights that they want you to see on the morning news. You know what I'm saying? Because ESPN wasn't even all that back then. So it's like we probably. I wouldn't doubt if I watched more than you. I mean, I grew up in a basketball family. All I did was just watch old games all my life. So. I mean, I can sit there and talk with my papa and my uncles and all that about old games because I got access to them. Whereas when they were playing, you didn't even have access to them all. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I mean, a lot of older dudes get overlooked by our generation because of that, because they didn't see them. But I also think a lot of older dudes disregard the newer generation because they just want to say, "Oh, well, y'all didn't see our older generation." It's like, well, hell, motherfucker, you need it. You know what I'm saying? They had a satellite this name.
To rebuttal real quick about that, as far as what I do when I said this on the Zoom the other day, some of this onus I put on the fans as well, because right now our generation, this generation of fans, has a microwave mentality, and here's why. If they don't win in a 2 to 3 year time frame or 1 to 2 years time frame, the fans want them to immediately blow it up. Oh, this is trash. They're horrible. Right. Because the uses of social media, the influence of it, and how quickly we get the word out and the news out, fans get impatient quickly. But they'll watch a football team for 20 years for one title. That's a whole nother conversation. But for basketball, for some odd reason, We want it to happen right then and there. But for football, we can watch the same team lose for 20 seasons and wait for that one title. So I want to hear. That's why I have my beef with this generation of fans as compared to the old ones. So now when you influence the players as well, depending on who we're talking about, some of them have that grit and that pedigree, and they are skilled and talented. So that's why I say it's a give and take. But to transition and high step real quick, Mike, who is your GOAT and tell me why?
You said who's my GOAT? Tim Duncan.
Yeah. Tell me why.
Well, Mike, while you're on that subject, just give us your top 10 list right now.
Finish it. Who's your GOAT and why?
My top 10 is on there though. It's already on there. I just can't. I don't want to get it.
Well, I thought you had some changes because earlier you said Jordan 24.
Oh, yeah, I gotta make some little corrections.
When I looked at the list, I seen Jordan 12. So that's Jeremy Rich. I think you know your top 10. What's your top 10?
Yeah, man, we actually got the same top 5 just in different orders. I got Mike my one man mostly because what he accomplished in the time frame that he accomplished it in. You know what I'm saying? It's few if any that has done that. Magic might be the closest. You know what I'm saying? And that's actually my 2 and 3, however you want to put them, is Magic and Brian. I let anybody else order them. I got Kareem 4, Wilt 5. I actually got Bird 6. 7, I got Duncan. 8, I got Shaq. 9, I got Kobe, and he recently just got in my top 10. I used to not even have Kobe in my top 10. I had to think about this the other day. I got Kobe 10, and I got Kobe 9, and I got Hakeem 10.
All right, who want to go next?
See, y'all getting listed. I gotta do on the spot. So I got
you got yours ready, Mingo?
I got 2 more to pick.
All right.
Hold on.
Hold on.
I'm writing. MJ. You said Magic. You said Brian second, Magic third, huh? Jerm, huh? Oh, you said
I got tied.
Tied. All right.
2 and 3. I can't separate them.
And you said Wilt 5. All right, I got yours. All right, cool. So no Russell.
The only reason, all right, so Russell used to be in that spot for Kobe. Kobe was at. The only reason I took Russell out of that is strictly because of just how the era was for Russell. Russell's biggest claim is all the championships that he won, which I mean, that's crazy. He also had probably the top 20 players in the NBA of that time was all in Boston. It was like, man, they just had a crazy team for that era when you didn't even have a lot of teams. I mean, it was just hey, they ain't his fault. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, but that's the only reason I just took him out of my top 10. All before Kobe wasn't in my top 10. I had to go back and look. I'm like, hey, like Kobe was really that dude. You know what I'm saying?
My quick. This is a quick 10. This is not me thinking a quick 10. I got no order. Okay. Bird, LeBron, Tim, Kareem, Jordan, Shaq, Kobe, Hakeem, Magic, and Steph. And that was a personal bias to the last one.
Hold on, say that slower so I can write it down, man.
My bad. My bad. I just got to let the next person go. Bird, LeBron, Tim Duncan, Kareem, Jordan, Shaq, Kobe, Hakeem, Magic, Steph.
Gotcha.
I got mine too when y'all ready.
So hold on. I just want to ask a question to Jordan. If I go further into my list, we get to Steph, but I got KD over Steph. What's your reasoning to have Steph over KD?
Well, once again, like I said, that's a personal bias for me. Because look, my 10th, this was a toss-up, no lie. I put Steph, like I told y'all, Steph is D-Wade is my favorite player, Steph is my second. My 10th spot was a toss-up between KD, Iverson, Steph, and Wade. That's just me personally for my 10th. But I put Steph because of his current influence of the game. Dame Lillard, Trae Young. He pretty much has everybody shooting threes now. His true impact in the way that he's turned himself around from being injury prone, not being able to lead a team. All the analysts that had his flaws at the beginning of his draft class, the way he worked, the way he got the Warriors as a household name, him turning the franchise around, many reasons. But that's why I put him for me, as well as his work ethic. And tell Quentin, my shoes stay in the trunk. Tell Quentin my shoes stay in the trunk. And that probably hey, look, and if you need proof, go to my Facebook and look at my last 2 shooting videos. If I still don't shoot. And it's up anytime you want it, my brother, and you know that. Boy, you just got me hot up in here.
Oh man.
All right, your list ready yet, Mike?
No, but I'm gonna try to go as much as I can remember. So
right.
Tim Duncan, Steph Curry, Shaq, Bill Russell, Wilt, Kawhi Leonard, LeBron James. Let's see. I think I got Larry Legend in there. Russell Westbrook and Tony Parker.
Is this in order?
I think it's somewhere around at 10, the top 15, top 15. I know I got Kawhi number 6. I got LeBron 7. I know I got Steph Curry 2, and I know I got Tim Duncan 1. I believe I have Shaq 3 all time.
Okay.
And I know Bill Russell and Wilt are in that top 7 range. So it's kind of similar.
So Tony Parker and Russell Westbrook.
Tony Parker, he's somewhere in the top 15. Westbrook is what is he? I got him as my 4th greatest point guard of all time, so he's up there.
Okay, so I'm just gonna give this to you right quick. You said Westbrook your 4th greatest point guard, correct? All right. So these are my top point guards ever. I got Magic, I got Curry, I got Isaiah Thomas, I got John Stockton, and I got Chris Paul. Explain to me why Westbrook should be over somebody on that list.
You talking about first round elimination, John Stockton? You talking about Chris Paul? You talking about Chris Paul who's never been to a finals?
Let him know, Mike.
Let him know, Mike.
Let him know, Mike.
Chris Paul you talking about?
Let him know.
Don't even know what NBA finals look like.
What I do appreciate is how he always respond with some shit like that.
Let him know, Mike. Let him know.
Check and see what's in your cup, bro.
No. So that's your reasons for why Westbrook should be over them?
You said
that's your reasons?
Westbrook, we're gonna know about Westbrook 20 years from now because nobody's gonna break his records. 20 years from now, our kids gonna be talking about Westbrook. Nobody's gonna know John Stockton 20 years from now. Nobody's gonna know Chris Paul 20 years from now.
Stockton, ain't he like number 3 all time in assists or something like that?
No, he's number 1. Assists and steals.
Alone.
They might talk about him, every now and then. But I know they're not gonna talk about Chris Paul. Nobody's gonna know who Chris Paul is 20 years from now.
Oh.
That's crazy.
Just for the record,
Mike,
Chris Paul got the record for the most steals title.
I take personal offense to that, Mike. Chris Paul is one of the best point guards. So you telling me a top 5 point guard of all time not gonna be talked about?
He top 15. I give him top 15.
You know what I'm saying? From years from now.
You gotta think about players gonna get better. So players gonna get better. Point guards are gonna get better.
True.
What's left when we're gone from here? What's left? Our records, our history. Chris Paul has no history. As much as we like Chris Paul, he has no history. He has nothing set in stone. He has nothing set in stone. It was like, damn, he made an impact.
Chris Paul does have the record for the most steals titles ever. He got 6 of them. So he does.
I wasn't entertaining that. I was not entertaining that right there. I'm not entertaining that.
And Chris Paul top 5 career assists and top 5 career assists per game too, I think, right?
And then he up there somewhere in steals as well, but we're not entertaining it.
you know what's gonna happen when the next generation arguing with us and y'all start bragging on Chris Paul? Did he ever make the finals? Did he give up a 3-1 lead to Dwight Howard? He had a 3-1 lead to Dwight Howard.
Let him know, Mike.
Let me.
Let him know, Mike.
I can rebuttal all.
He was up 20 points. He was up 20 points against the Rocket, up 3-1 in the series and blew the whole damn series. How is he impactful? What is impactful about Chris Paul?
Hey, just for the record, I don't even think Dwight Howard played in that series. I think he was.
Dwight Howard and James Harden played in that series. Dwight Howard and James Harden played in that series.
You showed Dwight Howard play.
James Harden
I
played in
don't.
that series.
I remember Josh Smith and who else? Who else was in that? Josh Smith, Eric Gordon. I know Dwight Howard was on that team, but I thought he was injured.
Dwight played. I think Chandler Parsons. Chandler Parsons played.
Germ. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Earlier tonight, a comment was made. Oh, we doing age. We doing that now. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Age. Correct?
Yeah.
Age earlier.
A comment was made that we're gonna compare age. We doing that now. Correct?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Tony Parker has been said a few times tonight that he's in the top 10 all-time or top 5 point guard as well, correct?
Yeah.
Now follow me.
By one person.
Kenny Mingo.
Yeah.
I want y'all to follow me.
Yeah.
Now, how old is Chris Paul right now?
36.
Yeah.
36.
How old was Tony Parker when he went to Charlotte? And why didn't he have the same impact as Chris Paul had with the Suns as Tony Parker with Charlotte? I need that question answered right now.
Impact.
Yes.
You want me to compare? You want me to compare?
Yes, we do.
You want me to compare a Finals MVP
Before
to
you
a
get
regular point
confused,
guard?
hey, stop. Before you get confused, listen to what I'm asking you. Because we just talked about impact for teams, and you said we're talking about age, we're doing that. Chris Paul is now on his third franchise. Right now, at this late age in his career, was it fifth MVP?
Fifth. Yeah, fifth. Hornets, Clippers, Rockets.
I'm talking about three teams that he really impacted, severely impacted. He impacted everybody. Severely impacted. So what I'm saying is that Tony Parker went to Charlotte later half of his career after he's been with the Spurs forever. You have him as a top 5 point guard of all time. You also have as a top 10 player. I need to know why he did not impact Charlotte in the East, which we know is weaker than the West, the way that CP has impacted Phoenix right now, if you don't mind.
That's an easy answer. It's the same reason why T-Mac didn't impact like Kobe because of injuries. That's easy. Injuries.
He lost his Batman.
Yeah, it's easy. Injuries.
I agree with you on that, Mike.
But wasn't he still playing when he went to Charlotte?
He's still playing, but he was a shell of himself. He was injured so much with Spurs.
So age did get to him then.
ACL injuries got to him.
So what you mean?
But with age did get to him then, correct?
Yeah, you can say that.
Chris Paul injury prone too, though.
I'm about to say because Chris Paul right now got a shoulder injury. He's still playing against the Lakers that he just helped eliminate.
Still playing.
I mean, Chris. Whoa, how many points Chris Paul scored in that series? Like what? 12, 10?
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure out the impact Chris Paul is making that y'all see that I don't see.
Hold on. Coop, I'm glad you just brought that up as well because there's a lot of times that Draymond is not on the stat sheet blowing it away, but has a huge impact on the game. And you watch the sport, don't you? So therefore,
but we don't consider Draymond top. We don't consider Draymond top 5.
Things are not going to always show up on the stat line sheet as well. Because there's been stat sheets to where Rondo would have no points and like 10 assists and like 8 rebounds or whatever the case is. Plenty of time.
I agree with you, but we don't consider Draymond top 5.
So
what that got to do with Chris Paul?
Facts.
Is this the same Chris Paul? Is this the same Chris Paul that was up 2 series in a row, 2 games up 3-2? Up 3-2 versus the Warriors, 16-point lead at half. Then you got up double digits in a 7-game series at half, and you blow it. Chris Paul is known for a choke artist. Chris Paul is not clutch. Chris Paul is known for a choke artist.
Hey, go ahead, Mingo. You take that one, Mingo. You take that. Go ahead, John.
Mike going too far, man.
I'm glad you brought this up because apparently right now, so now in my assumption, in my assertion and understanding of this, we're now talking 1 player compared to 5 because we just saw what the struggle Luka had playing the Clippers when he was putting up all the points, and you will need the rest of your team and you will need the rest of your supporting cast to produce, period. So you can't, in a sense, call him a choke artist because we had also saw what he made DeAndre Jordan of with the Clippers, as well as Blake Griffin, and how he set them up. But in a sense, how in the world are we going to be able to talk around that to where his team is not producing as well?
But I'm doing the same thing that you did with me earlier with Kawhi and KD. Kawhi has a lesser team than KD got, but you still want to compare them together. I'm doing the same thing you did earlier with me because we know KD, when you bragging about KD when he has a more dominant team with everything around him, but you're giving Kawhi a slight.
The reason why I brought up KD in that aspect is because right now Kawhi is having trouble with Ingles and Bogdanovich, and KD is playing somebody of Giannis with that defensive impact that he has, as well as with the Bucks, and that's why I brought up the comparison. Not as far as a team, I said that. I talk about it from a one-on-one standpoint.
Hey, hold on. I got a question. Mike, did you say that Chris Paul blew a 3-2 lead against the Warriors
No. Yeah. 3-2 lead.
when he was on the Rockets?
No. When he was with the Rockets, when he was with the Rockets, yeah, they was double digit up.
Oh, so
Game 7, right?
So Chris Paul got injured. What was that in game
6?
In game 6?
Game 6.
And he didn't play, and the Warriors end up winning that game. And then he didn't play in game 7. So how did he blow the 3-2 lead?
Chris Paul, come on now. Every time the game is on the line, he can never come in and play a game. He's
We talking about this series, but you just said for Tony Parker injuries. Like that's what you said. You said injuries.
I'm talking about tendon tears, though. I'm talking about actually tearing your quadricep. I ain't talking about a little pain in your arm.
Can I?
I'm not talking about pain in your arm. I'm talking about tearing your quadricep.
Let him know, Mike. Let him know, Mike. Let him know, Mike.
Hey, Kenny, what you forgot is that in our part time, Mike is a doctor, bro. Mike can assess all of that. What you fail to realize is he can assess that man's pain. So, Mike, now that we finishing up, give me your GOAT and tell me why is your GOAT.
Tim Duncan. Easy.
Why?
All-time defensive team, the numbers, all-time defensive teams, the offensive impact he had, the defensive impact he had. Like it's easy, man. Like great. Like his own people say he's the greatest power forward of all time. So that's automatically top 5 player of all time. So me saying he's the GOAT is not too far off from that. His own peers saying he's the greatest power forward of all time. Like, so it's not too far off from me saying he's the GOAT.
He's definitely the greatest power forward of all time. It's just I'm not giving that GOAT.
He's taken out super teams. He's taken out the Heat. He took out the Detroit team that took out the Lakers that nobody else could stop. The 3-peat Lakers. He took out that same Detroit team. They had the same players. So I mean, it's easy. It's easy to see. But he also he's the only player other than the lockout year. He's the only player that's played his whole year. Never missed the playoffs.
Mike,
how many times? If he's that goaty, how many times did they lose to Phil Jackson and the Lakers though?
That's what I was going to say. Yep.
How many times they lose to the? They was a tough. Lakers a tough team. Lakers a tough out.
No, hell no. Goaty. Goat. You supposed to be able to. Get
what you saying? The GOAT? You saying the GOAT can't lose? Because we know.
What I'm saying is,
Jordan was getting bucked.
Let me say this, Mike. You can't be the GOAT when somebody else has more rings than you in the same generation while playing.
So we picking generations. We're not gonna say in total rings because then you will have to throw in Bill Russell.
I'm just saying. Like you can't be considered the GOAT when somebody on the Lakers team has 5 and you only have 4, and y'all matched up.
Duncan
got 5. Oh, okay, my fault. Duncan got 5. All right, then. Okay.
All right. Hey, can I get my top 10?
Go ahead, Mingo.
I thought you gave it.
Can I get my top 10? Is that okay?
Go ahead.
My bad. I thought you gave it.
All right. Look, because Mike taking us into down the rabbit hole into where Alice in Wonderland lives and stuff, but we need
Water's a late man and uncle, man. Oh, man.
But nah, my number 1 is Jordan. Number 2 is LeBron. And things get controversial here, but old Kenny, you already know who my number 3 is.
Akeem.
The goddamn Dream, baby. That's my number 3. Shit, yo. Number 4, I got Duncan. Number 5, I got Shaq. 6, I got Magic. 7, Kareem. 8, Kobe. 9, Bird. 10, Durant.
Hey, Duncan. Hey, Mike. I'm gonna be honest with you, Mike. Duncan for the GOAT. That's probably your best argument today. That's probably your best one.
It's a bad argument, man.
That's what I'm saying. Hey,
I'll give you my top 10.
He didn't do it right. He should have said Duncan came in the league 50 games, all NBA. Duncan never missed the playoffs. Duncan, he won a title in three different decades. 90, 99. You didn't do it right.
Well, but that's probably how about to give you selling points too.
I'm going top of the dome, baby. I'm going top of the dome, baby.
Top of the dome too. I'm going top of the dome too.
Hey man, I got arrows. I got arrows coming from everywhere. I'm just like,
Mike, but let me ask you this: if Duncan had a bad night, did he have 2 other scores he can rely on?
you said if he had a bad night. No, he had a defense he can rely on. He ain't have no scores he can rely on.
This dude, man.
You just
Mike.
said, you just said his point guard is one of the best point guards out there.
No,
Top 5 all time.
That's
no,
Jerry, my
he's
angle,
top
bro.
5. He's top 5. He's top 5 all time, but Duncan still made him though. It's like Jordan. Jordan's top 24 of all time, but Scottie still made him. It's like there's no disrespect.
So let me ask you, Mike.
Top 1%.
If Duncan have an off night, does he have 2 other people he can rely on as far as scoring?
2, more than 2.
No,
I'm just giving him 2, Coop. I'm just giving him.
Yes, even
Two other people? No, he have 2 other people to rely on.
He did. Wait. Hold on, Mingo. Hold on. So if he has an off night, Tim Duncan does not have 2 other people he can rely on for scoring.
No.
Who the fuck is Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili then?
Neither one of them are in the Hall of Fame.
It will be. It will be.
They're good players.
Mike, stop. Just say next question, Mike. Just say next question.
Kenny said it best. Kenny said it best.
Repeat the question. I didn't hear the question. Repeat the question. I didn't hear the question.
I'm about to say because Kenny gave you props. You did. Just was your best defense, and you're making it worse now. The question was if Tim Duncan has an off night offensively, does he have 2 other people he can rely on as far as scoring?
Oh yeah, he had a Robin and he had a third option. Yeah, Tony Parker was his Robin. Yeah, he had a Robin.
After Scottie, who was Jordan? Hey, after Scottie, who was Jordan's third option?
Who was Jordan? They had Tony Kukoc.
What about his first 3 rings?
Dennis Rodman was such an impact.
No, I said first 3 rings. I said his first 3 rings.
Oh, Scottie, but he didn't need a third option like that. Scottie was the man. Scottie was Batman.
Jordan didn't have too many off offensive nights, first of all.
Right. Hey, Mingo, he didn't. I want to be clear. But I'm bringing that up because I wanted to see as far as supporting cast. If we're saying GOATs as far as in everything that they have to deal with, I'm wanting to see. You asked me earlier, Mike, apples to apples. So I'm just kind of asking in that.
We both agree that the league has gotten better since then. So and back then, come on now, the competition was mediocre compared to it is now. Like, come on, man. Like,
Cap.
Let me chime in.
So if it's mediocre compared to what it is now, why have we not have another dream team? We only had a redeem team.
You said, why don't we have another dream team?
Mm-hmm.
That's mental. That's mental game right there. That's like that's not skill set. That's like you gotta want it, man. Yeah. It's kind of like last show I was on. We were talking about the Luka and Tatum situation. Like you can be skilled, but you gotta want it. Man.
If the skill set was better, is better now, and continuing to get better, we should never win another bronze and silver medal then. With Tim Duncan,
it also gets better in other countries.
It does. Hey, it does. But Jerm, I was just told that Tim Duncan is the GOAT, and therefore, with him being the GOAT,
Duncan got a bronze. Tim Duncan got a third place medal. Tim Duncan got a third place Olympic medal.
That's what I'm saying. Duncan was on that team that lost.
Yeah, he was.
But you got to understand though. You got to understand.
Yes, but you know me, Argentina. That's what I'm saying. Y'all taking my strategy, bro.
Hey, Mike, don't worry about it, Mike. Hey, Mike, don't let them trap you, Mike. Don't let them trap you, Mike.
Hey, Coop, give me a top. Hey, Coop,
beat America, man. Come on now.
Let me give Coop top 10. Let me get your top 10, Coop.
My top 10.
Yeah.
I got MJ. For what he did on the court, off the court, and as far as the shoes and things like endorsement deals, he's number 1. Number 2, I got Kobe. The hunger, the grit, the 5 championships, I gotta get to him. Number 3, I got Shaq. I never really seen a big man do it like that besides, Kareem. And I didn't really watch Wilt. I watched the intel in a Kareem. Number 4, I got Stephen Curry. At one point when he won those two MVPs, he was the on top of the planet, man. He changed the game. You can literally see the way people play now. Even at when you go to high school or some type of AAU, you got kids just jacking up threes from on a fast break. I think he hit him, and then at number 5, I got Iverson. Iverson, I think he should be higher, but since he didn't win no rings due to Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal, but Iverson hit the textbooks. You every crossover, that 1-2 crossover, that was Iverson's move. So they teach that from when you're 5 years old all the way up into the NBA. I think he also hit the textbook. That's the Iverson
That was Tim
crossover.
Hardaway's
Tim
move.
Tim Hardaway. Tim Hardaway.
Tim
Tim
Hardaway's
Hardaway.
move.
Tim
No,
Hardaway.
Tim,
Tim
no,
Hardaway.
Hardaway's
Tim,
move.
Tim Hardaway got a
Tim
different
Hardaway.
move. Tim Hardaway got a different move, man. Tim
Hold on,
Hardaway got it's two different. It's two different moves. It's two different moves, man. Then I got number 6. I got KD. Far as the skill set, you never seen a 7-footer with the handles of a point guard. Only I think if he would have done what LeBron did earlier, he probably would have had at least 5 to 6 rings, man. Honestly. And number 7, this person I really hate, but I gotta give it to LeBron. Um,
Oh, you hate LeBron, bro.
bro, I hate.
I don't think that man know you, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, I gotta give it to LeBron because simplify what he's doing off the court and things like that. Of course he's breaking records and everything like that. But I think majority of that is due to help. He's been spoiled for 10 years out of his 14-year career. I mean, that's
18.
a different 18. All right, well, he's been spoiled for 14 years out of his 18-year career. I honestly, I don't think LeBron got leadership with him walking off the court, pouting all the fucking time, and things like that. It's good to lead when everybody on your team is a top 5 player or some shit like that, man. And then I got number 8, Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan. I think he's a leader. He's the general. Like he said, from day one when he walked on that floor, he was the best person on that team or in the NBA, and he won 5 rings. Number 9, only reason I got number 9 and 10, I got number 9 Magic and number 10 Kareem because I caught the tail end of them of their careers. I only can go off kind of what people say or whatnot. I've seen a lot of Magic highlights. I saw a couple games of him, but by that time, he about to roll over and die from HIV and shit. So, but and then Kareem is pretty much. Kareem could have been number 1, but I think his attitude and some of the stories you hear about Kareem and how he treat people and things like that, I think it brought him down to number 10, man.
Hold on. We just finished talking about how Jordan was an asshole. like how Jordan treated people off the court. You could put him outside the top 10.
Nah, can't do that. Can't do Jordan like that. Jordan was Black Jesus. Jordan was Black Jesus. Black Jesus, man.
Cool. What I'll say is I'm with you as far as the hate of the bronze scope, but I hate his fans. I don't hate him.
Yeah.
I hate his fans. I'm actually a great value Bron fan, like low level, low tier. I actually rock with Bron. I just hate his fans. There's a difference.
No, I mean, I think LeBron is good. Like, I think he's great. My fault. I'm not saying LeBron is trash.
Not 1%.
But when you talking about basketball skill,
He's a 6'8" Dame Lillard. That's all he is. 6'8" Dame Lillard.
no, he's not. He's not. He's not. I think he's kind of like a better version of Giannis Antetokounmpo. He's very one-dimensional. Nobody can really stop him or whatnot. But when you're talking about like ball handling, he's not considered a top 10. When you're talking about shooting, he's not considered a top 10. When you're talking about free throws, he's not considered a top 10. Only thing he's considered good at is overpowering people to the rim, and that's the same thing with Zion Williams right now. But when you talking about pure,
okay, passing,
passing, yeah, okay, and that's what I'm saying. Overpowering, okay, and passing, that got him in the top 7 spot. Y'all may disagree with me.
Oh yeah.
But listen, but if you really look at LeBron, he's always had two other superstars or franchise players on his team.
I do agree with that.
And then if you look at everybody on this list or something like that, or that was currently in the NBA, nobody has that on their team.
I do agree.
All right. So let's
currently in LeBron's generation. My fault.
Let's wait in
LeBron's generation. And his 18-year span, when he first went to Miami Heat, right? He was the best. Miami was clear cut the favorite to win it all day one. They haven't even suited up. Who was on the East that could stop them? Boston was old.
That happened because Boston. Like the Heat was happening because Boston happened. Let's not overlook that fact.
I can't say that. No.
That's that. I mean, he would have never left Cleveland if Boston would have never put that team together. It happened because of that.
But everybody lose, bro. Just because one team beat you does not mean you create a super team.
It so happened that happened when his contract ran out, so he had free will to go somewhere. It was luckily when at the beginning of his contract when he had to ride through. It turned out good.
Go ahead, Mingo. Go ahead.
I'm about to say an unpopular take is that Boston team got together to beat LeBron.
I wouldn't say LeBron.
No.
I wouldn't say LeBron.
I would say Detroit.
I wouldn't even say Detroit. I think that team just got together because those individuals wanted to win and they had the best package to put together. Because KG was trying to go to LA.
Because KG came from where? The West, right? He came from the Timberwolves. So LeBron wasn't even a threat. LeBron wasn't even a threat to him. Who else was on there? Paul Pierce. He been losing in fucking Boston, dropping 30 a game.
Paul Pierce recruited. Everybody who went there, Paul Pierce recruited.
Yeah, but
who he was trying to beat when he recruited? Who was his mountain to get over?
Who, Paul Pierce?
Yeah.
The NBA?
Paul Pierce was trying to make the playoffs. He was trying to make the playoffs. Let alone win a championship.
Played Cleveland in the playoffs at that time.
I don't know if y'all recall Paul Pierce hate for LeBron, bro.
Yeah, I think that generated from when Miami Heat
busting his ass.
Yeah, that came from Miami Heat. Even then, KG, Paul Pierce, and who was it? Ray Allen. They all was well out of their prime, though.
I would say Ray Allen. Ray Allen, a shooter can't be out their prime. That's what I think. If you're a shooter,
time. You're not about to reduce my dog to just a shooter. He was a shooter.
No. I'm saying if you want to say he lost, if you want to say he lost his athleticism, but he still towards the end of his Seattle years, he still was the shooter.
Rashard Lewis.
The year before Ray Allen went to Boston, he averaged his career high. That man was not well out of his prime. The most he ever scored.
How old was?
You know what I'm saying? He was older when he went out of his prime.
And so, John Rich. So since you said you gotta have to agree with me then that Chris Bosh was definitely a top 15 player.
Yes.
When he went to Miami.
Definitely.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, facts.
And I say, and the rest is history for LeBron. Definitely, he took over to being the greatest player of all time and things like that when the super team came. So that's why I got him so low on my list.
So,
but what he's going off the court is pretty
good. Bird on there, huh? I don't think you had Bird on your list, right?
I didn't watch Bird, man.
I'm about to say because we talking about super teams, take Bird all the way out of that.
Yeah, I didn't watch Bird.
You had Magic on there, though, right?
I got Magic on there.
Well, he had 4 Hall of Fame.
I think my parents were biased. We was biased on what we was watching.
I want to get Kareem on there too, right?
I got Kareem on there.
Yeah, also Robinson in Milwaukee. Take him off. He had the same team Magic had in LA. Take him off of that.
Right.
You had Tim Duncan on there, right?
Yeah, I got Tim Duncan.
Tim Duncan and play with 4 Hall of Famers. Take him off the list. You had
whoa. You talking about?
And if you ask Mike, he had one of the best point guards ever. You know what I'm saying?
What are we basing it off? What are we basing it off of? What do you mean take him off? Why take him off the list?
Well, okay. Well, then let's knock him lower then. I mean, you saying you got LeBron so low because he played with great talent, but great talent plays with great talent. That's been the story of the NBA since it been founded. You know what I'm saying? I mean, great talent plays with great talent. Nobody wants to be Allen Iverson in Philly. No, nobody wants that. Nobody wants to be T-Mac in Orlando. No, like
But
that's
the
not
way you
a desirable situation. When people can get out of that, they're gonna try to get out of that. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
not true. Not
Moses
true.
Malone. Moses Malone. He was probably the best player in the late 80s. I mean, the late 70s, early 80s. Moses Malone, 2-time MVP. Went to Philadelphia to play with Dr. J.
great,
Yeah.
Mo Cheeks. You know what I
And
mean?
they swept the Lakers. They swept them. Like, and Moses Malone is a top 15 player of all time.
Yeah,
Like he
yeah.
is. And you
So
can't. You, go
Quentin
ahead.
made a good point. Quentin made a good point. He said when we go to the rec, we find the best players that we can to find the win, but y'all crap, blah, blah, blah. It's two-sided. And I get what the point he's making, but it's two-sided as well. Because if you line up with all the best players across the league, you're not going to have anybody to play. So that makes no sense, in my opinion, in that competitive nature and that drive. Because I know if I know that y'all the best on the court, obviously I'm gonna get somebody that's formidable to be able to play with. But I want to be able to put my team together to beat you as well. And I don't quote unquote want the best team because you still need competition. There's no fun in dominating everybody you play every time.
Hey, that's them dudes' job. Them dudes trying
Hey, look,
to
I
win.
respect it. I respect it.
them boys trying to win.
Hey,
Don't let
look, I
out of
respect
y'all
it.
saying I want to compete.
I respect it. I promise. And I
Chuck
told
and Barry
Kenny,
Magic could have played together. They would have played together.
I told Kenny, I said this is another podcast topic. I said I'm for and against the super team forming a narrative. I really am. I'm for and against it. Just that that's me personally because I understand both sides. So the idea where Cooper's coming from, I understand, but I also understand what German everybody's saying as well. I'm on the fence with this
But they're
because
built. They're built differently. Some teams are built through the draft, and some teams are built through the antics of LeBron. I mean, you walking off the court, throwing your jersey down, and then you call like. I mean, there's reports. What's his name? Kawhi Leonard was in the playoffs, and LeBron was hurt. He was calling him, telling him, "Hey, come to the Lakers." Like, come on, bro. Like, what type of crap is that, man? Like, that is a difference trying to compete. Hey, all right, I need a team so I can compete. Then just say I'm just trying to stack the deck and just blow everybody out of the water.
And then before you go, Kenny, and then when they lose, what I love, remember those fans I told y'all about, Germ? Those fair weather, those microwavable fans. Now all of a sudden everybody trash. Bosch went from a 20-10 player with Toronto to now he trashed with Miami.
Thank you.
Love, 20-10 player in Minnesota.
Thank
now
you.
he trashed with LeBron and the love.
And people don't know
that's
Kevin Love.
That's why I said, Coop, I'm with you. I hate LeBron's fans. I don't hate him. I hate his fans. And I despise them, dog, because when they're winning, bro, Bron is king. He's great. I promise you, he's gonna birth my child. He's the best person in this world. Everything. When they lose, man, the coach is trashed. The ushers wasn't selling the right peanuts. The supporting cast wasn't doing what they're supposed to. The floor wasn't swept. The AC wasn't serviced. It's everything.
Yep.
It's everything. That's why I said I hate his fans. I hate his fans, bro.
Hey, this is my definition of a super team. And I want to know if y'all agree with me or not. A super team has 3 players on the team that could go on a franchise.
3 franchise players.
Yeah, that could go like Dwayne Wade in Miami, Chris Bosh in Toronto, LeBron in Cleveland. Those 3 players could go to a franchise and lead a team to the playoffs.
Agreed. Yep. I'm the same way.
Like I don't think the '96 Bulls was a super team like that.
They're not. That's a dumb narrative.
Who else? I don't think the Cleveland Cavaliers with LeBron, Kyrie, and Kevin Love was a super team like that. Because I don't think Kevin Love was a franchise player. I think he was a good player on a bad team. On that? Go ahead.
Kevin Love was people forget Kevin Love was Mr. Triple Double and in the Timberwolves. Like he said, he was giving you 10, 20, like 20, 10, and 10 almost a night. And all of a sudden he went to Cleveland. He's trash. Kyrie Irving was a top 5 point guard in the league. All of a sudden he's trash.
Wait, what when did you call double?
I think he meant double because
Yeah,
there's a lot of because there's a lot of games that Kevin Love did 20
earlier. They was winning like 17 games.
My fault. I thought I said double. Okay, my
I know
fault.
what you're talking about because Kevin Love was doing 20 and 20 over there in Minnesota. He was
he was a good player on a bad team, but he wasn't leading no team by himself to the playoffs. He wasn't like he wasn't. He was a good
Kenny,
good player on a bad team.
Kenny, let me ask you this quick question. If you look at Cleveland with Irving, who was it? Love and LeBron. Who else could match up with that, like talent wise? Because you had the Bulls and what's his name? The point guard.
Rose.
Who did Rose have? Who did Rose have?
Lou Aldane.
And Joakim Noah.
Was Rose was hurt?
Nah,
Rose was hurt by then.
Jimmy Butler was undeveloped. Derrick Rose was the only one that could score. Joakim Noah, he was a rebounder.
In scoring at the time.
Who?
And
whenever LeBron was in Miami, Jimmy Butler was undeveloped. By the time LeBron went back to Cleveland, Jimmy Butler was nice.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler was nice by that time.
Better than Rose.
Who in the East? Name a team in the East that could compete with those three.
Well, they couldn't because LeBron was there.
Exactly.
I'm just saying.
You take LeBron off that, all of them.
No, I'm just saying who can give them a run for their money.
I mean, the only team they had was when LeBron was in Cleveland. Shit, nobody.
Thank you. That's what you call stacking deck and not wanting.
But that wasn't a super team. When you talk about super teams,
that's
that
a
wasn't
super team.
He went to a team who had done got buku #1 picks within the last couple of years. He went there and they got good. They was let's get understood. They was terrible before.
Hey, Jeremy.
The definition of a super team.
Hold on, Coop. Hold on. Jerm, don't act like they didn't redo their entire roster like they did with Miami. Don't do that. That was not the same Cleveland team that Bron had played with. They redid the entire roster the same way they did with the Lakers. Ingram, Hart, Lonzo.
They got some nice little role players who fit what they was trying to do. I give you that. Any of them dudes with some game changers though.
Yes.
Hey,
you take LeBron off keep the whole roster the way it was. Take just LeBron off. Would they keep
a playoff team
in the East? Yeah, in the playoff team. In the East,
playoff team.
Maybe
in the East.
Playoff team. They're a playoff team in the East. Yes.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't think that Cleveland team was a super team. Like if you look at the history of the NBA, that Miami team, I definitely agree that was a super team.
Yeah,
that Golden State team with Kevin Durant, Curry, and Clay. I think that was a super team.
Yeah.
The Brooklyn team this year. That's a super team.
If you're gonna go in your same defense, everybody that went to Cleveland was a #1 option on their franchise, whether the team was good or not.
No. I said that #1 option at least lead them to the playoffs.
I'm glad you brought that point up.
Okay.
Yes, Minnesota was trash. Love did not have all supporting pieces that he needed to get to where he needed to go. Same way, like Q just said, as far as Andre Drummond with Detroit, the supporting cast has to be the same thing, which is why Bron switches the entire roster when he gets on certain teams that he wants to be able to compete with. Therefore, to me, he's not going to go get a trash player on a trash team to be his big three if he thinks that he can't build this quote-unquote super team to compete.
Hold on. I never said Kevin
I didn't
Love
say you
was
said he's trash. I didn't say you said he's trash. I'm talking about in the scope of things. If he's not on a super team caliber player to where he can't lead a franchise or whatever based off the record and his supporting cast, then therefore, why was he scouted and recruited by Cleveland and Bron to be the component to that big three in Cleveland? That's what I'm saying.
He would have been a good third option. I
think the reason Kevin Love was specifically targeted, it gave the closest dynamic to what Miami had. Guard
trying to recreate it.
A little stretch big and Bron. And
try to recreate it. I said that.
But this is my point. This is my point too. How many third options can give you 20 and 10? A third option.
And to add on to that, when you go from a #1 option to a team with two other #1 options, somebody's production is going to suffer. Reality kicks in, right? So therefore, it's always unique that Bron fans was the ones that called Kevin Love and Chris Bosh trash.
Yep.
Therefore, because he turned Kevin Love into a spot-up corner shooter compared to the player that Love was in Minnesota, whether the team was trash or not.
Yep.
Bron put you in a system, and he wants you to operate within that system. Because if y'all remember, everybody was saying Kyle Kuzma was better than Ingram, and that's why they kept Kuzma. Now this year, because Kuzma didn't produce him, now everybody want to get rid of him. But if you don't operate within the system that Bron wants you in, or that fits around Bron, then you're trash.
I don't think that narrative exists for Kuzma, because Kuzma played the same way he played whenever Ingram was there.
Kuzma was putting up numbers.
The narrative was that Kuzma was better than Ingram.
I mean, I remember there was a big Kuzma versus Tatum. It was Kuzma versus Tatum.
Germ, if you remember one of those packages, Germ, if you remember one of those packages had Kuzma going to New Orleans. One of those packages had Kuzma going, and Lakers like, no, we keeping Kuzma. Y'all take Ingram. That's why he got over there. So that's what I'm saying. Just in general, when certain rosters are put together and you don't produce, all of a sudden they jump on you. But when you winning, it's all Bron. That's my only beef with all of this. That's my only beef with all of it.
So let me ask y'all something.
I think he's been baby.
From the definition, I think it's a super team. I just said I thought that Miami Heat was a super team, but not the Cavaliers. Do y'all think? And I want you to answer this, Mike. Do y'all think that the San Antonio Spurs with Duncan, Parker, and Ginobili, before they got Kawhi, after David Robinson left, do you think that was a super team? Mike,
you can't be a super team and build your franchise from within. That's not a super team. You're not begging nobody to come with you because you don't have enough to do the job. You know, that's why the Spurs are so great, because if you think about, I'm a Spurs fan, so I'm biased, but I use sense when I'm talking. So that's why the Spurs are so great. Because
not all the time. Don't lie, boy.
Hey, I'm glad it makes sense. It makes sense now. What you've been saying all today, it makes sense that you're a Spurs fan. That makes sense.
Let me.
I agree.
Here's the thing. That's why when people say the Spurs are trash, I ignore them, because every time the Spurs go on a 2 to 3 championship run, when you're building from within, it's going to take 4 or 5 years of sucking, or 4 or 5 years of first round eliminations to get back to that process again. But when you're just grabbing players, Kevin Love, they're a super team. The reason that Kevin Love, Kyrie, and LeBron didn't work out like Steph, Clay, and Kevin Durant is because they actually allow each other to be what they want to be. LeBron, like my man right here was saying, LeBron forces you to play a certain way. He forces you to stay on the wing because he can't do anything without the ball. No disrespect to LeBron because he's all-time great, but that's what you consider a super team when you say, "Oh, I need to go grab somebody."
Let me answer this. I think the Spurs was a super team. I don't think they got the popularity of a super team. If you got 3 Hall of Famers playing together, I mean, that's a super team. And
So
you win 5 championships. You win 5 championships with those 3 Hall of Famers playing all at the same time. You don't just get Hall of Fame just because, bro.
Ginobili won't be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Tony Parker, in a lot of people's eyes, won't be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
That's false. That's false.
In my eyes, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. But I'm saying you can't build within draft people. And you
see, I don't agree with that narrative that a super team is only built a certain way.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that narrative, because let's say if I'm building a house, you know what I'm saying? If I go hire an independent contractor or hire a company and they make the same house, it's the same house. I don't care how it was made. I still got the same result from it.
Fans say that.
I don't agree with that. How it's made. You know what I'm saying? I know, and I know that's what a lot of people don't like about Bron, is that he kind of took control of it himself, and it was something that people wasn't used to. And people, it's a fact of life. People are reluctant to change, so a lot of people just didn't like how it was being done. But it's still being done. Like, does it really matter that Magic ended up on the Lakers because years before the Lakers let Gail Goodrich go to the Jazz, so they had to get a first round draft pick back from that, and they lucked up and got Magic, although they was already a playoff team. You know what I'm saying? It's like so.
Super team is when a person come to your team with a certain skill set. When Tim Duncan used to talk bad about Tony Parker in practice, Tim Duncan used to talk bad about
weird. I think that's a weird. I think that's focusing on the how.
Wait, Mike, so you saying 3 Hall of Famers playing together is not a super team?
Yeah, like it don't matter how you got there.
Listen what I'm saying. If you come to a team with an already great skill set, then yes, it's a super team. Not if you worked on your craft with that team. When Tim Duncan first got Tony Parker and we first got Ginobili, they always do stories of how he trashed. Like, hold on, why did we get these? Why did we draft these guys? These guys are not good. They actually worked on their craft with their organization, got better, won championships. Not, this is the best player. This is the best player on that team right now. Let me go grab him. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's the true definition of a super team. Not just, I got better with my organization. I learned my skill, and the management helped me perfect my craft. That's not a super team. Perfecting your craft with an organization is not a super team.
I mean, that's focusing more on the process of it than the result of it, which I don't understand the difference of it. Because the whole goal is to win championships, right?
There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it, but I think fans get offended. Fans get offended on hearing that word because they think that it diminishes what their favorite player does. They think it diminishes what their favorite player does.
I agree that the Spurs wasn't by definition a super team just because I don't think at any point in time Tony Parker or Ginobili were top 10 players in the league. That's why I don't think they were super. I don't think that they were.
I agree.
Tony was
ever top 10 players.
They just had a really good team.
Yeah. I mean, they had
a system.
Now, if you want to say for the era, when they were winning those chips, it wasn't common to even have 3 top 20 or top 25 players. So for the time that they were together, when they were in their prime in the early 2000s, mid 2000s, I think they had the best collection of talent. Yes, without a doubt. I don't know if I would call them a super team because nobody had a super team by that definition. You know what I'm saying? The Boston Big Three, or no, not even Boston Big Three. The Lakers failed experiment with the old cats was probably the first attempt at the new style of super team, how you want to define it, how we're gonna go get some free agents, or we're gonna make some trade and get some dudes in who kind of want out of their situation. You know what I'm saying? That Lakers team that lost to the Pistons was probably that first team built that way. You know what I'm saying? In the quote unquote non-organic way. You know what I'm saying? But again, I'm more so of a team is a team. If I got three dudes, top 10, top 15, that's a super team. I don't care how they got there. That's a super team. I don't care if they work their way up to that level or what. That's a super team.
It's a super team. Yeah.
Because it's not a knock. I mean, it's a super team. You just got there in 2 different ways, but it's still a super team. You're going to have the same expectation the other teams have.
I agree. Now, what I will say is I do agree with Mike as far as building through the draft. Because I think it was a dumb narrative when KD went to Golden State that it turned to a super team. Because Draymond, Clay, and Steph was all drafted by Golden State. They worked and made themselves household names to make themselves who they are.
Well, now, KD going to them, I don't mean to cut you off, but KD going
who they are don't matter if it was at that place or not.
Hold on. I'm gonna get to that. Because not once was the Spurs ever considered and spoken of as a super team. But hold on, because quote unquote they're so boring. It's a system. They contested all this to Greg Popovich. So therefore, once again, media narratives. All of a sudden, it's under the same criteria with the Spurs. Spurs never got that title, bro, ever. Like still to this day, never got that title. It was built through the draft. Now, granted, Clay, Draymond, and Steph grew to be like phenomenal players. I'm not taking that from them, but to me, once again, players in their prime / number 1 option / the leaders of their franchise going to a team, that is a super team to me. That's my opinion. Because therefore, how long is it going to take before Denver becomes a quote unquote super team, Atlanta becomes a super team, all these teams that are building through the draft and actually turning into notable good franchises over time as they're developing, as Mike just said? How long before that narrative changes again and they get one good player that goes to that franchise that's been winning, now all of a sudden they're a super team? That's why I said just in general, certain intangibles, a certain way that people put things on certain ways, and that's why I say with the influence of the media, certain things are created. That's what I'm saying as far as have to listen and look at all variables.
This I'm gonna respond to that. Golden State, that 73 win team, Golden State, that wasn't a super team to me. They became a super team when Kevin Durant got there. Because when Kevin Durant got there, he was a top 5 player. Curry at that time, top 5, 10 player. Clay, argument top 15 player. Like, and you had 3 of the 5 best shooters on the team. Like Kevin Durant going to Golden State made them a super team.
I understand exactly where you're coming from. Even though it was still built through the draft, to me, once again, to me, this is why I'm not considering it that. Just because now that KD's not there, now all of a sudden when Draymond, Clay, and Steph get together, they're not a super team no more. So that's why
exactly.
I don't really. I will always be on the other side of the fence with that. Damn good team for sure. I'm not discrediting and denying that, but I've never heard that about the Spurs. Even when they continue to switch out certain players around Tony, Tim, and Manu, I've never heard that. I'm talking about good players as well. So
I'm gonna agree with John. The reason why you never heard that was with the Spurs is what John Rich just said. Like Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili, like when you rank them as players, was they top 15? Was they top 20? Like they wasn't defined top 15 players when the Spurs was doing their thing. They wasn't top 15 players. But when Durant,
Tony was top 5 point guard.
Thank you. Yeah, I was saying.
Manu Ginobili is the greatest shooter, greatest 6 man of all time.
Tony Parker might have been a top 5 point guard in the early 2000s, mid 2000s was probably the worst era for point guards ever. Though. Yeah, so he might have been a top 5 point. Hey, you're right.
Chris Paul was barbecue chicken for Tony Parker in his prime.
Hey,
this man.
Mike, good point. Mike, good point. He may have been barbecue chicken, but why was Tony Parker never considered for an MVP and Chris Paul was?
You shouldn't be considered for MVP if you got the greatest power forward of all time on your team.
No.
That
doesn't make sense. That's not making sense, bro.
It makes perfect sense. That's the same reason why Donovan Mitchell was not considered for MVP. You can't have one of the greatest people. You can't have a defensive player of the year on your team. You want to be MVP.
Doesn't make sense.
I don't know, Mike.
Because if he was barbecue chicken and CP is a MVP candidate at the time, therefore that means Tony Parker should have been one of those candidates as well, or considerations. No matter who the hell is on the team, bro.
That's not how the NBA works. I'm telling you how. I'm not telling you how I work. I'm telling you how the NBA works.
Ginobili better than Tony Parker. That's understood right there. Ginobili better than Tony Parker. So we doing all this Tony Parker talking and just glancing over Ginobili.
Look, to get to Ginobili took the role that Harden did not want to take, and to be an eternal 6 man. Now, beginning to answer your question, you saying that was Tony Parker and Ginobili top 15, top 5, whatever player. Who's to know? Because since Ginobili accepted that eternal 6 man role, we've kept him and looked at him in that light, and we've never put him in top roles. If he had gone to another franchise and taken the same mantle that Harden has, who knows who and what he could have been.
That I agree with. That I agree with right there.
So what I'm saying is that to bring it back up to the Spurs aspect, so Ginobili instantly came in and changed the dynamics of the game immediately, all the time. We all know that. So I say that and I brought it up because we don't know what he could have been because he didn't take the Harden approach and the Harden role. He stood where he was. And a lot of people, to be honest with you, even with Duncan's resume, Duncan still doesn't get the respect he deserves or the consideration or the nods because, once again, as fans, like I brought it up, us devalue the Spurs organization because of Craig Popovich, because they know that he's going to win. He's going to be a consistent coach. The system, he develops players, and he turns people into household names. And sees how he's quote-unquote boring, nothing's flashy, nobody's dunking on anybody. We disregard the Spurs organization. That's also why I think that they wasn't given the quote-unquote super team tagline, in my opinion.
I just don't think Ginobili and Parker was top 15 players.
I don't think.
If he would have had his own team to lead,
I think for 2 years Tony was a top 15 player for 2 years in that stretch.
2 years.
Whenever he made them all NBA teams, when he made them all NBA teams, I put him up there. But Ginobili wasn't there.
No.
Yeah.
You can't have a franchise winning 5 championships through 3 decades, and only one of those people or the top of just
Yeah, if you just said if you got a good organization, if you got a coach, if you got the best power forward ever, if you got a good team surrounding them, if you got players taking pay cuts, you could have that type of organization.
I think people
But you
sleep
still
on
had
how
2 other contributors. You still had 2 other
first
top
roster
contributors. It's not like Duncan was playing with a bunch of role players. You had 2 of the top contributors.
Yeah, just because they're not top 15 players doesn't mean they're not top contributors.
Yeah.
That's once again, in my opinion, bro. Once the media creates certain narratives with certain ideas, the fans run with it.
I mean, the super team term exists when they were balling out. So I mean, you know, if that team was together now after people see super team, it probably was. You know what I'm saying?
You have a top 10 player. You have a top 10 player in the league right now. A top 10 player in the league right now saying we got fans as a bunch of ESPN watchers. He called it out. He said it. So I mean, it's to me, ideally, that's what it is, because we got players and cats saying right now, "Oh, Zion needs to leave. Oh, he needs to leave the Pelicans." Bro, he's still on his rookie. He's still on his rookie contract. Look how
7 years minimum.
Look, Kenny, look how impatient we are as fans, bro. He's still on his rookie contract, and we're already saying he needs to leave.
I know John Rich just said the other day, you know, Terry Stotts made the playoffs every year, you know, had Portland competing every year. Jerry Sloan would be Jerry Sloan would have a lot to say about that, because he missed the playoffs a lot. He didn't make the championship till later on in his
still didn't win it. You know what I'm saying? And you had MVP. You know?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
And at that time, the greatest power forward ever.
My thing is, I love our debates, but at some point in time, now, like I said, with social media being a heavy influence, y'all don't think players not seeing that, organizations not seeing that, like GMs not seeing that, they're using that now as well.
So
win now mentality.
So I'm happy you said that, because I think because of stuff like that is why players are quick to do the super team thing. Nobody wants to be talked about badly, right? So I mean, if you're gonna do all that talking about me, man, hey, look, I made 40 million on side.
Right.
I can lose it.
But there has not been many super teams though.
You know what I'm saying?
That's why I say I'm on the fence about it, bro. Real talk. That's why I say I'm on the fence about the super team in Florida, because
I got no problem. Hey,
you can go down like
for great ass TV. So fuck it. Hey, all y'all join together.
Right. Look, you can go down as a Malone, Stockton, Nash, you know, Charles Barkley, one of the greats to never win it, or they're gonna try to talk about you like, you know, oh, KD, this ring got an asterisk by it, or this, like, it's just with certain fans, you got it's how you can't win. You know what I'm saying?
I like seeing 3 people who can score 30 on a team rather than one dude, and if he having an off night, the game probably trash. Hey man, put on. I want to see some movement.
I don't mind it either, but the only thing about it is the small market teams, the Magic, the Pelicans, the Hornets. There's no way to compete with that. There's no way right now. If the Brooklyn Nets re-signs those boys, I'm gonna ask the panel this: who in the league? Period. LeBron's getting old. He's getting older.
No one
in the league is going to be able to stop that, fellas. If they re-sign,
not.
Hey, I want to ask Mike. I want to ask Mike a question. Mike. On this panel, 2 people on this panel had a debate: Hakeem Olajuwon, Shaquille O'Neal.
Woo!
2 people on this panel had this debate. One person said Hakeem Olajuwon. The other person said Shaquille O'Neal. Who was the better center? Who was the greater center? The floor is yours.
The more dominant center was Shaq, but Hakeem overall was better because he did it more consistently throughout a career. Shaq was lazy, and he showed it, but he was so great he could get away with it throughout his Lakers career. So if you giving me a player in the 3 or 4 year span, I would take Shaq. But if I need a franchise player, I'd probably take Hakeem.
Okay, so you say a 3 or 4 year span. Okay,
if I'm desperate for a championship, like if my organization don't have a championship or something like that, I'm taking Shaq.
So when Shaq came in the league, he had one of the best rookie seasons ever for a player. One of them, not the best. He had one of the best. His second year in the league, he had a game where he scored 53 points, 18 rebounds. Third year in the league, he got Penny Hardaway. They was on the rise. They got swept by the Pacers in the first round. Fourth year in the league, He made it to the finals.
Yep.
He got swept by Hakeem Olajuwon in the finals, but he held his own. He had the similar numbers to Hakeem, but he still got swept. Then his 5th year in the league, he got swept by the Bulls. Bulls just got Dennis Rodman, and then he go to the Lakers. So his first 2 years in the Lakers, well, first.
So can I change my pick real quick?
No, don't change your pick. Stay with your opinion. Stand on your choice.
No. I want to reword what I'm saying. So I'm keeping Shaq. I think I meant to say Hakeem is more skilled overall.
Okay.
But as the player, I want Shaq. Like as my player, I want Shaq.
Okay.
Now the more talented player, Hakeem.
I get what you're saying because I think Kobe Bryant is the most skilled player ever. That's what I think Kobe. But when it comes to greatest, I got him 7. But as far as skill, I got Kobe Bryant 1. But the two people who had this debate was me and Mingo. Mingo say Hakeem, I say Shaq. Mingo, tell us why Hakeem is better than Shaq.
Because Hakeem could do anything on the floor. Whenever you talking about going out, and I understand that a lot of us are so offensive related to basketball. Shaq could score the ball. Like he could, like the ability to put the ball in the basket. What Shaq done very well. He was dominant at the low post. He had his little jump hook that he developed later on or whatever. Like I give that to Shaq. But when you're talking about a basketball player who can go out on the floor and do almost anything, I'm going Hakeem. Hakeem was not only dominant on the offensive side, rebounds, all defensively. Hakeem was adult. Like, bro, if we're talking about it complete, when you draw a circle, the complete circle, whatever you wanted out of a basketball player, Hakeem was it. You got players who we considering our all-time greats who go see Hakeem in the summers to go train with him. You got Kobe, went to Hakeem. Wade went to Hakeem. You got LeBron, went to Hakeem. These are guards going to a center for footwork.
Yep.
They're going to a center to increase, and there's no other center who you can name in the history of the NBA who just going. Check the stats, bro.
That's
Hakeem
true.
top 15 in almost everything besides assists.
That's true.
So to give a rebuttal on that one right there. One, I think the legend of Hakeem is bolstered a little bit. And plus, so I mean, I got Hakeem in my top 10 before him. I ain't down playing Hakeem. No way. I think the legend of Hakeem is a little bolstered a little bit because blocks and steals wasn't kept for Wilt, Bill, and some other centers that came before Hakeem. Because I guarantee you they got more blocks and steals than him.
Not blocks, not steals.
Oh, blocks and steals. Trust me, they got more than him. Oh, trust me, they got more than him.
Blocks ID.
Wilt used to block it and steal it in all the one shot. But I know a lot of times, like we had that argument on who's the greater player, who's the more skilled player, who's the more talented player, and it's the same argument that we get with a lot of players now. And I've always had the saying that jack of all trades ain't better than a master of one. If I get one thing that you can't stop, I don't need all that other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Hakeem couldn't physically overpower people. And so and he came from a soccer background, so I mean he had the footwork off of that. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think he needed to.
He didn't need to physically overpower people? As you saying?
No.
Well, facts. He did. So he didn't need it, so he mastered the footwork thing. That didn't need the footwork. Like why? I don't need what Hakeem got because I don't need it. I'm 300 pounds and you can't stop me. I'm just gonna go through you. You know what I'm saying? And I think we see a lot of players now. We talk about Giannis don't have the bag and all that. He don't need it until his coach put him in them stupid spots the way he does. But you know what I'm saying? But it's like for the most part, he don't need the footwork of Dirk and Tim Duncan and all that because he have athletic abilities that they don't have. And I think we get into like it becoming like a preference thing, in my opinion, on what type of game you like. Do you like a more finesse game? Do you like a more physical dominant game? And I
But
think
Shaq also heads up matchup. He dominated all the best centers heads up, like the Patrick Ewans, the
and that's
David
what I'm saying.
Robinsons, the Hakeems. Heads up matchup. If he goes fast, he dominated all of them.
And that's what I'm saying. I've always been a dude. I don't care about the how. The how does not matter. It's the what. You know what I'm saying? The what. At the end of the day, who won? Who was more dominant? Who impacted the game most? Yeah, I don't care how you done it. You could have done it by shooting from half. Everybody downplay. All he do is shoot. All he do is shoot. Well, you can't stop it. So the hell, I don't need to do nothing else.
But you got to understand too. Shaq with the Lakers is kind of like what's the coach for Kentucky? What he did to Karl Anthony Towns? What's Calipari? What's his name? Kentucky. Calipari. It's kind of like what Calipari did to Karl Anthony Towns in college. He limited his skill set, and that's what Phil Jackson did to Shaq. Because Shaq at LSU, he could run up the court with the ball. He could attack you. He could do that. He had that skill set.
Shaq limited himself by being 350 pounds.
That wasn't Phil Jackson.
Yeah, he was doing that in Orlando. Yeah, he got out of shape.
Even Kobe complained about that regular. But let me tell you, I feel like Shaq had the potential to be what Hakeem was. He had everything. He just didn't put in the work ethic. And if we're talking about one-on-one matchups, Hakeem beat him in, you know what I'm saying, in them early years in the finals. But back to what I was saying, it's not just offense. Hakeem was a better defender, way better defender than Shaq. And Hakeem came up in the era of centers. That was like the golden years of centers.
Shaq put up like 28 and 12 on Hakeem, didn't he? Didn't Shaq average like 28 and 12 on Hakeem? Something like that?
I got the stats right here. Block leaders. Kareem had 4 block titles to Shaq's 0. Rebound leaders, Kareem had 1 to Shaq's 0.
What about that finals though? That finals Magic versus
Hakeem swept him. Hakeem had better numbers.
We know he swept him. We know
he had better numbers.
But I mean, who was on the Kareem team at the time when he swept him? Wasn't it?
Oh, that's Hakeem. Hold on. Let me ask y'all something. Do y'all agree that Shaq was in his prime when he got to the Lakers?
No. Oh yeah.
When he got to his Lakers. Okay. Was Hakeem in his prime when he played Shaq in Orlando? When Shaq was in Orlando, would y'all agree that Hakeem was in his prime?
Yeah.
I would say tail end. I would say his tail end.
Okay.
His tail end.
Okay. So when Shaq was in his prime in LA and Hakeem came, y'all probably don't remember, but Shaq beat Hakeem in the playoffs when Shaq was in the Lakers and Hakeem was on Houston. Shaq beat him.
Yeah.
So, but if you put both of those players in their prime against each other, do you honestly think that it would be a sweep?
Hell no.
I think Hakeem come out on top, but no, not.
I think what would happen to Hakeem is what would happen.
Honestly, let me say this. I think it's going to the supporting cast.
Supporting cast, okay.
Hakeem could have beat prime Shaq in LA. Hakeem couldn't have beat. He couldn't have beat that LA team. They could have beat that Orlando team with prime.
No.
Hey, John Rich, I'm gonna go by what
prime Hakeem.
I'm gonna go back to what
cold, man.
I'm gonna go back to what John Rich said. And I want to use Jordan and Pippen. And the reason I'm doing this, John Rich said, if I got a player that's dominant at one thing, which Jordan was, and then you got another player like Scottie Pippen, who was a good scorer, but at everything else, rebounding, assists, I'm gonna say steals too. Pippen was better, but we look at Jordan as the better player because he was dominant. He was dominant at that one thing.
I disagree though. But how Pippen wasn't better than Jordan at all these things that y'all mentioning. He just had to do that to be relevant.
What you mean to be relevant?
To be relevant, to be on the floor. Like
Phil Jackson put Pippen to run the triangle at point guard because that's what Pippen was the best player for that position.
Right.
Okay,
He had the
he was
he
a
had
better
the
point
skill.
guard than Jordan. That don't make him a better player.
No, I'm not
That
saying
don't mean
no.
that he
That's
played
what I'm saying.
defense
That's
better
what I'm
than
That's what
saying.
we're
Jordan.
saying. Yeah,
That
that's
don't
what we're
mean that
saying.
he rebounded better
Exactly
than
what we're
Jordan.
saying. He had a wider skill set,
Yeah, he
but
had a,
he didn't do any one thing greater than what Mike did great. Mike is the best scorer ever. So Pippen's
Okay.
rotation, defense, rebounding, his range on defense, able to guard the 1 through the 3, all that did not trump Mike's ability to go out on you, and you can guarantee this 30, probably 35, maybe 40.
And
Don't
Mike
be
can guard
surprised if
your
it's 50.
position too, though. So that's what y'all. You know what I'm saying, y'all downplaying Mike's defensive ability.
no. I'm just saying. No, I'm saying Pippen was a little. I said Pippen was a little bit better at those things. I didn't say Mike couldn't do it. I said Pippen was a little bit better at all those things. But the fact that Jordan was just so dominant, that's why he gets credit as the GOAT. As for those 6 for 6, that's why
But
Jordan gets the credit.
but here's some stats for you. Total points
Yeah.
in their career. Kareem, 38,387.
No, Coop, you talking about the
Shaq.
wrong player, Coop. You talking about the wrong
Who we
player. We
talking
talking
about?
about Hakeem. We talking about Hakeem.
Hakeem. I thought you said Kareem. I thought you said Kareem, boy. Oh, Hakeem. Oh, Shaq.
Yeah.
I picked Shaq. Yeah. I thought you
Hakeem.
said Kareem. I was like, yeah.
I got their final stats pulled up right. I got their final stats pulled up right now. Hakeem averaged 32.8 points, 11.5 rebounds, 5.5 assists, 2 blocks, 2 steals. Shaq averaged 28 points, 12.5 boards, 6 rebounds, not a full steal, 2.5 blocks. So I mean, stats really wasn't that off.
And that's Shaq, and we just agreed that's not Shaq in his prime.
That was young Shaq. That was young Shaq.
Yeah, look, but you gotta understand that was Hakeem wasn't in his prime either.
He was on the tail end of it. He was on the
Bruh.
Yeah, I'll have to pick Shaq then, man. I have to pick
That
Shaq.
was like Jordan versus young Kobe. That's what I think. That was like Jordan at the tail end of his
Yes,
prime
sir.
versus young Kobe.
It was like Bron versus Duncan in the well, I mean, I know they're not same position, but like whenever Bron took that Cleveland team to the finals against that Spurs team, it was I'm really not ready to be here yet. You know what I'm saying? But fuck it, I'm here. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of one of them. I mean, the whole Magic team, they wasn't ready to be that. That Magic team wasn't ready to be that.
Yeah, and you act like that Houston squad was lit. That Houston squad was. You take Hakeem off.
I
there,
know.
I ain't sure they make the playoffs.
The team that the Magic played had Clyde Drexler on.
Hold on. And yes, I'm glad you said that, Mingo. Hold on. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. I talked about this on the last podcast. I think John Rich was on that. Before the Rockets traded for Clyde Drexler, they wasn't even a playoff team. They finished the season as a 6 seed.
Yep.
But before they traded for Clyde Drexler, they wasn't even a playoff team.
Yep.
They was like a 9th or 10th seed. So don't try to downplay Hakeem teammates.
Because on their team the year before is when they had Vernon Maxwell and all them. He ain't had them cats. You know what I'm saying?
So that's your argument that Clyde Drexler was the X factor, and he came in and made the Rockets a champion.
Supporter cast, man.
I can give you Clyde stats for the series too.
Is that your argument?
He had 21.5 points a game, 9.5 rebounds, 6.8 assists, a steal, and almost a full block. We go down the list. Robert Horry, 17.8 points a game, 10 rebounds, 3.8 assists, 3 steals, 2.3 blocks.
What Penny numbers were?
Penny, let's go to Penny. Penny was 25, 5, and 8. It's nice. It's solid.
What D. Scott was?
Dennis Scott, 10.5 points. Hey, hold up. But Dennis Scott supposed to be a shooter, shot 24%.
Which that was good back then.
Hell no. Nick Anderson, the shooting guard,
32%.
And in game one, was that game one where he missed those 3 free throws? If he would have just made one of them, the game would have been over. But he missed all 3 free throws. The next possession, Kenny Smith came hit a 3 to send it into overtime.
Oh no. Damn Nick Candace.
All right, hey. All right, fellas, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up. Gotta go do some things, but hey, I really appreciate y'all coming. Coop, thank you for coming through. Finally, been trying to get you on here.
Hey man, I'm
Thank you for
trying.
coming through. Mike, always a pleasure to have you.
Sure,
Jaron Rich,
sure.
always. Mingo, always a pleasure to have you. I think Jordan on here. I don't know if he could hear us, but Jordan is a nice talking to you as well. Man, y'all have a blessed one. I'm about to enjoy the rest of this game. Y'all have a blessed one.
All
All
right.
right.
All right, my brother.
All right.